Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 41, Hungarian Horntail, 2. No matter how much Destiny tried, she couldn't stop her mind from going back to the meeting. The Hallows were extremely strong artifacts, that much Destiny knew. After all, she had felt the power of the Elder Wand. The said wand was even stronger than Neptune, when a magical katana was supposed to be stronger than wands. So, Destiny was sure that there was some truth in the story. Now she had proof. So, once again Destiny couldn't wait to get her hands on the Wand of Destiny. Once again. Destiny shook her to clear her mind. She needed to focus. Destiny slowly pulled out Neptune from her trunk. Her wand was good and all, but it couldn't handle high-level magic for a long time. So, she needed something strong if she was planning to take down a fucking dragon. After all, she couldn't take down a dragon with a stunning charm or a killing curse. Well, technically the killing curse would have worked, but it would ruin the specimen. First of all, using the killing curse would be hard due to the scales. The scales of a dragon are quite resistant to magic. So, Destiny would need to aim at the eyes, the nostrils, or the inside of the dragon's mouth with the killing curse. Secondly, the dragons are magical creatures, so the killing curse would also destroy the magic inside the dragon's body and she needed the magic for the ritual. Hence, the killing curse was off the table. Blood magic was also off the table since she needed the blood of the dragon for the ritual, and using blood magic on the dragon would destroy the properties of the dragon blood. Most of the other spells were also useless against the dragon. So, she needed to rely on transfiguration and conjuration. There was a problem with conjuration too. She couldn't conjure any sharp weapons to attack the dragon. After all, she needed the blood of the dragon for the ritual. Portus. Destiny tapped her wand on an iron bracelet. The port key would activate as soon as she lost her consciousness, and it would dump her inside the infirmary of her temporary base back in Cornwall, Britain. Destiny had decided to take a few ideas from the books of the Order of the Light. She decided to create the port key in case of an emergency. After all, she would be attempting to slay a dragon on her own, and while she was confident. She wasn't a fool. Accidents can happen, especially when she was going after the strongest and fiercest dragon out there. Now that all of her preparations were done, Destiny decided to leave. So, she quickly shrunk down the trunk before placing it inside her pocket. The trunk was pretty important for the ritual since she had kept the rest of the ingredients for the ritual inside the trunk. The trunk was charmed unbreakable, so Destiny wasn't worried about having a tussle with the dragon and breaking it by some accident. After leaving her room, Destiny made her way toward the ground floor. After checking out from the hotel, Destiny activated the Muggle-repelling charm on her earring, and as soon as the charm was activated, she opera to the mountains of Hungary. Destiny quickly cast a warming charm on her body as soon as she landed on her feet, followed by gripping charms under her shoes. It wouldn't do her any good if she ended up slipping off the mountains due to the snow or ice. Destiny slowly started to climb the mountains. This wasn't her first time on a mountain, so she knew that she needed to be careful. Destiny had been to the Himalayas when she was in India, and the Hungarian mountains didn't hold a candle to the Himalayas, but Destiny knew that she shouldn't underestimate any mountains. The smugglers always avoided the nests of the Horntails, so Destiny needed to trek quite a bit before she arrived at one of those nests. After trekking for nearly half an hour, Destiny realized that she shouldn't have worn her favorite heels for this particular trip, but since she had magic at her hand, she transfigured her heels into flat boots for the time being. Ah. Flat boots are much better. Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction as she continued climbing the mountain. Destiny could have used flight to locate one of the nests, but this was the territory of Hungarian Horntails. So, not only she would be giving away her element of surprise, but she would be also garnering the attention of the dragons along with anything else present on the mountain. True, she could use the disillusionment charm to hide, but the dragons could have easily smelt her, and dragons are known for their extremely strong instincts, so there was a chance that they might discover her even if she used scent masking charm to hide herself from the noses. Additionally, she would be also wasting a lot of magic for the unsupported flight, the disillusionment charm, and the scent masking charm, and even with her colossal magical reserves, it might turn out a problem for her. After all, she needed all the magic she had for the upcoming fight. All of a sudden Destiny froze in her steps as she heard a loud growl from somewhere nearby. Destiny immediately knew that a magical beast was somewhere around her. She wasn't sure if it was a dragon or something else, since various types of magical beasts resided on the mountain along with the dragons, and she was no specialist when it came to magical beasts. Though Destiny decided that she needed to be careful even if it wasn't a dragon. So, she quickly cast the scent masking charm on herself as she made her way toward where the growl came from. Destiny's eyes grew wide in surprise as she found herself staring at a cavern, and moments later, a wide grin appeared on her face. It was a dragon. A Hungarian Horntail was lying inside the crevice. The dragon was massive, but Destiny was confident that she could take it down. The Hungarian horntails are known to live in pairs except for the young ones who are yet to find their mates. The Hungarian horntail in front of Destiny was probably yet to find his mate. Lucky me, Destiny grinned as she stared at the sleeping dragon right in front of her. The massive dragon was curled into a mass of scale. The surroundings of the dragon were charred, so the dragon has probably used his flames to heat the crevice. Destiny would have cackled gleefully, but it would have given away position if she had done that. So, after quickly gathering all of her bearings, she started to make her way toward the crevice. Destiny froze in her tracks when all of a sudden, the dragon released a loud snort followed by a loud huff. Destiny looked at the dragon with an unsure look on her face, and moments later, her decision was made. Even though her scent was masked, she decided not to tempt fate. After all, she was close enough, and if the dragon got up for whatever reason from his slumber, then she would miss the window to launch any surprise attacks. With that thought in her mind, Destiny started to cast silencing charms around the dragon. Hungarian horntails were kind of loners as they live in pairs, so the chances of another dragon coming to help this dragon were very low, but not zero. Destiny refused to take any chances, so she decided to cast the silencing charms around the crevice to stop the other dragons from hearing this dragon's death cries. After a couple of minutes, Destiny was finally satisfied with the number of silencing charms she had used, so she decided to move on. Never tickle a sleeping dragon. Dragon repeated inside her mind. Always use your strongest attack on the sleeping dragon. Destiny thought gleefully as she jabbed Neptune towards the dragon. Moments later, the rocks around the dragon started to move and the dragon started to slowly get submerged into the crevice. Destiny wanted to trap the dragon at the crevice before she started to hurl attacks at the dragon, as the dragon would be mostly unable to do anything to protect himself. Destiny was being extremely careful as she did not want to wake the beast from its slumber. Suddenly, the dragon shook his massive head and his eyes snapped open. The dragon was almost submerged into the crevice, but Destiny wanted to bury the dragon even more before launching an actual attack, but now that the dragon was already up, Destiny knew that she needed to launch an attack. Destiny flicked her wand, which she had in her other hand, and ruptured the ground to create several large boulders. Destiny had already stopped moving the rocks around the dragon as it would useless since the dragon was already up. So, without wasting any more time, she jabbed Neptune toward the entrapped dragon, hurling all the boulders at the dragon at insane speed. All the boulders slammed against the dragon's head or upper back and the dragon roared in rage. In the process, Destiny also destroyed some of the rocks trapping the dragon, but it was okay as the dragon started to howl in pain. Destiny also noticed that the dragon was already bleeding and slowly a gleeful smirk formed on her face. The dragon shook his head and finally noticed Destiny and reared its head. Meanwhile, Destiny tilted her head in confusion as she couldn't understand what the dragon was trying to do. Moments later, the dragon lowered its head and released a massive storm of fire from its mouth. Destiny's eyes grew wide in surprise. If she knew that dragon was preparing to spew its fire, she would have done everything to stop the flying lizard. Fuck. Destiny cursed loudly as she disapparated from the spot and appeared on the other side of the crevice. Dragon flames are extremely dangerous and they can easily destroy magical shields. Dragon flames aren't anywhere strong like the fiend fire, but any wizard or witch with a good head on top of their shoulders would avoid the dragon flames. It is a good thing that its wings are still trapped. Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction. Once again Destiny flicked her wand and ruptured the ground to create several boulders. The dragon has also realized that Destiny has changed her place, so right now, it was desperately trying to free itself from the rocks. Destiny grinned savagely as she hurled all the boulders toward the dragon with a hard jab of Neptune. The boulders smashed on the dragon's back and the dragon howled in pain as it released another stream of flames, but this time the flames weren't anywhere near Destiny. Destiny raised Neptune in the air, creating several blunt pillars under the dragon while she jabbed her wand toward the ground, strengthening the rocks and trapping the dragon's wings. The dragon howled in pain as its wings and legs were ripped apart as the pillars pushed off the dragon into the air. Obviously, the dragon started to bleed from its back and where its legs were supposed to be, but Destiny couldn't have that, so with a twirl of her wand, Destiny used the firestorm spell, which engulfed the dragon along with its surroundings. The magic-resistant scales would obviously protect the dragon from the flames, but the flames would cauterize the wounds on the dragon's body, stopping the dragon from losing any more blood. That is what Destiny was aiming for with her firestorm spell. After all, cooking the dragon would destroy its properties. There was also a chance that she might end up destroying the dragon's eyes. After all, a dragon's eyes were the least protected part of a dragon. The dragon continued to howl in pain as it continued to struggle inside the storm of flames. Meanwhile, Destiny was already transfiguring the rocks around the crevice to create two massive arms. Destiny was planning to use those arms to beat the dragon to death, though Destiny needed to be careful. After all, if she ended up using too much force, then there was a chance that she might end up damaging the dragon's body more than she had already done. Destiny smirked smugly as stepped forward as she continued to transfigure the rocks. Destiny was almost done, so she decided to cancel the firestorm spell, as she no longer needed to bathe the dragon in fire, but before she could even cancel the firestorm spell, something came rushing out of the fire. Destiny's eyes grew wide in shock and surprise, but she was too slow to react to whatever it was. The thing smacked Destiny on her stomach and Destiny was flung back several meters due to the force behind the attack. Destiny rolled over the snow several times before she finally came to a stop. Destiny groaned in pain. Due to the sudden attack, Destiny lost control over the firestorm spell and it started to dissipate, but the flames didn't disappear. Even though the spell was no longer active, the flames were still burning around the crevice. It was the same with the giant arms Destiny was creating. Even though she has stopped the process, the arms were still there, albeit unfinished. The dragon roared in anger as it started to turn around Destiny by crawling. Another groan escaped Destiny's lips as she turned her face toward the dragon and spat out some blood from her mouth. Motherfucker. I feel like I was run over by a lorry. Destiny coughed out some more blood as she started to push herself off the ground. Destiny underestimated the dragon and she never saw the tail coming and it knocked out the living daylights out of her. I shouldn't have underestimated the dragon even though it was at its last legs. Destiny muttered with a grimace as she stared at the dragon. The dragon was crawling, but Destiny could see the rage and desperation in the dragon's eyes. The dragon was desperate, so it was clear that the dragon wasn't going to give up easily. It was going to give its all until it breathed its last. Destiny raised her hand and her wand flew into her hand. She had lost her wand when she was smacked away by the dragon, but she still had Neptune in her hand. Even though Neptune was bigger and heavier, holding it was much easier due to its size. Destiny wiped her lips and glared at the dragon balefully. Destiny took a deep breath and flicked her wand. The ground underneath the dragon rose up in the air and the dragon looked under with a confused look in his eyes and growled in anger and annoyance. Moments later, Destiny started to wave her wand in the air, as she started to hiss. Snakes made of rocks burst out of the ground and started to wrap around the dragon. The dragon roared loudly and released a stream of fire, but the snakes were completely unaffected by the flames. Destiny continued to hiss. She was using parcel magic to strengthen the snakes. Now that the dragon was paying all of its attention to the rock snakes, Destiny decided to resume working on the giant arms. As soon as her giant arms were finished, she could finally deal with the dragon. At first, Destiny wanted to beat the dragon to death with the giant arms, but now, she had a different plan. She simply wanted the hands to completely immobilize the dragon. Destiny realized that there was another way to kill the dragon and the new method was much better than the last one. Destiny continued to twirl her wand in the air. The dragon roared in anger and released another stream of flames in Destiny's direction, but this time, the flames never reached Destiny. This time, Destiny didn't smirk smugly. After all, she did not want to tempt fate for the second time. Her stomach was still stinging in pain and she did not know if she would be able to take another blow from the dragon and walk away or not. The dragon continued to struggle with the rock serpents. If the dragon still had its claws and legs, then it could have easily destroyed the rock serpents, but fortunately for Destiny, the dragon no longer has its claws or legs. The dragon was trying to use its jaws to snap at the snakes, but the rock serpents were actively avoiding the dragon's mouth. It was pretty clear that the dragon was becoming frustrated and Destiny had to admit that the dragon was much stronger than she had expected. She had ripped its claws, wings, and legs, but the dragon was still going strong. If it was a human, then it would have given up long ago. Destiny could keep going on as she still had a lot of magic left in her tank to keep going, but the pain was slowly becoming unbearable. The fucking lizard had surely rearranged a couple of my organs. Destiny thought bitterly. She wasn't happy with herself as she never saw the attack coming, but in her defense, she didn't know much about dragons. Finally. Destiny cheered gleefully as the arms were finally finished. Destiny grinned savagely as she brought down the hands on the dragon. The dragon howled and released another stream of flames, but one of the hands easily wrapped around the dragon's head, and the hand pushed the dragon's head into the ground while the other hand was placed over its back, stopping it from moving. Destiny continued to wave her wand even though the dragon was mostly immobilized. The rock serpent started to move toward the back of the dragon. The dragon might have been immobilized, but the dragon could still move its tail. Destiny wanted to avoid another blow from the tail at any cost. The dragon roared in rage and anger and released another stream of flames toward Destiny, but once again, the flames never reached Destiny. The dragon noticed that its flames weren't reaching anywhere close to the hateful human, so it settled on hatefully glaring at Destiny. Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction, but she decided to move on without wasting any more time. Destiny noticed that her wand was getting slightly warm, but it wasn't going to be a problem, since it was yet to start smoking. Destiny would have preferred to use Neptune for her next move, but she was using Neptune to handle the giant arms. The rock serpents could hold on for the time being on their own. Destiny jabbed her wand toward the dragon, who was snarling at Destiny while glaring at her. If the dragons had the power to burn someone with their gaze, then Destiny would have turned into ashes long ago, but unfortunately for the dragon, it did not possess that power. The dragon continued to glare at Destiny, but all of a sudden, the dragon's eyes grew wide, and started to cough and choke. Destiny had decided to conjure a couple of plastic bags inside the dragon's throat and nostrils. Destiny did not know where the dragon's windpipe was located since it wasn't visible and it wasn't knowledgeable when it came to a dragon's anatomy, so she decided to block its nostrils, and dragons could breathe through their mouths just like humans, so she decided to block the dragon's throat too. The dragon continued to cough and choke, and for the first time, the dragon felt completely terrified during the whole fight. Even when it had lost its wings and legs, it wasn't terrified. The dragon knew that he would die. After all, a dragon without its wings isn't that different than a bird without wings, so the dragon wanted to kill Destiny before he died. After all, the human had dared to take away his wings, and there was no way that the dragon was going to spare her, as the dragons are quite a prideful bunch. The dragon continued to struggle for a few more minutes until it stopped moving at all. Destiny cast a diagnostic charm to check if the dragon was truly dead or not. Destiny released a relieved sigh as she dropped to her knees. While the dragon was struggling for some air, Destiny was waiting for the dragon to die with bated breath, but now that the dragon was already dead, Destiny decided to finally relax and check her wound. Destiny unzipped her bodysuit and winced in pain as she pulled down her bodysuit from her torso. Destiny was completely unbothered by the fact that she had completely bared her chest. After all, there was nobody around her to witness the alluring sight. Destiny grimaced as she laid her eyes over her stomach. A massive red and blue bruise spanning over her whole stomach. Destiny pointed her wand at the wound and cast a numbing charm. Destiny was no healer, so she had no idea how to start healing herself, so she decided to do the next best thing. She decided to numb the pain. Since her body was still functioning normally, she guessed that none of her organs were at risk of failing. According to the ancient texts in the tome, the ritual would also heal her body. The ritual was so potent that it could even regrow missing limbs, so Destiny wasn't overly worried. After all, she was going to be healed during the ritual. So, Destiny slowly stood up on her feet without bothering to pull up her bodysuit or cover her chest. She decided to leave the upper part of her bodysuit hanging around her waist. Destiny raised Neptune and started to cast strong Notice Me Not charms around the area. The ritual was going to need a lot of time to finish, and she did not want to be interrupted by anyone. She knew that she wasn't going to be interrupted by any humans since all the humans avoided these parts of the mountains due to the dragons, but another dragon or some other magical creature might interrupt her ritual, and Destiny did not want to take any chances. When Destiny was finally satisfied with the number of Notice Me Not charms, she decided to start the preparations for the ritual. With a small twist of Neptune, Destiny destroyed the rock serpents as they were no longer necessary. After that, Destiny used Neptune to move the giant arm which was holding down the dragon over the elevated rock platform. The giant arm slowly moved under the dragon's belly, and moments later, the other giant arm also started to move. The other arm was holding down the dragon's head, which started to move under the dragon's head. A few seconds later, Destiny jabbed her wand to remove the elevated rock platform from beneath the dragon. The dragon's body was held up in the air by the pair of giant arms. Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction as she started to walk toward the dragon. Destiny arrived in front of the dragon, and then her eyes slowly trailed toward the ground under the dragon. She started to use Neptune to transfigure the ground into a rock basin. Once again, Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction when she was finally done. After that, she looked up at the dragon, and then she raised her wand to cast some cutting charms. The scales of dragon might be magic resistant, but cutting charms have some physical force behind them. Slowly, blood started to drip from the cuts Destiny made on the dragon's body into the rock basin. Even though cutting charms wouldn't have affected the dragon during the fight as the cuts would have been too shallow, the cuts were deep enough to drain all the blood from the dragon's body. Destiny used Neptune to cast some spells on the dragon carcass to keep the blood warm. If the blood started to cool down, then it would start to freeze inside the dragon's body, and Destiny did not want to take any chances. Now that the blood was pooling inside the rock basin, Destiny decided to move on with the rest of the preparations. Destiny finally placed Neptune on the ground as she only needed to use her wand from now on. After that, she pulled out her trunk from the pocket and placed it on the ground. With a minute flick of her wand, Destiny enlarged the trunk, and with another flick of her wand, she popped the hood of the trunk. Destiny wandlessly levitated Neptune from the ground and placed it inside the trunk. Then she pulled out a silver dagger from the trunk and placed it on the ground. After that, she pulled out a small pouch from the trunk. Destiny placed the pouch on the ground and gently opened it. There were several small leather pouches inside the pouch. She pulled out one of the pouches and opened it only to find phoenix ash inside the pouch. Destiny placed the pouch on the ground beside her and moved on to the next pouch. The next pouch was filled with moonstone powder. Destiny placed the pouch near the pouch filled with phoenix ashes, and then she moved on to the next pouches. Destiny continued to open the small pouches and place them beside her in order. When Destiny was finally done, she stood up and made her way toward the rock basin. Blood was still dripping down from the dragon's body, and Destiny was sure that there was still a lot of blood left inside the dragon's body, but the blood inside the basin was more than enough for Destiny to start mixing the rest of the ingredients into the blood. Phoenix ashes and dragon blood were extremely volatile substances, and mixing the two of them together might cause an explosion unless you add stabilizing agents like Angelica or moonstone powder. Since moonstone powder was one of the ingredients, Destiny knew she wasn't going to cause an explosion by mixing dragon blood and phoenix ashes. Though Destiny needed to be careful while mixing the rest of the ingredients with the blood. After nearly half an hour, Destiny was finally done mixing all the ingredients into the blood. It took her so much time since was being extremely careful. Even a small mistake could have been fatal as a lot of the ingredients were volatile. Destiny glanced toward the dragon and almost all the blood was drained from the dragon's body. Now that Destiny was done with the ingredients, she turned around and made her way toward the trunk. She peeked inside and pulled out a thick book from the trunk. Magical Beast Anatomy. Destiny glanced at the title of the book and cracked it open. After making her way to the index, Destiny quickly found the section for dragons. A small smile graced Destiny's face as she found the section for dragon. Destiny needed to check the location of the heart in the dragon's body. The location varied from dragon to dragon, but the difference wasn't much. Their hearts were located in the general area of their chest. Thankfully, the book has mentioned exactly where the heart of a Hungarian horntail was located. After all, the heart needed to be intact for the ritual. Destiny returned the book to her trunk and slowly stood up on her feet. Destiny looked down at her body and now most of the bruise has turned blue or black. With a grimace on her face, Destiny snapped her fingers and unlocked the rest of the metal clamps of her bodysuit. When Destiny was done, she placed her fingers under the hem of her bodysuit and pulled down her bodysuit up to her ankles in a swift motion. After tugging at her bodysuit for a couple of moments, she was able to take off her shoes too. After that, Destiny placed her fingers under the hem of her knickers and she pulled them down too in a swift motion. Destiny placed her knickers over her bodysuit and then she jabbed her finger at her clothes and her bodysuit along with her knickers were folded nicely. Then she picked up the silver dagger from the ground and started to make cuts all over her body. When she was done with the cuts, she started to draw a small runic circle over her left breast. She wasn't exactly drawing the circle over her breast, she was drawing the runic circle over her heart. It took Destiny nearly 10 minutes to draw the runic circle over her heart and by that time, all the blood from the dragon's body has been drained. Destiny placed the dagger on the ground and started to walk toward the rock basin. Destiny took off her wand holster from her arm and placed it at the edge of the rock basin. After that, without wasting any more time, she stepped into the rock basin. The rock basin was almost completely filled with blood. Destiny slowly submerged her whole body into the pool of blood. She ducked her head into the pool as she needed her whole body to be drenched in blood. Destiny could feel a stinging pain over all the cuts in the runic circle over her left breast, but Destiny was doing her best to ignore the pain. Destiny raised her head out of the pool and looked up at the dragon carcass. She pointed her hand at the dragon's chest and started to cast cutting charms. It took her a lot of effort to get the heart out of the dragon's body, but she finally succeeded in her endeavor. Destiny slowly lowered the heart into the pool of blood in front of her. She grabbed the heart in her hands and submerged it into the pool. Now, all of her preparations were done and she could finally start the ritual. She couldn't help but grin in excitement at the prospect. 'Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 50-57 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 42, The Ritual and Improvements. Now that all the preparations were finished, Destiny finally took a deep breath and started the ritual. Destiny couldn't help but hiss in pain as all the cuts on her body began to burn along with the runic circle over her left breast. That wasn't all, the wound over her stomach was stinging too. She was feeling like hundreds of bullet ants were biting her wound. She was once bitten by a couple of bullet ants back in Colombia, so she knew how it felt to be bitten by those monstrosities. Destiny clenched her teeth and decided to bear with the pain. Her stomach was still submerged in the pool of blood, so she had no idea what was happening to the massive wound on her stomach. Destiny did not know how much time has passed, but the pain in her stomach wound finally started to subside, but the cuts over her body and the runic circle over her breast continued to sting in pain. After another minute, her stomach wound finally stopped hurting, so Destiny guessed that her wound was probably healed. After only a few moments, all the cuts on her body and the runic circle over her left breast started to smoke along with the rest of the pool of blood. Once again, Destiny hissed in pain as she felt her whole body was on fire. Destiny's knees shook as her entire body started to tremble in pain. Destiny had never been unfortunate enough to experience the Cruciatus Curse, but Destiny couldn't help but compare the pain she was feeling with the Cruciatus Curse. Destiny did not know if she was right or not, but her mind was going blank due to the pain. Destiny gasped as her legs finally gave up due to pain. Her knees buckled under the weight of her body and she dropped to her knees. Destiny got submerged up to her mouth in the pool of blood, but she did not have the strength to stand up. Destiny started to lose all of her power. Destiny was starting to lose her consciousness, but she knew that she couldn't lose her consciousness. It was strictly mentioned in the description of the ritual that the ritual would fail if the person performing the ritual lost their consciousness. Destiny continued to grit her teeth and decided to bear with the pain. The dragon heart was still in her hands and she was being extremely careful with the heart. After all, she needed the heart for the completion of the ritual. Destiny did not know how much time has passed, but all of a sudden, all the pain disappeared and she started to feel re-energized. Destiny slowly stood up on her feet as she blinked in confusion. All the pain she was feeling was completely gone, like it was never there. Before Destiny could ponder any longer regarding the pain, the blood in the pool started to recede. Destiny noticed that the blood was flowing into the cuts she had made on her body and the runic circle over her left breast. Moments later, a pleasured gasp escaped Destiny's lips as raw power started to course through her body. Destiny felt her magical core getting bigger when it wasn't supposed to grow any bigger at her age. At the same time, she also felt her magical core becoming denser as her core kept getting bigger and some of the magic started to seep into her bones. Destiny started to pant as her whole body started to smoke. The cuts on her body and the runic circle over her left breast started to emit a golden light. Crimson veins started to pop all over Destiny's body and her beautiful crimson eyes started to glow brightly. By this time, the pool of blood has receded down to her thighs, and her body was still absorbing the blood along with the dragon heart firmly held in Destiny's hands. Strings of blood continued to flow inside the dragon heart along with all the cuts in the runic circle on Destiny's body. Slowly, Destiny's eyes started to transform. Her circular pupils started to transform into slits, much similar to a dragon's. At the same time, her canines grew slightly longer. Destiny groaned uncomfortably as her skin started to ripple. Her muscles and bones started to strengthen due to her ritual. Even her skin started to transform, but the changes on her skin weren't noticeable to the eyes. The dragon corpse hanging over Destiny's head started to shrivel and the blood pool inside the basin was also almost gone. Image here. Within a matter of a few more seconds, the dragon's corpse started to turn into golden dust, leaving behind only the bones. Destiny gasped in surprise as her whole body shot up in the air as the golden dust started to create a hurricane around her body. After only a few moments, the golden dust started to seep into her body through the cuts in the runic circle. A husky moan escaped Destiny's lips as her body tingled in pleasure. The intensity of power coursing through Destiny's body doubled, sending jolts of pleasure through her whole body. Destiny wouldn't be surprised if she ended up coming during the ritual. To be honest, Destiny never expected that she was going to feel so much pleasure due to the ritual. It was becoming harder for her to keep control over her clemency shields with each passing moment due to the bouts of pleasure coursing through her body, so she decided to turn off her magical radar. After all, if she lost control over her shields, then there was a chance that she might end up overloading her brain due to all the information. The blood in the pool was finally gone, but Destiny wasn't in the position to care about the blood pool. Some of the golden dust also started to seep into the dragon heart in Destiny's hands. After a couple of minutes, Destiny finally landed on her feet and the golden dust was also gone. The skeleton of the dragon slowly rose up in the air and started to shrink in size. Destiny kept watching the dragon skeleton with quite a bit of fascination on her face. Not everything was mentioned about the ritual in the ancient tome. After all, the ritual was supposed to vary with different magical beasts, so the author has refrained from mentioning everything. The dragon skeleton finally shrunk down to Destiny's size and it came down behind Destiny's back. The structure of the dragon skeleton started to change into the structure of a human skeleton. As soon as the transformation was complete, the skeleton merged into Destiny's body and Destiny shivered at the weird feeling. It has been quite a few minutes since Destiny's magical core stopped growing bigger, but her core continued to become denser while the rest of the magic continued to seep into her bones. Destiny released a deep breath as she finally looked down at her hands. The dragon heart was glowing with a brilliant golden glow. Destiny grinned in euphoria as she continued to stare at the dragon heart. Let's add the final piece. Destiny mused as she brought the dragon heart up to her face and took a bite. Destiny grimaced at the texture. After all, the dragon heart might be glowing with a brilliant golden glow, but it was still completely raw and fleshy. Destiny almost puked, but she held on. Looking slightly green, she took another bite, and this time, she dared to chew. She swallowed the chunk as quickly as possible while doing her best to ignore the taste. With a grimace on her face, Destiny continued to eat the dragon heart. Then all of a sudden, she burped. Circe's tits. This is so horrible. Destiny groaned in disgust as she forced herself to keep herself from puking. She squashed the horrible feeling and continued to munch on the dragon heart. Usually, Destiny would have used a clemency to ignore her taste buds, but no matter how much she tried, she couldn't regain control over her clemency shields with the amount of pleasure coursing through her body. At least, the horrible taste of the dragon heart distracted her mind from the pleasure, or she would have been coming like a waterfall by now. Destiny practically breathed out a relieved sigh when she finally finished the dragon heart. Another moan escaped Destiny's lips as another bout of pleasure shot throughout her body, and this time she wasn't able to stop herself from coming. Not that she would have stopped herself. After all, she was feeling like she was in heaven. I wonder if this can be considered cheating or not. Destiny thought in amusement as she finally came down from her post-orgasmic bliss. The cuts on her body finally started to heal along with the runic circle over her left breast. Once again, Destiny released a relieved sigh as she felt the ritual coming to an end. Right now, Destiny was feeling great euphoria, but all of a sudden, Destiny gasped in pain as she felt a stinging pain in her chest. Destiny lost her footing as she clutched her chest. Destiny's eyes grew wide in shock and surprise. Her mind started to race, trying to discern if she had messed up the ritual in any manner or not. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Destiny could hear her heart thumping loudly. She could feel her blood pulsing through her body with the rhythm. Destiny choked as she dropped on her ass. She started to sweat and her whole body started to sweat. Is this how I am going to die? Destiny thought in horror, but moments later, she tightly clenched her fists over her chest while she started to ground her teeth. No. I refuse to give up. I refuse to die. Destiny snarled inside her mind as she slowly pushed herself off the ground. Her heart was beating so loudly that it felt that her heart was about to burst out of her chest. Destiny stumbled a bit, but she was able to stand up on her feet. Once again, Destiny decided to bear with the pain as she refused to give in. Slowly her whole body started to feel as if it was pulsing with the rhythm of her heartbeat. Her magic started to swirl around her body in a protective manner, and even though Destiny was in pain, she didn't miss the reddish hue of her magic. No matter how much Destiny tried, she wasn't able to stop a smile from forming on her face. The last time she checked, her magic was still colorless, but now, her magic has gained a reddish hue. She had made significant improvements. Destiny guessed that it was probably due to the ritual, but she wasn't complaining as long as the change was permanent. Destiny released a massive breath as the pain finally disappeared and her magic started to settle down. The magic swirling around her body protectively quickly returned to her body. Destiny started to breathe heavily with a goofy grin on her face. The ritual was finally complete, probably. Destiny wasn't sure since the ritual was supposed to vary with magical creatures used for the ritual, so she decided to stay on guard for the time being. She decided to wait for at least 10 minutes before declaring that the ritual was over. Destiny closed her eyes and started to work on her occlumency shields as the ritual has addled her mind with pleasure. It took her only a couple of minutes to put up the shields. The shields weren't damaged or anything, she had simply lost her control over them. Thankfully, she had the presence of mind to turn off her magical radar. Her magical radar would have fried her brain, especially with all the information she was getting from the ritual. Destiny shook her head as she started to review her memories. During the ritual she did not have the presence of mind to check all the changes happening to her body, but now she had all the time. Destiny knew that she had changed a lot during the ritual. After all, she could feel most of the changes, so she decided not to reactivate her magical radar for the time being. She needed to inspect herself completely before she could reactivate the magical radar. The first thing Destiny noticed was that her mind was much faster than before and she was able to think things more clearly. The second thing she noticed was also related to her mind. Her occlumency shield seemed to have improved a lot and there was still room for some improvement. There was something else too. It seemed that now Destiny could inspect her whole body from her mind. She didn't need to cast a detection charm to check her body. Destiny quickly realized that her instincts and senses had been sharpened quite a lot and Destiny was more than satisfied with the improvements up to this point. Destiny wanted to check out her improved senses as she wanted to check the limits, but she still needed to check out the improvements to the rest of her body. Destiny took a deep breath and decided to move on. Wow. My bones have become really strong, Destiny mused in satisfaction. Even though the dragon skeleton has merged with her body, her bones weren't anywhere as strong as dragon bones, but her bones were way more stronger when compared to humans. She might have absorbed the dragon bones, but the bones had been weakened quite a bit by the time she had absorbed them. After all, rituals worked on the principle of equal exchange. So, she needed to sacrifice something for the ritual. It would have been counterproductive if she needed to sacrifice something from herself for the ritual, and it would have been inefficient too. So, the ritual was designed in such a manner that the user could designate the sacrifice for the ritual. Destiny decided to use the dragon carcass as the sacrifice to power the ritual. Yes, it would severely hamper her gains from the ritual, but at the same time, she would be able to avoid any kind of negative effects from the ritual. Only a foolish person would sacrifice a part of themselves for the ritual. They would gain a lot in the short term, but they would lose a lot in the long run. After all, if a person is sacrificing a part of himself or herself to power a ritual, then they are no longer complete. They are going to lose a part of their identity, their very being, and it won't be coming back, ever. It might seem inconsequential, but an incomplete person would never be able to use all aspects of magic. Simple as that, and Destiny would never limit herself by mutilating her very being. All kinds of magic were very important to her and she would never forgive herself if she lost the ability to use a certain type of magic due to her own foolish actions. A/N, Wixen means magical people. I did not know that there was a word to represent magical kind as a whole, but now that I know the word, I will be using it from now on. True, her bones were strengthened, but that wasn't the only improvement to her bones. Magic had seeped into her bones and she had also gained a few properties from the dragon bones, so now, she could easily channel her magic through her bones. Right now, Destiny did not know if the ritual was over or not, so decided not to channel her magic through her bones even though she wanted to do it badly. Destiny reluctantly made a mental note to check it out after she was sure that the ritual was finished. Even though magic had seeped into Destiny's bones, she knew that she hadn't reached the state of mana frame. Yes, she could now store magic in her bones, but to reach the state of mana frame, her bones needed to have the ability to produce magic on their own just like her magical core. Destiny sighed in disappointment. It was still going to take her a few years to reach that state. At least, now her bones could store magic. It was a milestone everyone needed to cross if they wanted to reach the state of mana frame. After checking out her improved bones, she decided to check her muscles. Her muscles have also improved quite a lot. Destiny had previously used rituals to enhance her physical strength, but all of those rituals combined couldn't be compared to the improvements she had received from this ritual. Destiny needed to check out the limits of her physical capabilities. After all, it might help her in a fight. After that, Destiny decided to inspect her skin. Moments later, a wide smile formed on her face. Her skin has gained a bit of magic resistance. Her skin won't be able to resist the killing curse or any of the high-powered curses, but her skin would be able to resist the stunning charm without any problems. Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction as she decided to move on to inspect her organs, and that is when Destiny started to gape like a fish out of water. She could feel that all of her organs and innards had been strengthened by a huge margin, but that is not what surprised her. Ba-dump ba-dump ba-dump. She couldn't believe her senses. Her heart was producing magic with each thump. Destiny continued to gape in shock and surprise as she realized that her heart has become a magical core. Not only, her heart could produce magic, but it could also store magic just like her magical core. This was absurd and Destiny did not know how to react. The magic produced from her heart was seeping into her blood and the magic in her blood was seeping into her bones. Destiny didn't bother to restrain her glee and started to jump in the air as she squealed in joy like a little girl. Since she was alone, she didn't have an image to maintain. She could cheer and exclaim all she wanted and nobody was going to care. After only a couple of minutes, Destiny finally calmed down. The result was unexpected, but it wasn't unwelcome. Destiny continued to grin like a loon as she continued to inspect her heart. It was acting just like her magical core, but at the same time, it was also pumping blood throughout her body. Destiny took a deep breath and finally started to calm down as she needed to move on with her inspections. Destiny finally started to inspect her magical core. Destiny already knew that she was going to be impressed since she had felt her magical core becoming bigger and denser, though she was still surprised. Everyone refers to magical core like it is something physical, but in reality, it wasn't a physical organ. The best anyone could explain is that the magical core is a spiritual organ that was located somewhere around the sternum. All of that aside, Destiny was more than impressed with her improvements in her magical core. I wonder if now I can cast all the spells wandlessly or not. Destiny mused in amusement, but she was still going to try. If she failed then she would be disappointed, but she could live with it. After all, she knew that she would be able to cast all spells wandlessly after reaching the mana frame state. Now that Destiny was finally done with the inspection, she decided to start inspecting her senses. 10 minutes were already over and nothing else happened, so Destiny was pretty sure that the ritual was over. When Destiny was inspecting her organs, she had noticed that her eyes have changed. Destiny raised her hand with the intent to conjure a mirror, but before she could even complete her action, a full body-sized mirror appeared in front of her. Destiny gaped in shock. She couldn't believe what just happened. She was only planning to conjure a small mirror, but she ended up conjuring a full body-sized mirror. It was pretty clear that she had bungled the conjuration, as even though the mirror was a full body-sized mirror, she had messed up the shape. So, technically, she had ended up using too much magic. Destiny decided to test if her suspicion was right or not. So, she decided to vanish the mirror, and moments later, it was gone. Destiny sucked in a deep breath as she started to squeal in joy like a little girl for the second time. Morgana's twitching cunt. Destiny cheered loudly as she conjured another full body-sized mirror with a simple thought, but this time, the mirror was perfectly rectangular in shape. This time Destiny had pictured the mirror more clearly inside her mind, so the results were much better than the last time. Sweet Merlin. Destiny trailed off with a goofy grin on her face. Once again, the result was completely unexpected, but it wasn't unwelcome. Now, Destiny didn't need to use any hand gestures to use wandless magic, she simply needed to think and it would happen. So, like any other self-respecting Wixen, Destiny decided to test the limits of her new ability, but before that, there was something else she needed to do. Destiny had conjured herself a fully functional full-body-sized mirror, so she decided to do what any other self-respecting witch would do in front of a full-body-sized mirror. She decided to check herself out in the mirror without wasting any more time. Destiny stepped in front of the mirror and her eyebrows shot up to her hairline in surprise. I knew that I was beautiful, but the previous me could never hold a candle to the current me. I am going to break a lot of hearts. Destiny mused with a grin as she continued to check herself out in the mirror. The changes on her body were kind of subtle, but Destiny easily noticed that her skin was slightly more paler than before, but it was enhancing her beauty, so Destiny wasn't going to complain. Destiny also noticed that her skin was firmer than before while her breasts and ass seemed to be more perkier and more pronounced than before. Destiny surely wasn't going to complain about that. Destiny hummed in satisfaction as she decided to inspect her face. Now, her hair was also much more shinier and silkier than before. Destiny ran her fingers through her hair and she wasn't going to lie. She loved the feeling. While playing with her hair, Destiny finally noticed the change in her eyes, and immediately her mouth hung open in surprise. Her original eyes were beautiful too, but they didn't have anything on her current eyes. Someone would suspect that a person might freak out if they found that their eyes are now reptilian, but Destiny wasn't one of them. She loved her new eyes, and that is also when she noticed her elongated canines inside her mouth. Destiny touched her canines with her fingers and a small smile formed on her face. She couldn't wait to leave hickeys on her lovers. After all, she needed to mark her territory. Then all of a sudden, Destiny froze. Where the fuck did it came from? I never cared about marking my territory. Destiny frowned. After thinking for a bit, Destiny realized that dragons are known to be territorial creatures, so it was quite possible that she had gained the trait from the dragon. Destiny couldn't help but released a sigh. It was mentioned in the ancient tome that there were high chances that the users might gain some traits from the magical beast they use for the ritual. At least, it is one of the better traits, so I can't complain. Destiny thought in amusement. At least, she wasn't getting an urge to sleep inside a crevice on top of some random snowy mountain, so it was good for now. Now that Destiny was done inspecting her body, she decided to start testing her newly acquired magical capabilities, but once again she froze in her tracks. Destiny noticed the smell of her cum mixed with the smell of her sweat in the air, and she already knew where they were coming from. With a grimace on her face, Destiny decided to take a bath before testing her magic. Destiny looked down at the rock basin. I already have the pool. Destiny tapped her cheek with her finger and then she scourgified the basin with a simple thought. Yes, it was true that all the blood from the pool was gone, but Destiny still decided to clean it, just in case, and now that the basin was all clean, she decided to fill it up with water. So, Destiny started to imagine the basin getting filled with water, but Destiny was devastated when nothing happened. Destiny quickly regained her bearings and decided to give it a second try. After all, there was a good chance that she was yet to get a grip on her magic. So, she gave it another try, but once again after trying for several minutes, nothing happened. Destiny let out a frustrated groan as she decided to try again, but once again nothing happened. So, with a pout on her face, Destiny decided to give up for now. After all, she needed to take a bath and she had already spent a lot of time here and she wasn't looking forward to spending the rest of her day on top of a snow-covered mountain. She was also starting to feel a bit hungry. So, she pointed her hand toward the basin, and as soon as she thought about filling the pool with water, streams of water shot out of her fingers. Destiny shook her head with a flabbergasted look on her face. Once again her magic reacted with a simple thought. She didn't even need to channel her magic to her hand like she had been doing before the ritual. As the water continued to fill the basin, Destiny finally realized why she wasn't able to fill the basin with a simple thought before she decided to use her hand. I wasn't able to focus the magic out of my body. Destiny nodded her head in understanding. When the pool was finally filled with water, Destiny decided to heat the water. Once again, Destiny decided to use simple thought to heat the pool, and this time it worked. Destiny quickly submerged into the basin and a satisfied groan escaped her lips as she made herself comfortable in the water. Now that Destiny was settled in the basin, she decided to continue experimenting with her magic. Destiny decided to try Lumos and she wasn't expecting it to work, and just like Destiny was expecting, the spell didn't work. Her theory was almost proved. She needed a focus point for the Lumos to work, just like the Aguamenti spell she was trying to use previously to fill the basin. Destiny slowly raised her index finger and thought about light. Moments later, the tip of her index finger lit up. Looks like my theory was right. Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction. With that thought in her mind, she continued to experiment with magic. She needed to check her limits and there was nothing better than hands-on testing. Line break. Unknown location, Britain, March, 1927. So, you are saying that you know how to find Albus? A red-haired witch asked in a hopeful tone, and Harry Potter simply nodded his head. So, why are we still waiting? A wizard in an unsure tone as the men looked around to see how everyone was reacting to his words. Well. Hermione Potter, who was sitting right beside Harry, spoke up nervously as she fiddled with her fingers. She wasn't nervous for herself, she was nervous because she wasn't sure how the others are going to react to her suggestion. Right now, her husband's leader position was on shaky grounds and she would hate it if Harry lost his position. Her husband was one of the best people to lead the Order of Light, after all, he wasn't squeamish about taking lives. Hermione took a deep breath as she gathered her bearings. There is a spell we could use, but I think some of you might find it unethical. Hermione revealed with a grimace on her face. I think I know the spell you are talking about. You will need Albus blood to cast the spell, right? Another red-haired witch declared with a look of realization on her face. Blood magic. A couple of Wixen sitting around the table gasped in horror. Both Hermione and the second red-haired witch scowled at their declaration. Its spell might need blood to work, but it does not mean that it is blood magic. A lot of Wixen use this spell to keep a track of their children and their heirs. Even the Ministry hasn't banned this spell and they are so squeamish when it comes to blood magic, the red-haired witch griped with an annoyed look on her face. Lils, the Ministry is squeamish about blood magic for good reason, but the spell we are talking about is completely harmless. The bespectacled man sitting beside the red-haired witch placed his hand over his wife's forearm to calm her down. Thank you, James, the witch nodded her head in gratitude. James Potter simply smiled at his wife Lily Potter. Her wife was an extremely passionate witch when it came to magic and sometimes it came down to him to calm her down. Yes. Just like Lily said, the spell is completely harmless, but I can understand your reservations, so I will leave it up to you, Hermione said in a soft tone while staring at the first red-haired witch. We can find him if we use this spell, right? The said witch asked after thinking for a bit and after getting a nod from Hermione along with a few others who already knew the spell, the witch also nodded her head with a determined look on her face. Okay, let's perform the spell, the witch said in a determined tone and Hermione beamed at the witch while Harry simply smiled. Equals 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 5095 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 43, Back to Britain and Meeting Minerva. A/N, guys, I am back. It wasn't a normal fever, I was diagnosed with dengue. I am still weak, but other than that, I am fine. From now on, there will regular updates. Cornwall, Britain. The letters appeared on a piece of parchment and everyone gathered around the parchment started to frown. Is was supposed to give the exact location, right? Lily Potter asked Hermione, who was biting her lower lip in frustration. Yes, it was supposed to. Instead of Hermione, it was a blonde-haired witch who answered the question. There are only 2 reasons why the spell could fail, the same blonde witch pointed out after thinking for a bit. When everyone turned toward the blonde-haired witch for further details, she decided to start explaining. If the blood is taken without permission then the spell wouldn't have worked, but the spell is working, so we can write this one off, the witch answered cryptically, and then she released a huff. As I said previously, there are only 2 reasons the spell might not be working correctly. First of all, if Albus is being constantly moved, the spell wouldn't able to locate his exact location. Secondly, he is under Fidelius or some other ward like the Fidelius, the blonde witch deadpanned Drilly. So, what do we do now? The red-haired witch asked in a frantic tone and everyone turned toward Harry Potter. Harry Potter wasn't expecting the spell to fail if he was being honest, after all, he believed in her wife. So, after thinking for a bit, Harry finally came to a decision. We use Marcus Rosier to blackmail her and if that does not work, then we use the Rosier family, Harry declared making a lot of members smile at his decision, but some of the members did not like his decision. Why? We could use this chance to get the upper hand. We could use the Rosier family to attack her. If someone from the Sacred 28 lodges a complaint against her in the DMLE, then even the other purebloods won't be able to shove the whole thing under the rug, Clifford Bones growled with an annoyed look on his face. True, but we also lose our advantage if we do that. Right now, she is working secretly, so if we promise that we won't reveal her existence to the rest of the world, then there is a chance that we might catch her off guard, but if we do reveal her existence to the rest of the world and at the same time, we set up the Rosier family and the DMLE against her, she wouldn't have anything to lose, yeah. A wizard sitting beside Harry explained with a shrug. Yes, I agree with him too. If we reveal her existence to the rest of the world, then we will no longer have any leverage against her, and there is a very good chance that she might do something to Albus to send us a message. James Potter explained carefully, but some of the members were still displeased with this course of action. The wizard sitting beside Harry noticed the displeased looks, so he decided to sweeten the deal. He knew that they needed to stay united, especially right now. So, after a few moments of silence, he cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Well, I am not saying that we won't reveal her existence to the rest of the world. I am simply saying that we wait until we get Albus out of her clutches and then we reveal her existence to the rest of the world, the wizard suggested, and the displeased members seemed to nod their heads in agreement. While some of the foolish members were happy with the decision, the smarter couldn't help but scowl at their stupidity. There was no way Destiny Grindelwald wouldn't consider that, but they decided not to say anything in front of everyone. They already understood that the unity of their group was on shaky grounds and they didn't want to destabilize it anymore. The red-haired witch dropped in her seat and started to sob frantically. The wizard sitting beside her pulled her into his arms as he started to rub his hands on her back soothingly. "Don't worry, Rose, everything will be fine. Albus is strong. He will be fine," the wizard said soothingly as he continued to rub the witch known as Rose Weasley's back. "I can't help but worry Scorpius. He was captured by the monster. How can I not worry about him?" Rose wailed in the wizard's arms. Scorpius Malfoy simply released a deep sigh and continued to rub her back with a solemn look on his face. Scorpius could only imagine the horrors Albus was going through right now, but he knew that he needed to stay strong. If not for himself, then he needed to stay strong for Rose, or Albus was never going to forgive him. Scorpius vowed that he was going to take care of Rose and protect her for the time being, and after they save Albus, everything would return to like it used to be. "Well, I like the plan. So, who should we write to first?" James Potter asked with a hint of excitement in his voice. James Potter has changed a lot throughout the years, but he still couldn't give up on pranks from time to time. "I can't help but wonder what kind of face she would be making when she realizes we pranked her." James rubbed his hands together with a gleeful look on his face. "Too true, prongs. I am hoping that she ends up pulling out all her hair. Well, I am not going to complain if she dies in shock, no matter how unlikely it is." The black-haired wizard sitting beside James Potter grinned mischievously. "Oh, James, when are you going to grow up?" Lily Potter rolled her fondly at her husband as she shook her head in amusement, and then she turned toward the wizard sitting beside James and glared at him. "Merlin, help me if I find you talked James into doing something stupid again." Lily growled menacingly, and the said wizard raised both of his hands in the air as he paled drastically in fear. "Come on, Lily. Cut them some slack. They are men, they keep doing stupid things all the time," the witch sitting beside the wizard Lily just threatened said in an amused tone. "Oh aye. All the men sitting inside the room protested with an affronted look on their faces, but the witches simply giggled at their reaction as they completely agreed with the statement. After a couple of minutes, Harry finally cleared his throat. "Our stupidity aside." Harry bit out grumpily as he threw a glare at Hermione, who simply gave him an innocent look. "It would be better if we write to the Rosier family before writing to her. This way she won't get a chance to make up a story," Harry said, and James along with some of the other smarter members agreed with Harry. "Good. The meeting is dismissed." With that, Harry finally dismissed the meeting. Line break. Danubius Hotel Astoria, Budapest, Hungary. Destiny slowly opened her eyes and groaned in satisfaction as she stretched her body. After hearing a few satisfying pops, Destiny couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Sometime later she reluctantly sat up on the bed. The bed was so soft and comfortable that she didn't want to get up, but she knew that she needed to leave. Destiny decided to check if she still had her newly acquired wandless magic capabilities or if it was simply a dream. It was kind of unbelievable to nobody could blame her for thinking that it was a dream. Moments later, a small handheld appeared beside her and the mirror kept floating in the air, instead of falling on the bed. The mirror slowly floated in front of Destiny's face, who was grinning smugly. She was doing all of this with her thoughts, she wasn't even thinking about a spell. She told her magic that she needed a mirror while thinking about the said mirror inside her mind, and moments later, the said mirror appeared. Then she told her magic to keep the mirror from falling, and it didn't fall on the bed like it was supposed to. Destiny's grin widened when she looked at the mirror. Her eyes were still reptilian and she still had her fangs. Destiny started to run her fingers through her hair and hummed in satisfaction. After a couple of minutes, Destiny finally released a defeated sigh, and then she vanished the mirror, albeit reluctantly. Destiny knew that she needed to return, after all, she was on the clock. So, Destiny climbed down from the bed and decided to take another bath as she didn't have soap or shampoo at the mountain. Destiny always slept naked, so she didn't need to get undressed. She simply entered the bathroom and turned on the shower. Then with a simple thought, she turned on the tap to fill the bathtub, and after that, she stepped under the shower. After exploring all the changes and improvements back on the mountain, Destiny decided to take a nap before returning to Cornwall. Destiny wasn't feeling exhausted or anything, but she was still feeling somewhat tired, so she decided to take a nap. After all, she still had a long day in front of her. So, Destiny returned to Budapest and decided to book a room, and that is how she ended up in the hotel room. After washing away the soap and shampoo from her body and hair, Destiny turned off the shower and stepped into the bath. Moments later, a bottle of Palinka along with a glass came flying to Destiny from inside the room. Destiny never bothered to close the bathroom door as she was already planning to get herself a drink while relaxing in the bath. The bottle was uncorked and the bottle tipped itself to fill the glass. The bottle flew back to the dresser in front of the mirror while the glass slowly flew into Destiny's waiting hand. Destiny took a small sip from the glass and nodded her head in satisfaction. After that, she took another sip from the glass, and then she started to shift inside the bathtub to make herself more comfortable. A satisfied groan escaped her lips as she found the most comfortable position. Palinka was the strongest alcohol available in Hungary, and Palinka was only exclusive to Hungary. Destiny had tried the drink when she visited Hungary the last time. Palinka was one of her favorite alcohols in the whole world, and Destiny always preferred stronger drinks. So, she was already planning to buy as much Palinka as she could before returning to Britain. Destiny quickly gulped down the rest of the drink and decided to pour herself another glass. After a long and relaxing bath, Destiny stepped out of the bathroom and pulled out a fresh pair of knickers and a bodysuit from the trunk. After getting dressed, Destiny grabbed a spoon from the table and turned it into a portkey. She shoved the portkey inside her pocket, and with a snap of her fingers, she closed the trunk and shrunk it down. She grabbed the trunk and shoved the trunk inside her pocket. With that, Destiny was ready to leave, but before that, there was something else she needed to do. Destiny pulled out her wand and waved it around the room. She wanted to remove all of her traces from the room. She was sure that she had left a strand of hair here and there throughout the room. She didn't want any Wixen getting their hands on a strand of her hair. There are quite a lot of nasty things you can do to someone if you get a strand of their hair. Most of those crafts were based on witchcraft, and while witchcraft was dying in art, Destiny did not want to any risks. Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction and started to walk toward the door after putting her wand back in the holster. The door opened on its own, and after Destiny walked out of the room, the door closed itself on its own. Destiny checked out of the hotel, and after that, without wasting any more time, she made her way toward the nearest liquor shop. It was a good thing that she had her priorities straight. It took her only 10 minutes to get what she wanted. As soon as she entered the shop, Destiny confounded all the muggles except for the shopkeeper to leave the store. After buying herself 2 barrels of Palinka, Destiny decided to leave the money on the table and obliviate the shopkeeper. Destiny was in a good mood as her trip to Hungary was quite eventful, so she decided not to kill any muggles. They will get their due, but today was not that day. After leaving the shop, Destiny activated the muggle-repelling charm on her earring, and without wasting any more time, she pulled out the portkey. Dover, as soon the word left Destiny's mouth, she felt a familiar tug around her navel, and moments later, she was whisked away. Destiny decided to use Dover as the destination for the portkey as she did not want anyone to track her back to her temporary base. Line break. Cornwall, Britain. My name is Minerva McGonagall, and currently, I teach Transfiguration at Hogwarts. I was asked to help all of you with Transfiguration and Conjuration, and if any of you are wondering, I have already earned a mastery in Transfiguration and I am working to get a mastery in Conjuration, Minerva explained as she stared at the Wixen gathered in front of her. One of the wizards released a snort. We aren't in school, what can you even teach us? The wizard asked skeptically. Minerva pursed her lips in displeasure. She already knew that she might need to deal with a rowdy group of students. After all of her current students have finished their newts. Minerva understood where they were coming from, but she wouldn't be able to teach them anything if they didn't even listen to her. So she needed to make them acknowledge her skills. She needed to show them how superior her transfiguration skills were compared to all of them. That would be the easiest way. Why don't you step forward and show me your best transfiguration? Minerva urged the wizard. From the corner of her eyes Minerva noticed Donovan and another wizard watching her class. Minerva took a deep breath. She couldn't fail at this stage, she needed to make a good impression. The said wizard sneered at Minerva and stepped forward. He pulled out his wand and started to twirl it around while whispering under his breath. Minerva narrowed her eyes as she quickly realized what the wizard was trying to do. Minerva would never admit it, but if the wizard succeeded then she would be quite impressed. Slowly, the ground started to rise and it transformed into a lion. The wizard smirked smugly as he glanced at Minerva and the lion roared loudly. I wouldn't lie, mister. Minerva started to speak, but she stopped when she realized that she hadn't bothered to ask the wizard's name. The wizard smiled proudly. Yuri, Mikhail Yuri, the wizard said proudly as he puffed out his chest. Minerva nodded her head in understanding. Mr. Yuri, that is quite an impressive piece of magic, but tell me, Mr. Yuri, can you do it silently? Minerva asked in a neutral tone. I did it silently, Mikhail said with an indignant look on his face. Yes, you might have been silent, but you were muttering some spells under your breath, weren't you? Minerva asked with a small smile on her smile as she already knew that she had won the argument. Murmurs broke out and some Wixen even started to snicker. McGonagall simply scowled and released an annoyed huff. If you can do better then why don't you show us? McGonagall challenged and Minerva wasn't a Gryffindor for nothing. Minerva flicked her hand and her wand flew into her hand. Minerva started to wave her wand through the 8, but unlike McGonagall, she wasn't muttering any spells under her breath. Everyone noticed the difference, but all of them simply settled on staring at her in awe. The ground rose up and it slowly transformed into a lion and her lion was way more impressive than McGonagall's. Her lion was much bigger and it looked way more majestic with its golden mane. The lion looked around at the gathered crowd and released a loud roar. Even its roar was way more impressive than McGonagall's lion. Everyone gathered around Minerva flinched back and Minerva smiled proudly at her creation. Silence ensued when the lion finally finished its roar. Bravo. Bravo. That was amazing. That was most impressive. The wizard standing beside Donovan exclaimed while clapping his hands. The man was quite short and he seemed to be quite older than Donovan, at least, that is what Minerva deduced. The man had a thick accent in his voice, but no matter how much she tried, she couldn't place a name on it. Even though Minerva did not know the man, she could understand that the man was being genuine with his compliments. Ms. McGonagall, this is my friend Vladimir Sastikov, please forgive his manner. He becomes somewhat excited whenever he witnesses an impressive feat of magic. Donovan smiled as he introduced the wizard beside him and Minerva simply smiled politely. The two of them approached Minerva. Though I must admit, your lion is quite impressive, Donovan said carefully as he glanced toward the lion who was eyeing him up like a piece of meat. Thank you for the compliments, gentlemen. Was there something I can help you with or shall I continue the class? Minerva asked in a polite tone. She could understand the two of them watching her class from the sidelines, but she couldn't understand the two of them decided to interrupt her. We wouldn't have interrupted you, but there is someone who wants to meet you. If you follow me. Donovan requested in a polite tone, but Minerva knew that she could only accept the request. Though Minerva couldn't help but wonder who she was going to meet. She knew that Donovan was quite high on the social ladder within the Crimson Knights. Minerva internally snorted. That is what these people called themselves. All of you are dismissed, Vladimir called out looking at the gathered crowd of students. The students nodded their heads as they started to leave. Vladimir turned around to leave and that is when he noticed that Minerva was about to dismiss the lion. You can keep it if you want. You don't need to hide your skills among us. You are among your own kind, Vladimir said with a meaningful look on his face. Minerva simply nodded her head and decided to keep the lion for the time being. Yes, she was quite proud of her own work, so she wouldn't mind showing it around. If she was being honest, Minerva found it quite nice that she didn't need to hide her magic here. Donovan simply nodded his head in approval when he saw that Minerva decided to keep the lion. He was sure that Lady Grindelwald was going to love the lion even though the creature was transfigured. Who am I supposed to meet? Minerva asked curiously as she continued to walk behind Donovan. The man was leading her towards the outskirts of the ward line and Minerva couldn't help but start to feel nervous. It was already evening and it was getting dark, so Minerva started to think about various scenarios. She came here after finishing her shift at Hogwarts, so there was a chance that someone might have followed her. Did I blow my cover? Are they going to try to get rid of me? Minerva started to wonder in horror. Well, I am not going to go down without a fight. Minerva growled inside her mind as she clutched her wand tightly. She also noticed that Donovan and Vladimir never answered her question. Moments later, Minerva stiffened when she noticed Donovan pulled out something from his robes, but she finally relaxed when she noticed that it was only a piece of paper. While Donovan was walking in front of Minerva, so he couldn't see her actions, but Vladimir was walking beside her and he was keeping an eye on her. Read this, Donovan said as he shoved the piece of paper in Minerva's hands. Minerva quickly read the lines written on the paper. She felt something weird and then, all of a sudden, a two-story house appeared out of thin air just outside the ward line. Minerva's eyes grew wide in surprise and she didn't even notice when the piece of paper in her hand crumbled into dust. Minerva had no idea what sort of magic this was and as Vladimir was keeping an eye on her, he easily noticed her reaction. That house is under the Fidelius charm, Vladimir declared with a smile as he nodded his head like a sage. It is one of the most obscure spells. It hides the secret or something like that. I don't know the exact details. I am not good when it comes to obscure magic, Vladimir shrugged blandly. Nobody expects you to, Vladimir. Even I don't know what the Fidelius charm entails, Donovan added as the three of them finally crossed the ward line. Minerva decided to store the information in the back of her mind. She guessed that Albus would probably know what this Fidelius charm was and how it worked. Minerva shivered in discomfort when she felt newer wards wash over her body. For a moment, Vladimir wondered if he should warn Minerva about black wards or not, but ultimately, he decided against it. Minerva followed Donovan inside the house and she found herself inside a large drawing room. She would have looked around the room, but her eyes quickly zeroed in on one of the women sitting on one of the couches. Minerva tried, but she couldn't help but gape at the woman. The woman was beautiful. No, that would an understatement. She is extremely beautiful, but I wonder if her hair is even natural or not, Minerva wondered internally as she continued to stare at the woman's crimson hair. Minerva McGonagall, I have been waiting to meet you. Why don't you take a seat? The crimson-haired woman offered, and Minerva shivered in fear when she finally noticed the woman's reptilian crimson eyes focused on her. Minerva gulped nervously as she could feel power rolling off of the woman. Even though the woman was politely smiling at her, Minerva couldn't help but feel extremely wary of the woman. The woman was powerful, incredibly so. Minerva quickly realized the power difference between herself and the crimson-haired woman sitting in front of her. Once again Minerva gulped loudly as she realized that the woman was probably stronger than Albus. She believed that Albus would probably be able to defeat the woman in combat thanks to his experience, but there was no doubt that the woman was magically stronger than Albus. Without further ado, Minerva took a seat and her mind started to go through various scenarios. Did you conjure that? Once again, the woman spoke. Minerva broke out of her musing and turned towards where the woman was pointing. No, I transfigured it from dirt, Minerva answered. The woman whistled with an impressed look on her face. That is quite impressive. Not many can achieve what you have done, though I shouldn't be surprised. After all, you are a transfiguration mistress. The woman nodded her head with an amused look on her face. She is probably one of the youngest transfiguration mistresses in the whole world. Minerva finally noticed the other occupants of the room. It was a black-haired and green-eyed witch who complimented her. Minerva immediately recognized the witch as Cassiopeia Black, one of the recent Hogwarts graduates. Why, I am not surprised that the Blacks are already involved. Minerva internally questioned herself. Thank you, Miss Black, Minerva replied primly, and Cassiopeia simply inclined her head in acknowledgement. Minerva glanced toward the white-haired witch who was still checking out the lion she had transfigured with a look of interest on her face. The woman was yet to say anything, so Minerva turned back toward the crimson-haired beauty. Where did that come from? Minerva wondered in confusion as she shook her head to clear her mind. You seem to already know me, but you have me at a disadvantage. Minerva trailed off with an unsure look on her face. Whoever this woman was, she was probably quite high on the command chain, or she was probably the highest, so Minerva wanted to avoid insulting her in any manner. While the woman was insanely strong, she was quite young, which is why Minerva wasn't sure if the woman was the leader of this well-organized group. No, she couldn't call the Crimson Knights a group, it was an army. Ah. You forgive me. It is one of my bad habits, I always forget to introduce myself. Destiny inclined her head in amusement. I am Destiny Grindelwald, it is nice to make your acquaintance. The crimson-haired woman introduced herself while looking extremely amused. Meanwhile, Minerva's eyes grew wide as saucers, and before she could even realize what she was doing, she was pulling out her hand. At the end of the day, she was a Gryffindor and they always charged ahead. Destiny simply raised her hand and Minerva's wand flew into her hand, and with a simple glance, she magically bound Minerva. Gryffindor indeed. Destiny heard Cassiopeia mutter under her breath. Destiny simply chuckled at Cassiopeia's words and started to twirl Minerva's wand in her hand with an amused look on her face. Minerva realized that she still had her lion and she mentally ordered it to attack Destiny, who simply waved her hand and turned the lion back into dirt. Minerva's eyes grew wide at the display of wandless magic and she reeled back in fear. That was reckless indeed. Gryffindors charge ahead, that is their house motto, right? Destiny asked as she glanced toward Cassiopeia from the corner of her eyes, and Cassiopeia simply hummed. You could say that, Cassiopeia hummed as she finally turned toward Minerva, who was completely terrified of Destiny, but at the same time she was also glaring daggers at Destiny. Cassiopeia did not know how the woman achieved such a feat, but nonetheless, she would commend the woman. That was pretty rude of you, Minerva. You should have played it cool, but you messed up by trying to attack me. As soon as I heard that you not only work at Hogwarts but you are also a transfiguration professor, I suspected that you were a spy. After all, Albus Dumbledore has a really bad habit of poking his crooked nose where it doesn't belong, Destiny said as she slowly stood. At first, Minerva grimaced at Destiny's words when Destiny pointed out that she acted recklessly. Looking back, Minerva realized that she shouldn't have tried to attack Destiny when she already knew that Destiny was way stronger than her, but she simply acted out on instinct. But when Destiny started to insult Albus, Minerva couldn't stop herself from defending the man. Albus Dumbledore is a great man. Minerva snarled in anger, but once again Minerva realized that she shouldn't have done that when she noticed the unamused look on everyone's face except for Destiny. You are pretty amusing, Destiny said in a playful tone. Though I kind of agree with you. Albus Dumbledore is a great wizard, but at the end of the day, he is a man who betrayed magic, Destiny deadpanned with a bland look on her face. Once again. Minerva started to fume at the insult, but this time she decided to keep her mouth shut. She also did not understand what Destiny was trying to insinuate by calling Albus a traitor. I can see your confusion. You don't understand what I am trying to say, but you will. In the future, you will, Destiny said while nodding her head. Then she started to approach Minerva, much to the woman's horror. At the same time, Minerva couldn't help but feel dread after hearing Destiny's words. Wait. You are going to let her live? Ambika spoke for the first time since Minerva arrived. Yes. I am going to let her live. After all, killing her would be a waste. She has so much talent and potential, and it would be criminal of me to kill her just for choosing the wrong side of the war, Destiny explained with a look of sympathy on her face as she glanced at Minerva, who snarled at Destiny. I will never join you. Minerva said firmly, and Destiny simply nodded her head. I pity you. It seems that Albus Dumbledore has already corrupted you, but fear not, I will still save you. You will probably hate me with your very being, but you will be saved. You will receive salvation, Destiny said with a solemn look on her face as she continued to look at Minerva with pity in her eyes. If I hadn't heard it myself, then I wouldn't have believed the dragon shit you are spouting, Cassiopeia deadpanned from the side, and Destiny couldn't help but scowl at her lover's words. You just had to ruin my fun. Destiny scowled. Just look at her. She was already believing my words, Destiny said as she pointed at Minerva's face, who was glaring daggers at Destiny. I don't think she ever believed you, Ambika pointed out, and Destiny took another look at Minerva's face and simply shrugged dismissively. Oh well, not that it would matter when I am done with her, but as I was saying, killing her would be a huge loss. After all, she is loyal to Dumbledore, and since he sent her here to spy on us, it also means that he trusts her. Just imagine how he would feel when he finds out that Minerva had been spying on him for us and she was loyal to us instead of him. Destiny started to cackle in glee. I would rather die than join you, you monster. Minerva snarled in rage, and Destiny simply gave her an amused look as she placed both of her arms on Minerva's shoulders. Minerva tried to scoot away from the woman, but there was nowhere to go. You will join us, Minerva. When I am done with you, you will join us and you will spy on Dumbledore for us. Anyway, there is something else I must do before you finally decide to join us, Destiny cooed with a serious look on her face. Legilimens. Destiny called out and entered Minerva's mind. Equals 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 equals. Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. Equals 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 equals. 5180 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 44, The First Salvo, I. Destiny slipped into Minerva's mind with close to no difficulty. Minerva's mind was only protected by basic occlumency shields. Destiny couldn't help but wonder how could Dumbledore send someone as a spy whose mind was only protected by basic occlumency shields. True, legilimency was an extremely obscure form of magic when compared to its counterpart, occlumency. Minerva did try to fight Destiny, but it was for naught. Her shields weren't strong to stop Destiny from entering her mind. Minerva was taught occlumency during her aura training, but this was the first time she was experiencing a full-blown legilimency attack. While the Ministry of Magic was yet to ban legilimency, it was highly restricted and frowned upon. Minerva was inspected by a ministry-authorized legilimens during her aura training. She only needed to have basic occlumency shields to pass the tests, and she had passed the test with flying colors. The ministry-authorized legilimens would look like a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum in front of Destiny, or that is how Minerva compared their legilimency attacks. For the first time after leaving the DMLE, Minerva was regretting her choice not to strengthen her occlumency shields. After leaving the DMLE, Minerva simply forgot about her occlumency shields. After all, she was a teacher, she had no secrets to protect, and she seriously doubted that any of the students knew how to perform legilimency. What Minerva did not know is that some of the Newt students knew how to perform legilimency, but they never used it on her since there was no need. After all, Minerva was a simple transfiguration professor. Not only that, she was a half-blood according to the pureblood standards, so there was nothing they could learn from Minerva by rummaging through the woman's mind. What Minerva also did not know is the fact that Albus always used legilimency to read everyone's surface thoughts around him. Albus had so much experience in the art that there was no way that someone with the basic occlumency shields could sense his presence in their minds. Albus also knew which students to avoid. After all, getting caught would destroy his life. Albus Dumbledore might be the strongest wizard in the country, but he did not have any pull in the Wisengamot, and the purebloods would jump at the chance of knocking him down a peg or two. Minerva internally screamed in frustration as Destiny kept rummaging through her mind, Minerva was feeling extremely violated. She couldn't the feeling, but she was feeling completely bare as Destiny kept rummaging through her mind like she owned the place. It was hard to explain the feeling, but Minerva was sure that she hated it. Minerva wanted to fight back, but she was weak. All of her attempts to fight back were ruthlessly crushed by Destiny. Destiny snorted at the woman's attempts to throw her out of her mind. The woman was pathetically weak when it came to the topic of mind magics. Well, Destiny couldn't blame the woman. After rummaging through Minerva's mind, Destiny realized why Minerva decided to ignore her clemency shields after she decided to quit her job at the DMLE. Though the woman was simply naive. Albus Dumbledore had been using passive legilimency to read her mind from time to time. When Destiny was finally done looking through Minerva's memories, Destiny gently pulled herself out of Minerva's mind. If Minerva was a member of the Order of the Light, then Destiny wouldn't have used legilimency on her. After all, Destiny didn't want to have a repeat of the last time, but she was sure that Minerva was not a member of the Order of the Light. All of the members of the Order of the Light knew of her existence. Destiny had been observing Minerva very closely when the woman entered the room. There was no recognition on Minerva's face and there was a chance that Minerva might have recognized her, so Destiny decided to test further. The way Minerva reacted after Destiny introduced herself was all the proof Destiny needed to know that Minerva wasn't a part of the Order of the Light. Destiny gently smiled as she caressed Minerva's cheek. Minerva tried to scoot away from Destiny's hand, but she was still magically bound. Minerva heatedly glared at Destiny as unshed tears started to pool in her eyes. Destiny smiled solemnly as she continued to stroke Minerva's cheek lovingly. Minerva wanted to move away from the woman who just mentally violated her, but a small and traitorous part of her mind wanted Destiny to keep stroking her cheek. Minerva did not know where the feeling was from, but she was even more disgusted at herself for feeling like that. She must have done something to my mind. Yes, that's it. Minerva tried to convince herself, but even Minerva knew that it was a lie. Though for the time being, Minerva decided to force herself to think that Destiny had messed with her mind, at least, for the sake of her sanity. First of all, let me apologize for what I just did to you. I know it won't mean much to you, but I still must apologize. I needed to know what Albus Dumbledore knew about us. Destiny said solemnly as she continued to stroke Minerva's cheek. Minerva's nostrils flared in anger as she continued to glare at Destiny heatedly. Slowly a couple of tears trickled down her eyes. Minerva wanted to scream at the monster in front of her, but she didn't trust herself enough not to break down in front of all of these people. Minerva knew that she needed to be strong. She was a fucking Gryffindor for Merlin's sake and she wasn't going to shame her house by showing weakness. Destiny softly smiled as she finally stopped stroking Minerva's cheek and Minerva felt something bubbling inside her, which made her feel even more disgusted at herself. You know, I was being honest when I said that I did not want to kill you. I really hate killing Wixen and I want to avoid killing them as much as I can, but if they get in the way of my dream then I won't hesitate to kill them. Destiny said softly as she pulled her hand away from Minerva's cheek. When I said it would be a waste to kill you I was being completely honest. Not just because you could spy on Albus for me, but I truly believe that you might become something great in the future. Destiny explained solemnly and Minerva simply scoffed and continued to glare at Destiny. Minerva wasn't going to believe whatever bullshit this woman was spouting. I understand if you don't believe me. It is all right, someday you will understand. Destiny nodded her head with a determined look on her face, which made Minerva feel kind of uncomfortable. She had no idea what the woman was planning and to be honest, Minerva wanted to avoid whatever the woman has planned for her. But Destiny raised her finger. There is something else I want from you. That is why I need to you forget everything about this conversation. You see, Albus Dumbledore can't help himself from taking a peek inside others' minds. Destiny explained with a grin and Minerva couldn't help but stare at Destiny with wide eyes. Moments later, the rage and anger returned to her face as she once again started to glare at Destiny heatedly. How dare you accuse him of using legilimency on me? Minerva growled in anger as she started to flare her magic, which made Destiny release an amused snort. If Minerva thought she could scare Destiny with her magic, then she was sorely mistaken. In fact, she was only able to amuse Destiny. One day you will believe me and only will understand that I was being honest with you. Destiny said as she gave Minerva a curt nod. Without saying anything else, Destiny pulled out her wand. She needed her wand for this. She only needed to remove some specific parts of Minerva's memories, so she needed to have better control over the spell. No, it would be foolish to remove the memories completely when she could simply lock the memories without anyone discovering anything. Obliviate, Destiny hissed as she pointed her wand at Minerva's head, who had a confused look on her face. There were two types of obliviation spells. One removed the memories from a person's mind. In this case, the memories are not recoverable, they would be completely gone. Obliviators used the permanent memory removal obliviation spells to obliviate the muggles because it was easier and less time-consuming. The other type of obliviation spell would simply lock the memories away inside a person's mind. This type of obliviation spell was rarely used as the person was slow and time-consuming. Not only that, the user needed to be extremely careful with the spell or they might end up messing up the mind of the victim. It would be way easier if the user simply erased the memories. There was also a chance that the spell might break if the victim is under duress, so the user needed to be extremely careful and competent. Destiny considered herself competent enough, so she simply needed to be extremely careful with the spell. That was also why she was using the Parseltongue spell, so if someone ever discovers the memory block inside her mind, then they wouldn't be able to unlock her memory block with a simple counter spell. The counter spell needed to be cast in Parseltongue, and currently, there were only 3 Parselmouths in the country. A person could also fight against the Obliviation spell, but they would need to be somewhat good at Occlumency. Minerva did have basic Occlumency shields, but her shields weren't anywhere strong enough to fight against Destiny's Obliviation spell. After all, Destiny was quite determined to get the job done. Destiny furrowed her brows in concentration as she continued to carefully modify Minerva's mind. Destiny did not want to leave any hints for Dumbledore to discover that his spy's mind has been tampered with. After all, the man loved welcoming himself into other people's minds. Yes, Dumbledore won't be able to unblock the memories, he would realize that something is wrong and he might stop trusting Minerva. After a few minutes, Destiny was finally done. Destiny simply decided to hide herself from Minerva's memories. Now, Minerva would believe that she entered the house, and then she had a chat with one of the Hogwarts alumni named Cassiopeia Black, and after having some tea and snacks, she left. Yes, she was exposing the fact the House of Blacks was helping the forces off Grindelwald, but it was going to keep Albus occupied for the time being. Destiny was sure that Albus wouldn't be surprised to find that the House of Black has already joined Grindelwald. Now that Destiny was done modifying Minerva's memories of their short meeting, Destiny slowly pulled out of Minerva's mind. There was something else Destiny had done. She had tweaked a couple of Minerva's emotions. Destiny had slightly increased Minerva's pride and desire when she was rummaging through the woman's mind. That is why Minerva was feeling great whenever Destiny was complimenting her. Minerva was relishing the compliments and Destiny's touch. Though Destiny was slightly disappointed that she couldn't tweak the woman's emotions anymore. Something more would have been easily noticed and it would have taken her a lot of time. Destiny was also disappointed over the fact that the woman was straight as an arrow, otherwise, Destiny would have loved seducing the woman. No matter how much Destiny tweaked Minerva's mind, she could have never made the older woman change her preference. Destiny would have needed to rewrite her whole mind and personality if she wanted to change Minerva's preference, and if Destiny did that, then the woman would no longer be Minerva McGonagall. It would be a completely new person wearing the skin of Minerva McGonagall, and she would need weeks to achieve something like that, if not months. Destiny simply shook her head as she turned toward Donovan and Vladimir. Take her to her infirmary and tell the healer to give Minerva some insignificant excuse for her passing out. Destiny ordered as she pointed at Minerva, who was knocked out cold by Destiny after she was done modifying the woman's memories. Donovan and Vladimir nodded their heads, and Donovan was the one who decided to levitate Minerva to the infirmary. Didn't you say that you were going to make her join the knights? Ambika asked with a confused look on her face when Donovan and Vladimir finally left the room along with Minerva. I am afraid this is the best course of action. As I have been saying, Albus Dumbledore has a knack for using passive legitimacy on everyone. He would be easily discovered. Her Destiny shook her head in disappointment. Oh. So, how are you going to spy on Albus Dumbledore? It is pretty clear that he will be snooping around from now on, Cassiopeia questioned curiously, and Destiny simply smirked. For now, I won't be doing anything. Right now, Minerva is simply unable to pass any information to Albus due to her oaths, and she won't be passing any information to the men for quite some time. Right now, Albus is looking for a pensieve. It will probably take him a couple of months to get his hands on a pensieve, Destiny revealed with a casual shrug. But she is still going to be a security leak, isn't she? If she isn't going to be of any use for us, then it would be better if we got rid of her, Ambika said with a scowl, but Destiny simply shook her head. Her occlumency shields are very weak. She only has basic shields. If Albus can take advantage of her weakness, then I can too, Destiny revealed, and while Ambika agreed that it was a good plan, Cassiopeia couldn't help but be skeptical. If you could discover Albus probing her mind, isn't he going to discover you too? Cassiopeia asked skeptically, and Destiny nodded her head in agreement, as it was a good point. That is the thing. I only discovered what he has been doing when I used the spell, so Albus won't discover anything as long as he doesn't use the spell on her, and he won't use the spell on her, Destiny explained, but Cassiopeia still gave her a skeptic look. How can you be so sure? He might be a goody two-shoes, but if push comes to shove, then he might give it a try, Cassiopeia said with a frown, and Destiny had to admit that Cassiopeia was right. You are right. I can't be sure that he won't use the spell, Destiny said with a scowl on her face. Moments later, Destiny calmed down and she slowly closed her eyes. She needed to think. She knew thousands of spells, there must be something she could use. After looking through her memories, Destiny finally found something she could use. There was a king in Mongolia. The man had serious trust issues and he did not trust anyone. The man even distrusted his own children, so the king started to practice legitimacy on everyone around him, as the king knew that he couldn't continue to keep showing his distrust for everyone so openly. So legilimency was a good solution, but it came with its own problems and risks. The king quickly realized that he couldn't keep on going like this. His wives and children were also Wixen, so there was always a risk that they might discover what he was doing. All of his family members had their own court magicians, so there was also a chance that they might discover something. The king needed a solution and he needed it quick. The king has already been using legilimency on everyone for quite a few years, so the king has become extremely good at the art, so he thought it would be a waste to stop using legilimency. He simply needed something to cover his tracks or erase his tracks. So, after researching for nearly a year and a half, the man was finally able to create a spell to cover his tracks. Destiny had found the spell in Mongolia. At that time, Destiny had thought the spell was useless. Why would she ever need to hide her tracks from someone's mind after she used legilimency on them? It was better to simply kill them and be done with it. Well, it was a good thing that she had read the whole book even though it was filled with boring and useless spells. At least, that is what Destiny thought. Why the fuck she would need a spell that would make her sparkle in sunlight? Yes, I do know a spell for this specific purpose, Destiny said as she finally opened her eyes. Really? Ambika asked excitedly and Destiny simply hummed. Remember when we were in Mongolia, I bought a lot of books. Destiny asked, and after getting a nod from Ambika, Destiny decided to continue. Well, the spell was in one of those books. The King of Distrust, that was the book's title, Destiny said with a thoughtful look on her face, and Ambika simply inclined her head with a thoughtful look on her face. She furrowed her eyebrows and after a few seconds, a look of realization finally dawned on her face. Hey! That book was filled with the most nonsensical and useless spells, Ambika said with a look of disgust. Destiny matched her expressions and nodded her head. There was a spell to make your fart smell like flowery perfume. Then there was a smell to make your poop smell like a flower garden. The book was filled with nonsensical spells like those. There was also a spell that would make your teeth glow in darkness, and there was a spell that would create chimes whenever you walk. Yeah. That's the one. Destiny said with a snap of her fingers. Well, enough of that. Ambika, do we have someone who is good in dark arts and looks kind of innocent? Destiny asked curiously as she finally remembered that she found something in Minerva's mind. Ambika was taken aback by the sudden change of topic, but she quickly regained her bearings. Ambika furrowed her brows and after a few seconds, she simply shrugged. Nobody comes to the mind. Though I think there might be someone, Ambika guessed with a thoughtful look on her face, and Destiny simply hummed as she tapped her chin. Okay. Ask around if there is someone, Destiny said with a sigh. Armando Dippet, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, was looking for a defense against the dark arts professor. Right now, the spot was empty, so it was Albus Dumbledore who was teaching Data at Hogwarts. Destiny wanted to have one of her agents inside Hogwarts who was loyal to her. Yeah, sure, Ambika nodded her head in understanding. So, when are we leaving? Cassiopeia asked primly as she placed her teacup on the plate. In a few hours. Destiny replied as she cast a tempest to check the time. I also want to check on our guest before leaving, Destiny said as she slowly stood up from the couch. Wait. Can you show us some of the improvements you received from the ritual? Ambika asked frantically as Destiny started to leave the room. There is not much to show. Destiny stopped as she slowly turned back, except for this, Destiny added and conjured a table with a simple thought. Destiny grinned at Ambika's and Cassiopeia's reaction as she walked out of the room, leaving behind a gaping Ambika and Cassiopeia. How? Cassiopeia stuttered out in shock and Ambika did not have an answer for the green-eyed witch. Ambika simply decided to give up as she already knew that Destiny was always outrageous when it came to magic. Meanwhile, Destiny finally entered the basement and found Albus where she had left him. Destiny inclined her head as she started to wonder if she broke the man. Moments later, a savage grin formed on her face as she pointed her finger at Albus. Crucio, Destiny muttered, and Albus shot up from the chair in pain. The chains stopped him from standing up completely, but they didn't stop him from falling. Albus has been sleeping all this time. His body was somewhat weak as Destiny had used his life force and magic to heal herself. Albus wasn't in any type of danger as his magic was continuously healing his body and he was almost completely healed. Then all of a sudden, pain was the only thing he could feel. Albus did not know what was happening, but he started to scream at the top of his lungs before he could even realize where he was. After a couple of seconds, Destiny finally lifted the spell and Albus released a loud gasp. Then he started to pant as his body continued to spasm. Hola. Destiny waved her hand with a cheerful grin on her grin. Albus grimaced as his memories finally returned to him. The Cruciatus curse was really bad for the brain. Albus almost snarled at Destiny, but he held himself back as he remembered that it would only earn him more punishment. How are feeling? I hope I wasn't too rough with you, Destiny said with a cheeky grin on her face, and a chair appeared behind her. Albus' eyes grew wide in surprise when the chair appeared, but he decided to ignore it. After all, there was a chance that she had asked a house elf to bring the chair and she simply wanted to take him off guard. So, have you changed your mind? Destiny asked curiously as she crossed her legs haughtily. Albus simply decided to sneer at Destiny, and that was enough for Destiny to realize what he wanted to say. Obviously, Destiny wasn't impressed with his uncooperativeness, so she decided to teach him a lesson. Destiny pulled out her wand and with a jab, she silently conjured a marble tub. Destiny twisted her wand and the tub started to fill with water. Destiny grinned savagely as she glanced at Albus from the corner of her eyes. Albus shivered as a chill ran down his spine. When the tub was finally filled with water, Destiny slowly turned Albus. "You should have answered me," Destiny said in a solemn tone, but she failed to hide the excitement and glee from her face. Destiny flicked her wand in Albus' direction and removed all of his clothes. Albus yelped in surprise and tried to cover himself, but as soon as he covered his groin, he was lifted up in the air. Albus looked around frantically, but Destiny decided not to pay him any mind. First of all, Destiny wasn't interested in men, and secondly, she was really excited to cause him pain. Destiny floated Albus over the tub and then she unceremoniously dropped him inside the tub. Albus gasped at the temperature of the water while Destiny used her magic to stop the water from splashing outside the tub. Gah! Albus screamed loudly as the temperature of the water started to drop at a rapid rate. Albus scooted over to one of the corners, but just when Albus felt that he was going to freeze to death, the water started to heat up and the change in the temperature wasn't comfortable as the temperature of the water was heating up at a rapid rate. "This is what you are going to feel for a day. I think any more will break your mind and I need to know what you have inside your mind," Destiny said with a gentle smile on her face, and Albus couldn't help but stare at Destiny in complete horror. For a moment, he thought that it would be better to tell her everything, but he quickly crushed that thought. He wouldn't give him. He wasn't going to disappoint the people who had placed their trust in him. "I would have loved to watch your suffering, but, unfortunately, I have to leave," Destiny said in a disappointed tone as she slowly stood up. "The temperature of the water is going to oscillate so rapidly that neither your brain nor body will be able to comprehend it," Destiny explained gleefully as she placed the tip of her wand at the tub. Destiny started to etch runes at the side of the tub. She wasn't going to be here, so she needed some other means to manage the whole process. Destiny poured her magic into the runes so that they could keep running even in her absence. Then she added some other runes along the side to erect a containment ward around the edge of the tub. Everything inside the tub will stay inside the tub. She did it to stop Albus from tossing out the water from the tub. Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction when she was finally done. She gave Albus one last look and she found that the man was glaring at her with a determined look on his face. "Bibli," Destiny called out, and moments later, the said creature popped inside the room. "What can Bibli best doing for mistress?" the house elf asked excitedly. "Keep an eye on him while I am gone. I have made sure that he won't be able to escape, but there is still a chance that he might be able to break out of his confinements due to some miracle. If somehow he breaks out, you will knock him out and shove him inside one of the cages inside my trunk," Destiny ordered, and the ELD frantically nodded her head in agreement. "Good, you may leave," Destiny said, and the house elf popped away after bowing her head. After that, Destiny also decided to leave without giving Albus another look. She knew that he wasn't going anywhere, but she still decided to prepare a backup plan, in case something miraculous happens. Destiny had read a lot of storybooks, so she knew that righteous people were well known for pulling miracles out of their arses. Line break. Arcturus Black 3 looked at his father, who was staring intently into his eyes. "Son, you don't know how proud I feel whenever I see the fine men you have grown into, but there are still a lot of things you need to learn," Sirius said with a serious look on his face, no pun intended. "I know, father, and I understand. I always wanted to travel around the world before taking the mantle of Lord Black. There are some things I can only learn through experience," Arcturus said, and Sirius beamed proudly after hearing his eldest son's words. "True. True." Sirius nodded his head with a proud look. "Good then, it is about time you left. Don't keep Lady Grindelwald waiting. She has only been polite and courteous to our house and I don't want to displease her," Sirius warned Arcturus in a grave tone, and Arcturus nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, I have seen her power, father. I would never want her as an enemy to our house," Arcturus chuckled softly, and Sirius simply returned the smile. After that, Arcturus turned toward the flue and tossed some flue powder. As soon as the flames turned green, Arcturus stepped into the fireplace. "Black Townhouse," Arcturus called out, and moments later, he was whisked away by green flames. Arcturus' world turned as he passed by a lot of fireplaces before his feet landed. Arcturus found himself stepping out of Cassiopeia's flow. Arcturus had to admit that the Fidelius charm was one impressive piece of magic. Sirius was the only one who was near the flow, or he wouldn't have been able to utter Cassiopeia's address. Arcturus and Sirius were the only ones who were given the secret. That is why Arcturus had bid farewell to his mother, sister, and brother before making his way towards the flue along with his father. Good, you are finally here, Destiny called out as soon as she noticed Arcturus step out of the fireplace. Arcturus felt that there was something different with the witch, but he couldn't place a finger on it. He found that Destiny's presence was much stronger than before. Arcturus looked around the room only to find that Destiny and Cassiopeia were the only ones present inside the room. Good evening, Lady Grindelwald, Arcturus greeted Destiny with a respectful bow, and Destiny simply smiled. That is when Arcturus noticed her reptilian eyes. Arcturus knew that Destiny was planning to perform a ritual, so now he really wanted to know what sort of ritual she performed, but for now, he had other concerns. When are we leaving? Arcturus asked curiously as he was only told to arrive after having dinner. He wasn't told anything about their time of departure. As soon as I activate the port key. Come, join us, Destiny urged Arcturus to join him. Destiny pulled out a knife from her pocket and Cassiopeia was the next person to grab hold of it. Arcturus realized that the knife must be the port key, so he grabbed it too without wasting any time. Moments later, Destiny hissed something and Arcturus felt a familiar tug around his navel as he was whisked away. After a few seconds, Arcturus finally landed on his feet just like Destiny and Cassiopeia. This was the smoothest port key ride he ever had. He didn't even realize his arrival until his feet landed on the ground. Slowly Arcturus started to check out his surroundings as he was feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The streets were still filled with people. Filthy muggles. Arcturus cursed inside his mind. That is the Woolworth building, the headquarters of Makusa, Destiny said pointing toward the tallest building around them. Arcturus couldn't help but gulp loudly in awe. Now, Arcturus was sure that he was going to experience a lot of new things on this trip. 'Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 50-45 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 45, The First Salvo, 2. Arcturus and Cassiopeia couldn't but fidget nervously and Destiny continued to watch the two of them in amusement. The two of them were trying really hard to hide their nervousness, their disgust, their uneasiness. Destiny could feel their occlumency shields working overtime to hide their emotions, but their emotions were wreaking way too much havoc inside their mind. You two are acting like kids, Destiny snorted in amusement and both Arcturus and Cassiopeia glared at the crimson-haired beauty who started to chuckle at their expense. I thought you hated muggles. Cassiopeia hissed with a displeased look on her face as she glared at her surroundings. Yes, I hate the muggles, but that does not mean I have to hate all of their inventions. They are inferior creatures, but they make it up with their ingenious minds. I would be a fool that fact, especially when I am planning to burn down their world, Destiny answered back with a straight look on her face, and then she waved around her hand. Just look around yourselves. They are no longer running around in animal skins on their bodies with swords and pitchforks in their hands, Destiny urged as she pointed at the muggles around them. Arcturus and Cassiopeia had to admit that Destiny was right, albeit reluctantly. You see, they might lack the gift of magic, but that is what drives them to improve and develop more and more, Destiny explained with a scowl. But aren't we still more advanced than them? Arcturus asked with a confused look on his face and Destiny nodded her head in agreement. That we are, but we aren't going to be for long, Destiny pointed out making both Arcturus and Cassiopeia frown. Destiny obviously noticed their frown, but before either of them could say anything, Destiny raised her hand to stop them from complaining. Let me explain before either of you say anything, Destiny hurriedly added. After a couple of moments, Cassiopeia simply urged Destiny to continue. Arcturus simply decided to listen to Destiny's argument before saying anything else. Destiny slowly nodded her head as she began to speak. You see, our lifespans are much longer compared to muggles. All of our governing bodies are filled with old coots, while I don't have anything against them, they are the reason why change is extremely slow in our society, Destiny explained, and Arcturus had to admit that Destiny was right. He had attended a lot of Wisengamot sessions along with his father. He had seen how the old coots reject all and any changes, no matter if it is good or bad. They simply refused any sort of change. They wanted everything to remain the same. True, sometimes I hate them too, Arcturus shrugged with a scowl on his face, and Cassiopeia simply inclined her head in affirmation as she could understand how the old coots could be a problem to the development of their society. While Destiny may have pushed the whole blame on the old coots, it wasn't entirely their fault. Their whole society was at fault. Traditions and customs were important for every society, but it was simply better to give up on some of the old traditions and customs which were doing them more harm than good. A lot of pureblood families still considered witches to be nothing more than broodmares. Well, Destiny could go on, but that was not the point. So, what is this called? Cassiopeia looked around with a look of disdain on her face. This is called a streetcar or trolley in this country, but it is generally known as a tram, Destiny answered as she stared outside the window. She could have sighed along operad with Arcturus and Cassiopeia to Moira's house, but she wanted the two of them to experience the Muggle world. If they wanted to join their cause, then the two of them needed to know how to blend in the Muggle world. Destiny simply cast the Muggle-repelling charms on Arcturus and Cassiopeia's robes, and she simply activated the Muggle-repelling charms on her earrings before walking out of the dark alley. After that, the three of them were simply ignored by the Muggles. Destiny didn't want to be stared at by filthy Muggles, and she suspected Arcturus and Cassiopeia also felt the same. I see. Arcturus hummed as he also stared out of the windows. He stared at the clothes the Muggles were wearing, and he felt slightly scandalized when he saw the clothes some of the women were wearing. They were simply walking down the streets laughing and chatting with their friends like there was nothing wrong. Then all of a sudden Arcturus realized something. He was thinking just like the old coots. True, he was scandalized when he saw their clothes, but it wasn't his place to complain. If they were comfortable with the clothes they were wearing and they didn't have any problems with the amount of skin they were showing, then who was he to complain? After all, according to the old coots, witches were weak and they should be good and dutiful wives, nothing else. Arcturus did not agree with them on this matter. If a witch was capable, then who was he to complain? A lot of people were unhappy with the fact that Cassiopeia was still unmarried, unlike a proper pureblood witch should be. Arcturus had seen some of the people make snide comments over the fact that Cassiopeia was trying to get more education. Arcturus would have liked to curse them senseless, but he decided to believe that they were simply unhappy with their inadequacies. They might be complaining right now, but he was going to see how they would react when Cassiopeia finally achieved her dream. How long do we need to sit inside this contraption? Arcturus was brought out of his musings when Cassiopeia spoke with a hint of distaste in her voice. Another half an hour, Destiny answered nonchalantly, and then she slowly turned toward Cassiopeia with a teasing grin on her face. Ah, is the big bad Miss Black feeling nervous? Destiny asked in a baby voice, and Arcturus choked when he noticed the look of fury on Cassiopeia's face. Cassiopeia's nostrils flared in indignation as she glared at Destiny, but she refrained from saying anything as she suspected that she would only end up giving more fuel to Destiny to tease her. Cassiopeia also had to use all of her willpower to stop herself from blushing in embarrassment. After all, Destiny was right. So, after glaring at Destiny for a few seconds, who was giving her an innocent look, Cassiopeia simply huffed and started to stare outside the window with her nose and chin haughtily pointed up in the air. Moments later, Destiny started to snicker in amusement and Arcturus joined in too. Cassiopeia threw a venomous look at Arcturus and cast a stinging hex. Arcturus yelped in surprise and raised his hands in the air in form of surrender when he saw that Cassiopeia had her wand pointed at him. Cassiopeia slowly turned her glare at Destiny, who was still snickering, and cast another stinging hex. Destiny simply batted away the spell without even looking, and her snickers grew louder. Cassiopeia released another huff and returned to her window, watching with a haughty look on her face. Line break. Moira Calvert snuggled into her lover's arms, who was fast asleep, completely spent after making love with her. It hasn't been a month since the two of them had started going out, but they simply clicked with each other. Moira released a sigh while basking in the afterglow of their lovemaking. At first, Moira wanted to avoid getting into a relationship, but after thinking for some time, she decided to give it a go. Yes, there was a chance that she might end up blowing her cover, but at the same time, it would also strengthen her cover. It was a good thing that Brandon was completely indifferent to Muggles. She was yet to pitch the idea of joining their cause, but she would never blow her cover just for the sake of her selfishness. Their cause was much bigger than her, and she would never jeopardize their cause for the sake of one man. After all, Brandon wasn't the only man in the world. Yes, if he left her after the truth was revealed, then she would be saddened, but she would get over it. Moira slowly removed Brandon's arm from her waist before she rolled out of the bed. She wanted to take a shower before falling asleep, which she found slightly weird. Moira usually fell asleep in Brandon's arms after their lovemaking session, but tonight she decided to do something different. Even though Moira felt it was weird, she still decided to do it. After getting off the bed, Moira made her way straight toward the closet without looking anywhere else. If she had, then she would have noticed a red beam hit Brandon's back. After putting on her nightrobe, Moira started to make her way toward the kitchen. She wanted to get herself some wine, as some wine would feel divine when she would relax in the bath. Once again, she was doing something she wouldn't have done usually, but she decided to ignore the fact. Moira walked into the kitchen while humming a tune, and she was about to reach for the wine cellar, but she froze in fear when someone called out to her from the back. "Hello, Moira, how have you been?" Moira slowly turned around, she glanced toward the nightstand and cursed inside her mind. She left her wand on the nightstand. It was a childish mistake, but it might end up costing her life. Moira finally turned around and internally released a relieved sigh as she recognized one of her uninvited guests, but she knew that she wasn't off the hook. There was still a chance that she might be killed, but Moira was confident that she would be given a chance to explain her side of the story. Moira took a deep breath and gathered her bearings. She wasn't even bothered about the fact that a man was among the group of her uninvited guests and he might have seen her without clothes. After all, her life was more important than her decency. "Milady." Moira greeted Destiny as she respectfully bowed her head. "Please forgive me for not being presentable," Moira apologized, and Destiny simply inclined her head. "I think an explanation is necessary, but I think it would be better if you took a bath before joining us," Destiny suggested with a smile, and Moira internally rejoiced. Her lady wasn't furious at her, which was a good thing from her perspective. "Then please excuse me, milady," Moira said, and then she turned toward the guests who were simply staring at her with indifferent looks on their faces. "And guests," Moira added after a small pause before leaving the room. As soon as Moira walked out of the room, she bolted toward the nightstand to grab her wand before she rushed into the bathroom. Moira did not want to keep Lady Grindelwald waiting. So, Moira Calvert returned to the kitchen only after 10 minutes, dressed in completely fresh clothes. She had to use a lot of magic to get herself completely fresh and clean in just 10 minutes, but it was all right. "Have a seat," Destiny said when she saw Moira return to the kitchen. The chair was magically pulled back. Moira furrowed her brows when she saw that, but refrained from making any comments. Moira knew that Destiny was quite proficient at wandless magic, as most of the time, Destiny only used wandless magic. Moira nervously took her seat. "So, is there something you want to tell me?" Destiny asked cryptically as she glanced toward Moira's bedroom. Moira realized that Destiny wanted to know about her lover even though Destiny hasn't asked for it, specifically. "His name is Brandon Giles, he works at the Department of Games and Sports. He asked me out. I haven't told him anything about our cause, but I know that he is completely indifferent to the Muggles," Moira quickly explained as she glanced at Destiny. Destiny simply tapped her fingers on the table with a thoughtful look on her face. "I see," Destiny muttered as she slowly nodded her head. "I don't have any problems with you having a relationship as long as it doesn't interfere with our cause," Destiny said with a serious look on her face as she stared into Moira's eyes. She had been continuously using passive legilimency to read Moira's emotions and feelings. Destiny did not have any problems with Moira having a relationship because it would strengthen her cover. Any normal witch would like to have a relationship. After all, it was something natural. In fact, if a witch rejected all the advancements, then it would look way more suspicious. Additionally, Moira genuinely cared for Brandon, so Destiny wanted to avoid separating them. After all, love was a powerful emotion. While Moira genuinely cared for Brandon, she was still completely loyal to their cause, so Destiny didn't have any problems with their relationship. Moira gulped loudly and nodded her head in understanding. Destiny simply smiled after that, and then she turned toward the witch sitting beside her. "Good, now, let me introduce you to my companions." Destiny paused slightly to see if Moira was following her or not. "This is Cassiopeia Black, from the House of Black." Destiny introduced Cassiopeia when she noticed that Moira was following her. "And this is Arcturus Black III from the House the Black." Destiny introduced Arcturus to Moira. Arcturus was the heir of the Black family too. But Destiny thought it was not necessary for Moira to know. "And this is Moira Calvert, she is one of my knights." After that, Destiny introduced Moira to Cassiopeia and Arcturus. "Now that the introductions are finally over, we should move on to the main topic." Destiny cheerfully clapped her hands. "Milady, he might hear." Moira began to speak while pointing toward her bedroom, but Destiny cut her off. "Don't worry, he won't hear anything. I have knocked him out when you weren't looking, and I have also placed some silencing charms around the room." Destiny waved off Moira's worries. "Moira, due to some circumstances, I must get Gellert out of the prison. So, what can you tell me about the Pickery family?" Destiny asked, and Moira simply gaped at Destiny for the next few seconds. Cassiopeia cleared her throat and Moira finally regained her bearings. She closed her mouth with a snap. "I can give you the location of the family manor, and I can also tell you how many people reside in the house, but I can't give you anything more than that," Moira answered with a disheartened look on her face. "What about the security and wards?" For the first time since the meeting started, Arcturus spoke up. Unlike Destiny, he wasn't satisfied with the information, as he believed that they needed much more information before they should make their move. "There will be 5 Aurors stationed inside their house, but I can't you who as the security details keep changing every day. Madam President has become somewhat paranoid after the incident with Percival Graves and Gellert Grindelwald." Moira wasn't able to hide her venom when she mentioned Madam President, which didn't go unnoticed by anyone. After a few moments, Moira released a huge sigh. "Unfortunately, I can't tell you anything about the wards," Moira said sullenly. "It is fine. Is there a chance that there could be more than 5 Auror guards?" Destiny questioned, and Moira furrowed her brows. "There shouldn't be more than 5 Aurors, but I can't say for sure," Moira answered after thinking for a few seconds, and Destiny simply nodded her head in understanding. "Okay, give me the location and the number of people in their house," Destiny said. Moira immediately nodded her head. "Look into my eyes," Moira said, and Destiny understood what Moira wanted her to do. Destiny entered Moira's mind and found herself looking at an address, and then the scene changed. Destiny found herself standing in front of a large manor. Destiny quickly memorized the surroundings. Apparently, the Pickeries have decided to throw a ball to celebrate the successful capture of Gellert Grindelwald, who seemed to be unstoppable. After that, the scene changed and Destiny started to see all the members of the Pickery family. It seemed that Seraphina Pickery was too proud of her achievement. When Destiny realized that there were no more members in the House of Pickery, she slowly pulled herself out of Moira's mind. Only Seraphina's father-in-law and brother-in-law were any good at dueling. Seraphina Pickery and her husband were complete jokes when it came to dueling. Destiny started to wonder how in the name of Merlin's twisted ball Seraphina was able to become the minister. Maybe a minister does not need to be good at anything besides politicking. Well, politicking kind of comes along with the job description, Destiny mused as she tapped the table with her fingers. I got everything we needed, let's go, Destiny said as she slowly stood up from her seat. While Cassiopeia stood up, following Destiny's example, Arcturus couldn't help but frown. We don't know anything about the wards, Arcturus pointed out with a frown, but he still stood up. Destiny simply smirked at his words. You don't need to worry about that. Those wards aren't going to last for long in front of my powers, Destiny said with a grin. Arcturus wanted to complain more as he felt that Destiny was letting her arrogance cloud her judgment, but one meaningful look from Cassiopeia changed his mind. It was pretty clear that Cassiopeia believed in Destiny, so Arcturus also decided to follow Destiny's lead. True, Arcturus had witnessed her power when she had wiped the floor with him, his father, and his uncle. He has also witnessed some awe-inspiring feats of Destiny, but he still believed that Destiny was biting off more than she could chew. Arcturus was at least confident enough that he could escape in case the push comes to shove. Arcturus shook his head to clear his mind. He needed to be ready for the upcoming fight. Good. Let's go then. Destiny exclaimed excitedly as she extended her hands toward Arcturus and Cassiopeia. The two of them grabbed her hands and Destiny closed her eyes as she started to concentrate on the images of the surroundings she had seen inside Moira's mind. After a few seconds of complete silence, Destiny finally disappeared along with Arcturus and Cassiopeia with a soft crack, leaving behind a gaping Moira. Side-along operating even with a single person was extremely hard and Destiny just side-along operated along with two people and she did it almost silently. Moira did not know what to think. Destiny always seemed to break common conceptions with her antics. So, Moira simply shrugged her shoulders and decided to join her lover in the bed. She was so fucking tired. Line break. Destiny, Arcturus, and Cassiopeia arrived in the middle of some random forest with a soft crack. Arcturus couldn't believe how smooth the ride was. He has been side-along operating with his father since he was a child and knew that side-along apparitions was supposed to be rough and loud, but once again, Destiny proved him wrong. Not just that, Destiny brought two people with her and the ride was so smooth. Arcturus did not know what to say. I hope you brought us to the right place because I don't see shit except for trees, Cassiopeia pointed out as she looked around. She pulled out her wand and the tip of her wand lit up with a soft white glow. Arcturus wanted to chastise Cassiopeia for her crass language as it wasn't fitting for a proper lady to use such language, but before he could say anything, Destiny spoke up. Turn that off, Destiny snapped at Cassiopeia who hurriedly turned off the light. Yes, I brought us to the right place and the Pickery family manor is just beyond that tree line. They have used an illusion ward to hide the property, Destiny explained as she started to walk toward the tree line she just pointed. Cassiopeia nervously followed Destiny while Arcturus simply placed an arm over her shoulder in a comforting manner. The three of them finally walked past the tree line and just like Destiny said, the Pickery family manor came into their views. The two of you wait there, let me check the wards, Destiny said as she pulled out her wand. She slowly approached the ward line and kneeled down in front of it. Destiny started to wave her wand in front of the ward line as she started to inspect the wards. Destiny had to admit the wards protecting the Pickery manor were quite impressive. It wasn't anywhere as impressive as the wards at the Black Tower, but it was more impressive than the wards placed around Cassiopeia's house. Well, she shouldn't have expected anything less. The Pickery family was an old pureblood family, but they weren't anywhere near as old as the Sacred 28. When Destiny was finally done inspecting the wards, she started to draw some runes on the ground, right in front of the ward line. After that, Destiny made a small cut on the palm of her left hand and dropped a few drops of blood around the runes. Destiny didn't even need to actively heal the cut on her palm. She simply needed to think about healing her hand and it healed. Destiny was quite surprised by this development, but it was a welcome development. Destiny was planning to learn healing, but now she no longer needed to. Destiny slowly turned around to look at Arcturus and Cassiopeia. The two of you, stand back. The two of you don't need to get involved in the fight. Just stand back and watch the show, Destiny said with a grin before she turned back toward the runes on the ground. Destiny started to wave her wand over the runes and the rune scheme started to glow eerily with the color of blood. Arcturus wanted to say something, but Cassiopeia stopped him as she guessed that Destiny was probably performing some obscure form of magic. Don't worry, she will be able to take care of herself. She is more than strong enough to handle 5 Aurors after taking down the wards, Cassiopeia hissed as she pulled on Arcturus' sleeve to hold him back. Arcturus grimaced after hearing his cousin's words. Are you sure? Arcturus asked carefully as he glanced toward Destiny's back. Yes, you don't need to worry. You are underestimating her way too much, Cassiopeia answered back in a warning tone. Cassiopeia turned back toward Destiny. She didn't want to miss whatever Destiny was doing. I hope that you aren't overestimating her abilities, Arcturus muttered under his breath, but Cassiopeia clearly heard him, but she didn't bother to amuse him with a reply this time. Then all of a sudden, the wards around the whole property rippled, surprising Arcturus, Cassiopeia, and everybody inside the manor. Destiny grinned savagely as she slowly stood up and pulled out a miniature Neptune from her pocket. The magic Destiny invoked only a few moments ago would stop anyone from leaving the property by any means. Yes, there were separate jinxes to stop apparition and portkey travel, but they could be broken with enough effort. The magic Destiny invoked would also disconnect the flow from the flow network. Brooms and flying carpets are also not going to work. Unfortunately, the magic Destiny invoked won't be able to stop Patronus messages, but the magic she had invoked would stop anyone from coming to the rescue. Either way, Destiny wasn't too worried. Most of the magical communities didn't even know anything about the Patronus charm, as the Dementors were only exclusive to Britain and the Lethofolds were only exclusive to Tropics. Even if someone could produce a corporeal Patronus, it didn't mean that they would know how to send a message through the Patronus charm. Patronus charm is extremely hard to master, and it didn't have any use except for fending off Dementors and Lethofolds. Yes, the Patronus charm could be used to send messages, but there were much easier and faster methods to send messages, like the flow, which could connect 2 houses in a matter of a few seconds. If they didn't know we are already here, then they do now. Cassiopeia warned Destiny while pointing toward the people milling out of the manor's entrance. It doesn't matter if they know or not, Destiny waved off Cassiopeia's worries as Neptune returned to its original size. Several bright beams came out of the hilt of Neptune and smashed against the wards. The wards shuddered violently, but moments later, they settled down. Without wasting any more time, Destiny decided to cast another stream of spells. Once again the beams smashed against the wards, but this time, instead of settling down, the wards started to crack and shatter. Destiny noticed the Aurors inside the property were already preparing themselves for the upcoming fight, while the rest of the members seemed to be running around like headless chickens. Destiny continued her assault the wards with various types of spells, and the wards finally started to break one by one. The wards couldn't hold up any longer against Destiny's assault, and the wards finally broke. Destiny had to admit, the Aurors were quite good. As soon as the wards dropped, they started to shoot spells at her. Unfortunately for them, they were only using stunners, so Destiny simply stopped the spells with a simple wandless protego. There was still quite some distance between Destiny and the Aurors, so they weren't able to see that Destiny cast the shield wandlessly. Destiny was somewhat amused, so she decided not to fight back for now. As soon as the Aurors noticed that the stunners were being stopped by Destiny's magical shield, they decided to change their tactics. The Aurors started to use shield breakers and bone breakers. Well, bone breakers were technically used to break bones, but they can be also used to break magical shields. Even though the Aurors started to use shield breakers and bone breakers, Destiny's shield was mostly unaffected. This time the Aurors were able to clearly see what was happening, and they couldn't help but gape at the scene. Now, all 5 of them were completely terrified of Destiny. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? A man standing behind the Aurors screamed with his wand pointed in Destiny's direction. Destiny recognized the man from Moira's memories. The man was Arnold Pickery, the father-in-law of Seraphina Pickery. It is your daughter-in-law's fault that I am. If you have to blame someone, then blame her, Destiny called out in an amused tone. Destiny finally dismissed her shield with a wave of her hand as she thought that it was about time she started fighting back. 'Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 45-54 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 46, The First Salvo, 3. When Destiny finally dismissed her magical shield, the Aurors quickly realized that this was their only chance. The Aurors have become so desperate and excited at the same time that they completely missed the fact that Destiny dismissed the shield with her bare hand. They also never considered the fact that something might be amiss. Destiny jabbed Neptune toward the Aurors, banishing 2 of the unlucky Aurors, who were too late to realize what was happening. The remaining 3 Aurors quickly realized their mistake when they saw Destiny cast the spell, and they immediately ducked down under their quickly erected magical shields. Since Destiny used only a basic spell, their quickly erected shields were able to withstand the attack. The 2 unlucky Aurors who were banished by Destiny's spell crashed against the manor. The 2 of them crumpled down on the ground while leaving blood stains on the wall as they slowly slid down from the wall. Destiny wasn't sure if they were alive or not, but they won't be joining the fight even if they are alive. As long as they are knocked out. It wasn't going to matter to her. Avada Kedavra. Someone screamed and Destiny simply leaned to her side to dodge the dreadful curse. Horrified gasps were heard and the remaining Aurors turned around only to find that it was Arnold Pickery who used the unforgivable curse. To be honest, the Aurors did not know what to do. On one hand, they wanted to apprehend the men for using one of the unforgivables. On the other hand, they could understand why the men had used the illegal curse. While the Aurors were contemplating if should apprehend Arnold Pickery or not, the said man was staring at Destiny with a hardened look on his face while internally, he was grimacing. Arnold has worked as a hit wizard for the ICW, so he was quite good in magical combat. True, he was no longer in his prime, so almost all of his skills have rusted, but there are a few things you never lose the touch with. As soon as Destiny broke through the wards, Arnold realized that the young woman was someone to be trifled with. The woman was strong. Her youth might be deceiving, but the woman was strong and it was an undeniable truth. The woman proved the fact by breaking through their wards, which were top-of-the-line wards someone could buy, and the woman broke through them like they were nothing. If that wasn't enough proof, then the woman also erected a magical shield, which held strong against 5 Aurors. So, Arnold tried to talk with the woman. He needed to know what she wanted, and if he could, then he would try to negotiate with her. Arnold wanted to avoid a fight as he could guess that it wasn't going to be an easy fight. It is your daughter-in-law's fault that I am here. If you have to blame someone, then blame her, that is what she said, and Arnold couldn't help but curse inside his mind. At first, he was anxious and tense when he came to know that his foolish daughter-in-law arrested Gellert Grindelwald. Arnold wanted to throw the woman out of the family as he knew that the stupid bint had painted a target on his family with her actions. Gellert Grindelwald might have been arrested, but his followers were still at large. Gellert Grindelwald has gained a huge following in Europe. They would do anything to get him out of the prison, or they might come after his family, just for revenge. Arnold Pickery wanted to avoid the conflict, but his son convinced him otherwise. Arnold had to admit that his son was right when he said that their family's standing would increase, but he couldn't shake off the squeamish feeling. Even though a part of him wasn't completely on board with their plan, he decided to go along with it as it would increase the reputation of the Pickery family and whatnot. Gellert Grindelwald was an unstoppable force of nature, but he was captured under the command of his daughter-in-law. So, Arnold wasn't able to hold back his greed and decided to go along with the rest of his family members, but now, he couldn't help but curse himself for his stupidity. This is what he feared. A fanatic follower of Gellert Grindelwald has finally come to take revenge. Well, now there was no crying over spoiled milk. Like any head of the house, he would try his best to protect his family. Even though the young woman was extremely strong, he realized that she was still quite young, so there was a high chance that she might lack experience. That is why Arnold decided to use the killing curse. If it worked, then good riddance. He would simply claim self-defense, and with their family's current standing in the American Wixen society, he would walk away without any charges. At most, he would have to pay a small fine. And if she dodged the curse, then he might be able to scare her. Arnold had seen a lot of people break down after dodging the killing curse when they finally realized that they had just dodged their death, but unfortunately for Arnold, the woman didn't seem to be fazed in the slightest even after missing the curse by such a small margin, while explained quite a few things to Arnold, and he wasn't happy with his development. The woman was not only strong, but she was also highly experienced in magical combat, and not just normal magical combat, she had also real life and death experiences. It was simply impossible for an inexperienced person to dodge the killing curse in such a manner and act as if nothing major happened. Once again, Arnold Pickery couldn't help but curse his foolish son and daughter-in-law. "Listen, there is no need to do this. We could sit down and have a chat," Arnold said in a diplomatic tone. He completely ignored the fact that he had tried to kill Destiny only a few moments ago. Meanwhile, the Aurors finally came to a decision. They decided that they needed to deal with the intruder before anything else. Destiny simply narrowed her eyes after hearing Arnold Pickery's words. "You should have said that before trying to kill me." "Well, not that it matters, as I wasn't planning to negotiate in the first place." Destiny shrugged dismissively as she pointed the hilt of Neptune at the ground, and large vines started to come out of the ground. The massive vines rushed towards Destiny's targets, and they could only watch the vines rush at them in morbid fascination. This time, none of them even tried to fight or protect themselves. It was simply too late for them to try anything and make a difference. They simply decided to accept their fates. Even Arnold admitted defeat in front of such power. Moments later, the vines broke through the magical shields the Aurors had created previously. The vines soon wrapped around their limbs, completely immobilizing the Aurors and Arnold Pickery. Even the knocked-out Aurors weren't spared. Now that all of her attackers were completely immobilized, Destiny decided to deal with the rest of Pickery's. Destiny slowly turned toward the Pickery family manor as her eyes started to glow. The rest of the Pickerys were hiding inside the house after the initial confusion. More vines started to come out of the ground and break into the manor. Moments later, massive vines came out of the manor and ripped it apart. Destiny nodded her head in glee as several loud screams of terror were heard from inside the manor. After a few more seconds, the whole manor broke apart as the vines started to pull out the people from inside the house. The last 3 Aurors were still conscious, so the 3 of them continued to scream threats at Destiny, which Destiny promptly ignored. For the first time, Destiny laid her eyes on Seraphina Pickery. She had seen the woman in the New York Ghost and in the Memories of Moira, but the real Seraphina Pickery looked like she deserved a punch to the face. Filthy traitor, Destiny scowled in disgust as she stared at Seraphina Pickery. The vines finally brought all of the captives in front of Destiny, though Destiny felt like she was missing something. Let us go. Do you have any idea who you have messed with? You will not get away from this. Yes. Our whole Auror force will come after you. If you stop now, then we will petition to the court for leniency. Destiny's eyebrow twitched in irritation. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers, silencing everyone. Destiny used her magic to shrink Neptune and put it back inside her pocket. This time, nobody missed the casual display of wandless magic and their eyes grew wide in surprise and horror. Destiny took a deep breath as a smug look surfaced on her face. This is much better. It irritates me whenever people around me start to spout useless hippogriff shit. Destiny sneered at the people gathered in front of her. Destiny pulled out her wand and turned toward the direction of Ward Line. Expecto Patronum, Destiny muttered, and a majestic-looking silver astral tiger leaped out of her wand's tip. Destiny decided to summon Arcturus and Cassiopeia as she had subdued everyone. The astral tiger leaped toward the forest without wasting any time. After that, Destiny finally turned back toward her captives. I was a fool to think that they might send a Patronus message. Destiny internally shook her head when she noticed that nobody except for Arnold has recognized the spell she just used. Destiny shook her head in a mix of disappointment and amusement, and then she finally turned toward Seraphina Pickery, who was looking at her with an indifferent look on her face. The woman was trying extremely hard to hide her true feeling, but Destiny easily noticed the trepidation and fear the woman was feeling. Destiny internally smirked as she snapped her fingers to release Seraphina Pickery from the silencing charm. Madam President of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, Seraphina Pickery. That is quite an impressive title, don't you agree? Destiny asked with a hint of amusement in her voice. Who are you? Seraphina asked Destiny with a straight face, but she wasn't able to stop her voice from quivering. I am Destiny Grindelwald, Destiny said as she slowly raised her hand to reveal the Grindelwald heir ring. As soon as Destiny revealed her name, everyone paled drastically. Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction. This was the reaction she was expecting. What, nothing to say? Destiny asked in a mocking tone, and Seraphina started to tremble in fear. What happened? Why are you shaking? Are you afraid? Destiny cooed soothingly as she slightly turned her head to see the others' reactions. The others weren't faring any better than Seraphina, so Destiny simply smiled. Go on, I clearly remember you saying that you aren't afraid of terrorists like us. Destiny urged in a mocking tone. Seraphina started to frantically shake her head in fear, and moments later, Destiny scrunched her face in disgust when the smell of ammonia reached her nose. Destiny looked down at Seraphina in disgust, and just as she suspected, Seraphina had lost control of her bladder. Destiny snorted in derision. This is fucking hilarious. It only took this much to destroy her. Destiny asked herself, but the answer was already in front of her. Destiny waved her hand in amusement and ended up pointing at Seraphina's feet. This is your Madam President's fortitude, Destiny snickered in amusement, and Seraphina looked like she was going to pass out in embarrassment. The others quickly averted their gaze out of honor, but the damage was already done. Cassiopeia and Arcturus finally arrived at the scene, and they also snorted in derision. Destiny flicked her hand to remove the mess Seraphina had made. So, Madam President, what do you have to say for yourself? Destiny asked in a grave tone as she stared into Seraphina's eyes. This is the first time she found herself in such a quandary. True, previously she had faced Gellert, but she wasn't alone during the encounter. She was being accompanied by 20 Aurors, and she thought it was Percival Graves when she decided to capture him. Seraphina only had the guts to face Gellert because he was already unarmed and no longer a threat to her. You know, it is rude to keep someone waiting who is talking to you, Destiny pointed out with a small smile, and then she waved her hand dismissively. Well, never mind. I will get the answers myself, Destiny said as she entered Seraphina's mind. Seraphina's mind was protected by occlumency shields, which were somewhat better than basic occlumency shields. It was quite impressive, as Destiny wasn't expecting anything from the pathetic woman. Well, the woman needed to mask, add, and fake her emotions, as she was highly involved in politics. Politicians needed to be good at hiding and faking their emotions or they would never be able to become good politicians. Destiny ripped through the woman's occlumency shields with little to no difficulties. Destiny wanted to know everything about the wards they have used to secure Gellert in his cell. That is when a memory surfaced in front of Destiny's eyes, and as soon as she saw the memory, anger bubbled inside her mind. Destiny no longer cared. She started to ruthlessly rummage through Seraphina's mind. When Destiny was finally done, she ruthlessly pulled out Seraphina's mind. Seraphina reeled back in pain and her head continued to throb in pain. She felt like someone was continuously hitting her head with a paddle. "You bitch! How dare you!" Destiny snarled in anger as she pulled out her wand and pointed at Seraphina. "Crucio!" Destiny exclaimed, and as soon as the red beam hit Seraphina on her chest, the woman started to scream at the top of her lungs. Both Arcturus and Cassiopeia were taken aback by Destiny's sudden reaction, but they decided not to interrupt Destiny. Seraphina must have done something to anger Destiny to such a degree. After almost a full minute, Destiny finally lifted the curse from Seraphina and the woman started to pant. Tear streaks were running down both of her eyes. This was the first time she experienced the Cruciatus curse and she never wanted to experience it again. "I was going to let your family off with some minor punishment, but now, I am going to make an example out of you and your family. I am going to show the world what would happen to someone and their family if they dare to stand against us." Destiny growled in anger and her eyes started to glow as she started to radiate her magic subconsciously. Destiny's eyes slowly trailed off toward the rest of her captives and all of them looked afraid and resigned. Destiny slowly made her way toward the youngest member of the Pickery family. "No. Leave her out of this. It was me who did that, my daughter has nothing to do with it." Seraphina heaved out with some difficulty when she saw Destiny making her way towards her 15-year-old daughter. "Hush," Destiny said as she waved her hand in a swishing motion and silenced Seraphina. She did not want to be interrupted, but it seems that fate had other plans for me. "You will not be hurting, Missy Rolanda, bad witch." All of a sudden, Destiny heard a squeaky voice from the rubble of the former Pickery family manor, and before she could even turn her head to look at the rubble, she had to dodge 2 spells and block one with a hastily erected magical shield. "Fuck. I completely forgot about the house elf. That is what I was missing." Destiny cursed inside her mind as once again, vines came out of the ground and started to chase the house elf. At the same time, Destiny started to fire stunning charms with her wand for better aim as her target was quite small. The house elf tried its best, but it wasn't able to keep avoiding the vines and Destiny's spells at the same time. When the house elf was finally caught, Destiny stopped shooting stunning charms in its direction. "It is a good thing that the blood magic ritual I invoked also stops house elf's apparition," Destiny sighed internally. Destiny looked at the house elf with an indifferent look on her face as the vines brought the house elf in front of her. The house elf continued to struggle, but the vines weren't budging in the slightest. Destiny pointed her wand at the house elf. "Avada Kedavra," Destiny called out loudly and the green beam hit the house elf squarely on its chest and the house elf was dead. House elves are known to be extremely loyal to their families if treated nicely. The way this house elf was dressed, it was pretty clear that it was treated nicely. Destiny would have been a fool if she spared it. It needed to die or it would come for revenge, and house elves are extremely good at stealth. Destiny wasn't planning to take any chances. Destiny looked at her captives and all the Pickery seemed to be screaming at her. Destiny flicked her wand to cast the life-revealing charm. Destiny had already made the mistake once, she wasn't going to repeat it. Everyone alive was already in front of her, so Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction. Now that she was satisfied with the results, Destiny turned towards Seraphina Pickery's daughter and with a snap of her fingers, Destiny released her from the silencing charm. "Hello, Rolanda. Is that your name?" Destiny asked with a gentle smile on her face. While Destiny could clearly see the fear in the girl's eyes, she could also see that the girl was quite strong. The girl was holding herself much better than her mother did. "I am not afraid of you," the girl said as she bravely stared into Destiny's eyes. Destiny had to admit, the girl was much more impressive than her father and mother combined. "You are just a monster who only knows how to bully the weak." The girl spat out bravely. "How dare you, you stupid girl. You don't even know." Cassiopeia snarled in anger, but Destiny simply raised her hand to stop her rant. Instead of getting angry, Destiny simply smiled at the girl, which confused the girl. "You are right, to some I am a monster, but to some, I am a freedom fighter. I personally believe that I am a freedom fighter, but everyone is free to have their own opinions. Don't you think?" Destiny asked softly as she slowly loosened the vines wrapped around the girl's limbs. Rolanda didn't say anything, she also realized that the vines which were stopping her from moving have loosened quite a bit. Rolanda knew that she couldn't beat Destiny when the woman has already defeated all the Aurors along with her grandfather. Rolanda decided that she simply needed to wait for an opportunity. "You attend Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, right?" Destiny asked, and Rolanda realized that she couldn't keep Destiny. She needed to distract Destiny, and the best way to distract the woman was to go along with the conversation. "No. I attend Salem Witch Academy, Rolanda answered, and Destiny nodded her head in understanding. Salem Witch Academy wasn't recognized by the ICW, but she had heard of the academy. It is an all-witch academy, and that is why it wasn't recognized by the ICW, but according to Destiny sources, it was a good academy to learn magic. Ah. I have heard quite a bit about the Salem Witch Academy. All good things, I assure you, Destiny answered back brightly. So, you are in which year? Destiny asked curiously. Rolanda beamed at Destiny when she praised Salem Witch Academy. Well, even though it was an act, Rolanda couldn't help but feel proud when she heard Destiny's words. I am in my 4th year, Rolanda answered with a scowl. I see. So, you are somewhere around 15 years old, right? Destiny asked, and after getting a reluctant nod from Rolanda, Destiny decided to continue. You know, when I was half of your age, I was always busy looking for food through the streets. I also needed to be extremely careful while looking for food. On many occasions, I have been discovered by the Muggles, and then they would proceed to beat to an inch of my life. I had to struggle so much to survive each day. Destiny started to recount her past to the 15-year-old, who looked somewhat disturbed after hearing Destiny's story. Meanwhile, the others were also paying rapt attention to her story, especially Arcturus and Cassiopeia, as Destiny never talked about her past or her childhood. I am fighting so no other child has to live through what I have. I don't want any other child to experience what I have gone through. I am fighting so that we. Destiny pointed at herself and everyone else present around her, could live freely, without fearing the Muggles, Destiny said in a solemn tone. For I do not fight out of hatred. I am fighting for our freedom, and it is the same with Gellert. Destiny solemnly shook her head. Rolanda, what do you know about an obscurial? Destiny asked. I don't know much except for what was written in the New York Ghost, Rolanda hurriedly answered. She didn't know much about an obscurial, she has only heard that Gellert Grindelwald has tried to expose their world to the Muggles by using an obscurial. You see, an obscurial is witch or wizard who had developed a dark parasitic magical force, known as obscurus, inside them, Destiny explained sadly. Do you know how an obscurial comes to be? Destiny asked, and Rolanda quickly shook her head. Even though she was waiting for the right opportunity to make her move, she couldn't help but become entranced by Destiny's story. Destiny smiled solemnly. An obscurial is born when a magical child is forced to repress their gift of magic through physical and psychological abuse, Destiny explained, and Rolanda was old enough to understand what Destiny was trying to say, so as soon as she understood what Destiny was trying to say, she gasped in horror. Yes, Gellert was in fact trying to save the obscurial, and he would have succeeded if it wasn't for your traitor mother, Destiny sneered venomously, and Rolanda flinched back in fear. Of course, Destiny was lying through her teeth. She knew that Gellert only wanted to get the obscurial because he had seen the obscurial defeat Albus Dumbledore in one of his visions, and he also needed to lay low as he was getting too much heat from the ICW, but they didn't need to know that. Your mother decided to choose the Muggles over the life of a tortured magical child. Did she ever consider that it was the Muggles who were responsible for the birth of the obscurial? Destiny asked as she threw a glare at Seraphina, who was frantically shaking her head. Your mother is supposed to be the head of the magical government, right? Then why is she choosing them over us? Destiny asked with a pained look on her face. Rolanda simply stared at her mother and decided to speak up. She believed in her mother. She didn't know the exact details, but she had heard a few things from her mother and father. You can't blame her completely. As the president, it is her duty to protect our society as a whole. Rolanda began to speak up in her mother's defense, but she was cut off by Destiny. If that is what you truly believe, then I do not have anything to say. If I was in her place, then I would have never sacrificed a child, especially when the child wasn't at fault from the very beginning. Destiny looked down at Rolanda. That is not the end of her crimes. Do you know what she did to Gellert? Destiny asked, and Rolanda had no idea what Destiny was talking about, so she simply shook her head with a confused look on her face. Destiny smiled nastily. She decided to cut out his tongue. Destiny finally revealed the reason behind her anger, and a part of Rolanda's mind was glad, whereas the rest of her was horrified at the implications. Cassiopeia and Arcturus also grimaced when they heard Destiny's words. Cutting off someone's tongue shouldn't be taken lightly. Most Wixen needed to speak out there out loud to perform magic. Silent casting was good and all, but removing someone's tongue would also mean that they would never be able to make any magical vows or oaths. Then, there are the spells like the Patronus Charm and the Unforgivables, which cannot be performed non-verbally, no matter how hard you try. Now, Gellert Grindelwald was an extremely strong wizard, so he would probably be able to use almost all the spells he knew non-verbally, but it was still going to hurt his ability to perform magic. Arcturus and Cassiopeia finally understood why Destiny lost her cool, and if it was one of their family member instead of Gellert Grindelwald, then they would have been clamoring for blood too. In fact, they felt that Destiny was acting much calmer than they would. Yes. Your mother has sinned, and now, I am going to make an example out of your family. I need to send a message to all the traitors out there, who would betray their own kind in favor of Muggles. Everyone needs to know that there will be consequences for their actions. Destiny trailed off grimly as she placed her hands over Rolanda's shoulders. But, you don't need to worry. I am not cruel enough to punish you for the crimes of your mother, Destiny said softly. Destiny gently placed both of her hands over Rolanda's cheeks and caressed them almost lovingly with a soft smile marring her face. Rolanda wanted to move back out of sheer principle, and even though the vines wrapped around her limbs had loosened quite a bit, they weren't loose enough for her to move freely. That is why I will set you free, Destiny said softly as her grip on Rolanda tightened, much to the confusion of the younger girl. Snap. Moments later, Rolanda found herself staring at the ruins of their manor, and it confused her to no end. After all, only moments ago Destiny Grindelwald was standing in front of her and the ruins of her house were behind her back. Rolanda opened her mouth to say something, but before she could say anything she spat out a mouthful of blood, and then she started to choke on her own blood. Rolanda tried to move her head, but she was assaulted by so much pain that she blacked out. Life left Rolanda's body before she could even realize what was happening to her. At least, Rolanda didn't suffer before her death, and she left the world almost peacefully. Destiny, true to her word, freed Rolanda from a life of suffering and misery. The Pickeries were going to beg for their deaths when Destiny was finally done with them. Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. =========================================================================================================================https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 47, The First Salvo, 4. Cassiopeia and Arcturus were completely taken aback by the sudden twist of events, no pun intended. Even the two of them never thought that Destiny would kill the girl in such a manner. In fact, they were thinking that Destiny might try to abduct the girl. At least, her death was probably painless. Destiny finally turned toward the rest of her captives and found all of them crying while glaring at her in pure hatred. Destiny simply inclined her head. Even though she felt bad for killing the girl, it was necessary. She needed to make a point, and she was only going to suffer unnecessarily throughout the rest of her life if she lived. Destiny focused her gaze on Seraphina. From the looks of it, the woman seemed to be screaming in anguish while glaring at Destiny. After a few moments, Destiny finally turned her gaze toward Jackson Pickery, Seraphina Pickery's husband. Destiny strode toward the men with an indifferent look on her face. Destiny finally arrived in front of Jackson and waved her hand, removing the silencing charm placed on the men. Was it really worth it? Destiny asked solemnly, and the men simply glared at her hatefully. Why? You said you will let her go. After a few moments of silence, Jackson bit out in a painful tone as he continued to hatefully glare at Destiny. I never lied. I said that I was not going to punish her for the crimes of her mother. That is why I released her. Destiny answered with a serene look on her face. Grah. You bitch. Jackson snarled in anger after hearing Destiny's answer. Jackson started to struggle in his binds, but the vines didn't budge in the slightest. Instead of getting angry, Destiny simply inclined her head. I probably deserved that, Destiny pointed out. She just killed his daughter, so she could at least take some insults with a straight face. I would have allowed you to grieve, but I have other places to be. Destiny said, and Jackson finally started to sob for his daughter. Destiny pointed her wand at Jackson, and then, without wasting any more time, she cast the same spell Seraphina had used to remove Gellert's tongue. Jackson gasped in surprise when all of a sudden, his tongue disappeared. Moments later, he finally realized what had happened and started to scream. Destiny waved her hand and reapplied the silencing charm with an annoyed look on her face. How does it feel? You don't like it, do you? Destiny growled in anger. Even if Destiny hadn't applied the silencing charm, Jackson couldn't have answered her as he was already missing his tongue. At best, he could have only made some unintelligible noises. Then all of a sudden, Destiny's raised her free hand and grabbed Jackson's wand arm. This is your wand arm, right? Destiny asked in a menacing tone as she started to grin viciously. I will be taking this too, Destiny declared as she pointed her wand at the arm. Jackson started to frantically shake his head as soon as he realized what Destiny was going to do. One quick spell later, Destiny had Jackson's wand arm in her hand. I think. Destiny threw away the severed arm as she started to rub her chin with a thoughtful look on her face. I think, you still have too many limbs. Let me fix that, Destiny said with a look of realization on her face, and then she proceeded to remove his feet and remaining arm. Destiny stared at Jackson for a few moments before she ended up making a face. Now that I think of it. You are also not going to need any eyes, Destiny revealed and pointed her wand at Jackson's face. Right now, Jackson was barely conscious due to the pain, and since Destiny wanted to keep Jackson alive, she cauterized the wounds as soon as she cut off his limbs. 2 quick spells later, Jackson no longer had any eyes. Jackson continued to scream in pain and anguish even though no sounds could get past the silencing charm Destiny had used. Now, you look perfect, Destiny grinned as she waved her hands at Jackson Pickery. The man was now a legless, armless, tongueless, and eyeless thing, and Destiny was quite pleased with her handiwork. This is what Destiny had planned for the members of the Pickery household. Cassiopeia and Arcturus also realized the fact that Destiny was right. Death would have been a much nicer fate for the members of the Pickery family. Destiny finally turned around so that she was facing Cassiopeia and Arcturus. So, what do you guys think? Destiny asked with a grin, but Cassiopeia and Arcturus didn't have an answer for her. They didn't even know where to start from. To be honest, while they understood that Destiny needed to make an example out of this Pickery family, they felt that Destiny has gone overboard, but they weren't going to say that out loud. It is up to you, my lady. I don't think it is our place to say anything. Arcturus started to speak after a few moments of silence when he noticed that Destiny was still waiting for an answer. Destiny simply inclined her head as she turned her toward the rest of the members of the Pickery family. Then, would you like to do the honors? Destiny asked Arcturus as she gestured toward the remaining members. My lady, I. Arcturus started to sputter and Destiny simply released a snort. Arcturus might have heard or read a lot of cruel things, but this was real. It was the same with Imogen too. She might be learning black magic, but she was completely useless when it came to killing. It is fine, Arcturus. You do not need to push yourself. Destiny simply waved him off with an amused look on her face. While she was disappointed, she wasn't going to hold it over Arcturus. After all, fighting and killing are not for everyone, and there was always a chance that Arcturus simply needed a push in the right direction, but it wasn't her responsibility to give him the necessary push. What about you, Cassiopeia? Destiny asked as she glanced toward Cassiopeia, who stepped forward with an indifferent look on her face. Cassiopeia pulled out her wand and glanced at Destiny. I don't know the spells you were using, Cassiopeia pointed out, but from the look on her face, it was pretty clear that she wanted to learn the spells and help Destiny. While Cassiopeia felt that Destiny was probably going overboard, it wasn't her place to complain. Cassiopeia wouldn't pretend to know how the world worked. After all, this was the first time she was outside magical Britain, so she would simply follow Destiny's lead. Destiny was making a harsh example out of the Pickery family, but a harsh lesson was probably what the world needed. Ah. Destiny nodded her head in understanding. After that, Destiny simply smiled and looked into Cassiopeia's eyes. The green-eyed witch immediately realized what was happening and lowered her shield so that Destiny could easily gain access to her mind. Moments later, memories started to flow into her mind. Cassiopeia quickly sorted through the memories. You can practice the spells on them. This is how Gellert taught me magic, Destiny added, and Cassiopeia gulped loudly due to nervousness. To be honest, Cassiopeia never imagined that she was going to learn magic by practicing on live subjects, and now, Arcturus was feeling stupid for not being able to accept Destiny's offer. He not only ruined his chance to learn new and powerful magic, but he also ruined his image in front of Destiny. He ended up showing weakness, and not only that, right now, he was representing the House of Black. His father was going to be so disappointed in him. Meanwhile, Cassiopeia was about to make her way toward Seraphina, but Destiny stopped her by grabbing her arm. No, she is off limits. I still need her, Destiny said, and Cassiopeia simply nodded her head in understanding before turning toward Jackson Pickery's brother. The man started to frantically struggle against his binds when he noticed Cassiopeia's gaze focus on him. Cassiopeia strode towards the man with her head held high and twirling her wand in her hand. Cassiopeia raised her wand and pointed it at the man's head so that she could remove his tongue by using the spell Destiny showed her. A white flash erupted from Cassiopeia's wand and the man's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Some of the gore, blood, and gray matter also landed on Cassiopeia as the head exploded in every direction. Cassiopeia looked at her handiwork for a few seconds with a dumb look on her face, and then all of a sudden, she hunched down and started to hurl out the contents of her stomach. Meanwhile, Destiny simply facepalmed. She glanced toward Arcturus, who was faring a lot better than Cassiopeia. Arcturus also had a few bits and pieces on him, but he was already removing them with magic, and Destiny was fast enough to protect herself from the meaty shower by erecting a translucent shield wandlessly. Destiny gave Cassiopeia another look, who was still puking out her guts, and shook her head in disappointment. This is going to be a long fucking night. Destiny groaned with an irritated look on her face. Line break. This looks much different than our ministry. Arcturus mumbled as he looked around his surroundings. It took them a couple of hours more to finally finish dealing with the Pickery family members, and now that Destiny was finally done with the Pickeries, they decided to visit the Makusa headquarters to complete their main objective. Cassiopeia was still looking slightly pale and she was still embarrassed from the last incident, so she refrained from making any comments even though she wanted to say something. Cassiopeia knew very well that she had messed up, so decided it was better to keep her mouth shut. To be honest, Cassiopeia never expected the head to explode, and then she was showered with some meaty bits. That did it for her. While Cassiopeia did not have any problems with gory deaths, she wasn't okay with the meaty shower. "Are you okay? You are still looking slightly sick," Destiny inquired without looking back. After Cassiopeia's blunder, Destiny decided to pick up the reins once again. She didn't mind the gore or anything, but she hated the fact that one of the Pickeries died. She wanted to punish them by crippling them but keeping them alive. If they died, then they were getting an easy way out. Destiny wasn't happy with that. "I am still feeling slightly under the weather." After some time, Cassiopeia finally answered in an embarrassed tone, and Destiny simply snorted in amusement after hearing Cassiopeia's answer. Even she wasn't expecting what happened with Cassiopeia, or she would have never asked Cassiopeia to do the honors. "By the way, what are we going to do about the guards? I mean, they aren't going to let us walk around and take him out, right?" Arcturus asked curiously. He had been wondering how they were going to save Gellert Grindelwald for quite some time. From the looks of it, Destiny was planning a frontal assault, and to be honest, he did not think that it was a good plan. While he believed that Destiny could probably take on all the guards and come out victorious, it did not mean that he thought it was a good plan. Yes, they had Serafina Pickery with them, but having her with them did not mean that the guards would allow them to enter the prison and take Gellert with them. Yes, they could always try to use Serafina as leverage to get Gellert out, but Arcturus did not believe it was going to work. "Don't worry, I will take care of it." Destiny waved off Arcturus' worries nonchalantly. Destiny already had a plan in her mind, and it only involved full frontal assault. Yes, her plan was completely Gryffindorish, but she had the power to back it up. She was no longer the little child who possibly couldn't take on 20 Aurors. "Everything will work out completely fine," Destiny said with a small smile as she slightly turned her head so that she could look at Arcturus, who simply decided to nod his head after hearing Destiny's words. "Are you sure that the guards aren't going to realize that she is under the Imperius curse?" Cassiopeia asked somewhat nervously as she nudged her chin towards Serafina, who was walking at the front of the group. Cassiopeia was still embarrassed, so she was still somewhat reserved. Destiny cocked her head sideways as she glanced towards Serafina, was currently under her Imperius curse. "It won't matter. In fact, the guards would want to avoid her if they realize that she is being held under the Imperius curse. That is how human nature works," Destiny explained as she continued to stare at Serafina, who was walking at the front. Cassiopeia simply hummed as she did not know much about human nature, but she was going to trust Destiny on this. After Cassiopeia's mess, Destiny decided to reclaim the reins. She did not want anyone else to die, and she was also on the clock. She needed to get this over with as quickly as possible. After all, if they wasted too much time, then someone was bound to notice that something was wrong. After all, the Aurors department would realize something was wrong if none of the guards reported back. So, Destiny simply vanished the mess Cassiopeia made with a wave of her hand, and after that, she decided to move on to the remaining members who already had tears in their eyes. Destiny didn't know if they were crying for the death of their son, or they were crying for their fate. Well, Destiny simply shrugged and started to remove Arnold Pickery's limbs, and after she was done with him, she moved on to his wife. Regardless of what Arcturus and Cassiopeia believed, Destiny felt really bad for doing this to the Pickery family, but an example must be made to warn the others. That is why Destiny decided to spare the Aurors. These Aurors were only guarding Serafina Pickery, they had no other connections with the Pickery family. After that, Destiny placed Serafina under the Imperius curse and brought her along with them to the Woolworth building, so that Destiny could have Serafina standing beside her when she freed Gellert. Destiny could have crippled Serafina like the rest of the adult members of the Pickery family, but Destiny had other plans for her. Obviously, Serafina wasn't going to live to see another day, but her death was going to be anything but peaceful. The group finally reached the elevators, and Destiny mentally ordered Serafina to take them to the prison. The prison was not accessible to the general public. A person needed to enter a special code to gain access to the prison. Serafina entered the code on the panel and the elevator finally started to move. Destiny slowly pulled out her wand and held it in her hand with a neutral look on her face as she decided to stand right behind Serafina. Destiny was already quite familiar with the prison layout as she had looked around the prison in her astral form, and she had also seen the prison layout in Moira's and Serafina's memories. That is how she knew that there were 2 Aura guards right outside the elevator doors. The elevator finally reached the prison floors, and as soon as the doors opened, the 2 guards started to turn toward the elevator. The 2 of them were already on guard as they were not supposed to be hosting any visitors at this time. True, it might be some sort of surprise inspection, but they still needed to be on guard until it was proven that it was some sort of surprise inspection. The guards somewhat relaxed as soon as they saw Serafina inside the elevator, but they did not lower their wands as Serafina was being accompanied by some unknown people, but before the 2 of them could do anything, 2 red beams slammed on their chests and they dropped lifelessly on the floor. Arcturus gaped at Destiny's speed like a fish out of the water while Cassiopeia did not show any outward reaction as she was already quite familiar with Destiny's training sessions, where Destiny was way faster. The group finally arrived in front of a large staircase, and that is when Destiny waved her wand over the group of disillusioned themselves. Destiny did not want it to be seen by any of the prisoners. It would be best if none of the prisoners saw us, Destiny explained apparently to no one, but both Arcturus and Cassiopeia appreciated the explanation as both of them were wondering why Destiny decided to turn them invisible. Seraphina was the only one who was still visible, as it wouldn't matter even if the prisoners saw her. Arcturus and Cassiopeia kept looking around the prison in intrigue as the two of them were quite impressed with the prison layout. It was simply impossible for the prisoners to escape without a wand. The prison cells were stacked over one another. So, if the prisoners escaped by any means, then they would simply end up being a blood stain on the floor. Where are the guards? Destiny heard Cassiopeia's voice from the back. Almost all the guards are posted near Gellert's cell as he is the most important prisoner, and as you can already see, it would be extremely hard for prisoners to escape, Destiny explained, and Cassiopeia simply hummed in understanding, whereas Arcturus simply inclined his head even though none of them saw each other's reactions. The group finally arrived at the most guarded part of the prison. This was where Gellert Grindelwald was being kept. Right now, Gellert Grindelwald was the most high-profile prisoner in their prison, so he was the only one who was being kept in the high-security wing, and almost all the guards were assigned to his wing for the same reason. There were several wards at the entrance of the high-security wing, which made it completely impossible for anyone to sneak inside without alerting the guards. Yes, with given time, Destiny was confident that she could dismantle the wards, but time was something she did not have at her hands. With a snap of her fingers, Destiny removed the disillusionment charm, since the disillusionment charm would be completely redundant. The two of you, get ready to defend yourselves. I will be way too busy to keep an eye on the two of you. Destiny stopped as she turned around to address Arcturus and Cassiopeia. The Aurors are allowed to use lethal means, so they might use the killing curse too, so be careful, Destiny warned the duo. Arcturus and Cassiopeia nodded their heads in understanding with determined looks on their faces. This is why Destiny wanted to come alone. She wouldn't have the time to babysit anyone during the upcoming fight. The group finally entered the high-security wing with Seraphina at the front, but as soon as Destiny crossed the wards, an alarm was triggered. Destiny already knew that this was going to happen since she wasn't keyed to the wards, so wasn't surprised when the alarm was triggered. Neither Arcturus nor Cassiopeia were ever going to admit that they jumped slightly in surprise when Destiny triggered the alarm. The two of them became somewhat nervous after Destiny warned them about the guards. Moments later, the guards came pouring out only to find their president at the entrance, followed by some strangers. The guards didn't waste any time to aim their wands at the strangers, and some of the guards even aimed their wands at Seraphina Pickery. There were at least 30 guards aiming their wands at them, but Destiny wasn't fazed even though she stopped moving forward and mentally ordered Seraphina to stop. Arcturus and Cassiopeia simply decided to follow Destiny's lead, and they also stopped moving forward. One of the guards stepped forward and pointed his wand at his throat. "Madam President, who are your companions?" The guard used the sonorous spell to amplify his voice so that everyone could hear him loud and clear. Seraphina simply smirked. "That is something I can't do, Mr. Cart. After all, I do not have control of my body," Seraphina answered in a mocking tone, but it was all Destiny's doing. From Seraphina's memories, she knew who the man was, so she didn't have any problems addressing the man. "I have been placed under the Imperius curse," Seraphina added with a grin, shocking all the guards. To be honest, some of the guards suspected that Seraphina was being held under the Imperius curse. After all, she would never willingly bring some strangers into the high-security wing. Though they could have never imagined that the person controlling Seraphina would reveal the fact so easily. They were expecting the person controlling Seraphina to try to deceive them. That is probably how anyone should have reacted. Julian Cart has been the warden of this prison for 23 years, and this is the first time someone had dared to break into his prison so brazenly. To be honest, Julian had been expecting such an attempt for quite some time. After all, he had Gellert Grindelwald in his prison and the man a huge following in Europe. Someone was bound to try something to break Gellert Grindelwald out of the prison, but he never expected the said person to be so brazen. He was expecting something subtler. Julian would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. Julian Cart was a simple man. He never cared about the Muggles, nor did he ever care about their impact on their society. There were only two things he cared about: his family and his prison. He was from a minor pureblood family, and he even gave up the head of the family position to his younger brother so that he could look after his own family and the prison. That is why he never paid much attention to what was happening throughout Europe. He didn't care much about what Gellert Grindelwald was doing in his own country. He only cared about the fact that Gellert Grindelwald was one of his prisoners and he was going to treat the men as such, but now, he regretted not paying attention to anything happening around the world. Now he was going to get involved in a fight without even knowing anything about the reasons. Oh, there was no way he was going to allow Gellert Grindelwald to escape his prison, but he thought that it would have been better if he knew why he was even risking his life. Moments later, he shook his head. None of that was important right now. Someone was trying to break Gellert Grindelwald out of his prison and he needed to do everything in his power to stop them. The alarm was already triggered. It was going to take the Aurors nearly half an hour to arrive to give them a hand. Julian would have preferred if the Aurors' response was faster, but right now the whole building was empty except for only a couple of Aurors. It would take the rest of the Aurors to arrive since most of them were off duty and the rest were busy doing their rounds. Julian glanced at the others accompanying Seraphina. All three of them had their wands in their hands, but he had no idea if they were also under the Imperious Curse or not. There was a high chance that they were also being held under the Imperious Curse, but could he risk the safety of his prison and his men on chance? The answer was simple. No, he couldn't. Even if they were under the Imperious Curse, he needed to incapacitate them. Drop your wands and surrender. If you don't drop your wands by the time I count to 3, then we will be using any means necessary to subdue you, Julian loudly declared, but none of them showed any outward reaction. Julian internally sighed. He was confident that he could easily stop 4 people with the help of his men. At least, he would be able to hold out long enough for the Aurors to arrive. So, he finally decided to start counting since he had given them enough time to consider their options, or at least, that is what he believed. 1. Julian screamed as he gestured his second-in-command to get ready for action. 2. Julian screamed and all of his men stepped forward and got into their fighting stance. Julian looked at his men and nodded his head in satisfaction. He was extremely happy that none of the men were underestimating the situation. Then he turned back toward the entrance and none of the members of Seraphina's group were looking ready to surrender, so he decided to finally commence the attack, but before he could count 3, the Crimson-Haired Witch decided to make the first move. Ghislaine hadn't paid much attention to the Crimson-Haired Witch until now, as he was more worried about Seraphina. The other 3 were strangers while Seraphina was the president of their government. Killing her was not an option, so they needed to subdue the woman as gently as they could, but now he realized that he should have paid more attention to the others too. With a grimace on his face, Julian quickly erected a Protego shield as he recognized the spell as some of Stunning Charm. The other guards quickly raised their own shields to protect themselves as they also recognized the spell as some sort of Stunning Charm. Destiny used an area-wide Stunning Charm as she wanted to see how capable these guards were, but the spell was easily blocked by the guards. While Destiny was slightly disappointed, she couldn't help but feel excited at the same time. She was going to have a lot of fun taking all of them down. Destiny didn't waste any more time and moved Seraphina away with a wave of her free hand. Julian's and his men's eyes grew wide in surprise at the casual display of wandless magic. Julian's eyes grew even wider when he noticed the woman's reptilian eyes glowing eerily. Destiny started to wave her wand and her hand soon turned into a blur as she started to use various types of spells to attack the guards. While Destiny wanted to have fun, she knew she couldn't waste time as the Aurors were probably already on their way. Julian couldn't believe his own eyes. All of them were being pushed back by a single person. It was something unbelievable. Julian had assigned all of his best guards to the high-security wing since Gellert Grindelwald was the most important prisoner he ever had in his prison. He was quite confident when it came to their skills with wand, but now he wasn't so sure anymore. It was much harder than Destiny expected. Taking on 30 trained Wixen without using any lethal means was much harder than Destiny imagined. She was yet to take any of them down. As soon as someone faltered, someone else was already there to protect him or her. Destiny growled in frustration as she swatted away another spell with her bare hand and then she had to sidestep to dodge a killing curse. At least, only a few guards were using the killing curse. The killing curse might seem quite simple to cast, but in reality, not everyone could cast the spell, just like the Patronus or the Cruciatus curse as most people could never gather the necessary emotion. Destiny also realized that she needed to take down some of the guards in a more permanent way. She wanted to avoid killing anyone, but she was kind of short on time, so needed to wrap this up as quickly as possible. So, Destiny finally decided to take off the kitty gloves. Destiny raised her wand over her head and flicked it, releasing a massive flame whip followed by several organ-liquefying curses and skin-rotting curses. The guards saw the flame whip coming, so all the guards at the front erected magical shields to protect themselves, but all of them were taken aback by the power behind the flame whip. Their shields buckled under the power and shattered like glass. At least, their shields held up long enough to stop the flame whip, but they quickly realized that they weren't out of the water as they saw the rest of the spells coming in their direction. Some were able to raise another shield to protect themselves while some weren't fast enough. The hall was filled with horrifying screams as soon as the spells hit their target. After witnessing the horrific deaths of their colleagues, some of the guards froze up and stopped casting. Destiny used this chance and waved her wand in the air to conjure several ice spikes in the air, and then she banished the ice spikes in the direction of the guards with a wave of her free hand. Incoming. Raise your shields. Julian screamed in desperation as soon as he saw the incoming ice spikes. He was also taken aback by the horrific deaths of his men, but he was able to quickly regain his bearings. While most of the guards were able to raise a shield in time, the guards who froze up after witnessing the deaths of their colleagues weren't fast enough and they were skewered by the ice spikes. Unlike the previous batch, their deaths were at least quick and painless. Destiny removed more than half the number of guards in only 2 moves. Julian also realized that this wasn't a fight he could win, so he decided to give it a last-ditch effort. This was his prison and he had been protecting this prison for more than 2 decades. He won't allow this prison to fall as long as he was alive and kicking. Lethal spells only. We will protect this prison until our last breath. Julian was cut off when a spell slammed on his back, knocking him out. Julian never realized he was the last one standing, except for another guard, but he was no longer on Julian's side. Not only Julian, the said guard also took down the remaining guards before taking down Julian. Meanwhile, Destiny simply raised her brows in interest as she saw one of the guards turn on the rest of the guards, and she had to admit, the guard was really fast. Destiny didn't know why, but the guard reminded her of Gellert. Even though the guard reminded her of Gellert and the guard was probably on her side, she wasn't going to take any chances. Since he took down the rest of the guards, I will spare his life, Destiny decided inside her mind as she launched various types of stunning spells at the guard. The guard simply batted away her spells, which surprised Destiny. The guard slowly looked at Destiny with a deadpan on his face. Stop it. It's me. The guard screamed at Destiny and raised his wand in the air, and it took Destiny only a moment to recognize the wand. Destiny inclined her head with a gobsmacked look on her face. Gellert? Destiny asked dumbly as she slightly lowered her wand, and the guard beamed at Destiny with a bright smile on his face. Season I ends. Equals 50. Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. ==============================================================================================================================̓ https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 48, Different Realities, I. Destiny did not know what to say or how to react after she recognized Gellert. To be honest, she wasn't expecting Gellert to surprise her in such a manner. Slowly the guard started to approach Destiny as he also started to morph. Destiny quickly realized that Gellert was using human transfiguration to disguise himself. Even though Destiny was sure that it was Gellert, she decided not to take any risks. What did you do when you realized I might be attuned to blood magic? Destiny asked with a serious look on her face. In her arrogance, Destiny had forgotten to check Albus for a secondary wand, and she had almost died for making such a mistake. She wasn't going to repeat such an elementary mistake again. Additionally, Destiny wasn't wrong to doubt the man. After all, he simply knocked out the remaining guards, instead of killing them, and polyjuice is not an obscure potion. After all, a person could still transfigure himself or herself even if they are under the effects of polyjuice potion. Gellert simply kept walking and smiled at her. I took you outside a small muggle village so that you could practice on some subjects, and that is also when your kitty wand stopped working for you, Gellert answered as he glanced toward Arcturus and Cassiopeia standing at the back. Gellert knew what Destiny was doing, and he wasn't angry at her for doubting him. In fact, he was quite happy that Destiny was being paranoid. Sometimes, blindly trusting someone could be extremely hazardous to your health, and especially, people like them needed to be extremely careful. After all, there was no shortage of spies and backstabbers working for people who didn't agree with their cause. Destiny had a lot of questions in her mind, but for now, she was sure that it was Gellert, so she could finally relax. Destiny finally lowered her wand, and by that time, Gellert was already in front of her. Gellert pulled Destiny into a tight hug, and Destiny happily returned the hug. After a few seconds, Destiny growled in irritation, and the two of them finally started to separate. What happened? Gellert asked, looking confused and slightly worried. Destiny scrunched her face in distaste. I want that beard gone. It's scratchy. Destiny complained childishly, and Gellert simply chuckled in amusement. Well, I simply couldn't ask them to give me a shave. Now, could I? Gellert asked, his eyes filled with mirth. That is not an excuse. Destiny protested. You have been out of your cell for quite some time, or you would have lost your tongue, Destiny pointed out, and Gellert simply released a snort. None of us were allowed to leave. Right now, our dear Madam President is busy negotiating with the ICW regarding my extradition, Gellert explained. We were ordered not to leave so that we couldn't spread any information. Not all the guards are tight-lipped, Gellert added with a small frown. Once again, that is no excuse. Are you a wizard or not? Destiny asked as she raised her brows in Gellert's direction. Shaving or getting a haircut was not one of my priorities, but I will make them one of my priorities if I am ever captured again, Gellert admitted drily. Destiny immediately glared at the men as her eyes started to glow. Are you planning to get caught, again? Destiny asked dangerously, and a chill ran down Gellert's spine. Gellert chuckled nervously. Of course, not. I didn't even plan to get captured here, Gellert hurriedly clarified, not wanting to gain Destiny's ire anymore. That is also why he decided to quickly change the topic, and he already had a valid topic ready at hand as he had noticed some minute but significant changes in Destiny. I noticed your eyes are different, Gellert mentioned, looking curious. Destiny simply snorted after hearing Gellert's words. I will excuse your poor attempt at changing the topic, and as for my eyes, yes, they have changed. I performed a ritual I found in one of the tomes I have acquired. I will show you the ritual, you could perform it too if you want. It could give you a lot of benefits, Destiny explained with a small grin. Sure. Gellert immediately agreed with the offer since the ritual could increase his power and power boosts were always welcome. Gellert, so who is in the cell, posing as you? Destiny asked curiously. Abernathy Curtis, he is a bright young man who had joined our cause and happily took my place when. Gellert paused for a moment and then he glanced toward Seraphina. Our Madam President decided to remove my tongue, Gellert added in an indifferent tone. You have become really proficient at the Imperious Curse, Gellert muttered as he looked closely at Seraphina, who was still standing by the wall where Destiny had moved her when the fight started. Thanks for the compliment. I found myself a lot of targets to practice through my travels, Destiny mused with an amused look on her face. I am glad that you still have your tongue, and what about Abernathy Curtis? Destiny asked. We must get him out. He helped me out greatly and I don't leave my debts unpaid, Gellert said in a determined tone as he nodded his head. Then lead the way. Are there any more guards? Destiny asked and Gellert started to walk forward. No, there aren't any more guards, but the alarm was triggered so the Aurors will soon be here, Gellert answered nonchalantly. So, what happened? The last time you came to visit, I clearly remembered telling you that I didn't need any rescuing. I had my own plans, Gellert mentioned as they continued to walk. Something serious happened. Destiny answered mysteriously. I will tell you later, Destiny added when Gellert looked at her questioningly, and after hearing her words, Gellert simply nodded his head in understanding. So, who are your friends? Gellert asked as he glanced toward the back. Arcturus Black, the current heir of the House of Black, and Cassiopeia Black, a member of the House and Black. She is also my lover, Destiny said with a small smile, and Cassiopeia tensed up when Destiny mentioned that she was her lover. She had no idea how Gellert Grindelwald was going to react. The man was quite imposing in person. Gellert Grindelwald is an extremely strong wizard, both Arcturus and Cassiopeia had quickly realized that. They weren't sure who was stronger between Destiny and Gellert since they haven't seen either of them go all out. In a matter of hours, Destiny had destroyed the best wards money could buy, and then she went on to defeat 5 Aurors and a former hit wizard like they were nothing. Not just that, after only a couple of hours, she took on 30 highly trained guards on their own and came out victorious without a single scratch on her body. Yes, sure, Gellert Grindelwald helped, but Destiny could have easily won even without his intervention. Even after all of that, Destiny wasn't out of breath and she didn't even look tired. Arcturus and Cassiopeia only knew Gellert Grindelwald from the papers or the snippets they have heard from Destiny, but they knew that the man was a formidable wizard. The man was considered unstoppable with a wand in his hand, but all of a sudden, he was captured by Makusa. After that, some of the hype around the man was gone, but the ones who have faced the man and lived to tell the tale would have nightmares even after the man was captured. Now that they have seen the men in action, Arcturus and Cassiopeia had to admit, there was some truth in the rumors. From what they have seen, the man was phenomenal with a wand, just like Destiny. The man knocked out 10 guards in a matter of seconds. Yes, he took them by surprise and he also attacked them from the back, but it was still more than impressive. Gellert Grindelwald was extremely fast with a wand just like Destiny. The two of them could feel the man's magic humming when the men took down the guards. Gellert and Destiny Grindelwald were in a completely different league. Arcturus started to wonder if it has something to do with the Grindelwald family magic or not, but he quickly dismissed the idea. When Gellert Grindelwald started to rise in power, everyone researched the Grindelwald family and they weren't impressed by what they found. The Grindelwald family has been a minor family and even Gellert's parents were nothing impressive. They were barely above squibs. That is why Arcturus decided to scrap the idea. Not all Wixen are equal in the eyes of Mother Magic. Arcturus remembered something his maternal grandmother used to say when the woman was still alive. Arcturus never paid those any mind as due to his family, nobody tried anything with him, but now. Now Arcturus was feeling like his eyes had been opened. In front of the raw power, family background would mean close to nothing. If a wizard of Gellert Grindelwald caliber or a witch of Destiny Grindelwald's caliber ever decided to come after his family, then their vaunted family wards wouldn't be able to protect their family. Yes, the wards will be able to hold them back for quite some time, but no matter how strong the wards are, they could be brought down with enough time and effort. Fidliu's charm was completely unknown to their family and from what he had heard from Cassiopeia, it needed a lot of power to cast. From what he had heard about the charm, he could understand why so much power was needed to cast the spell. "It is nice to make your acquaintance, Lord Grindelwald," Arcturus respectively greeted Gellert as he extended his hand toward the men. He had already an arse of himself, he didn't want to embarrass himself or his family anymore. "Leave the titles and formalities for official gatherings, my boy. Call me Gellert." Gellert accepted the offered limb and patted Arcturus on his shoulder with his other hand. Arcturus smiled in return. "Then please call me Arcturus," Arcturus offered, and Gellert nodded his head in understanding. Arcturus then slowly turned toward Cassiopeia. Even though Destiny had already introduced his cousin, he needed to introduce her once again as his station was higher than Cassiopeia in the family and Cassiopeia was a witch. Yes, it was sexist, but as the heir of one of the oldest magical families, he simply couldn't ignore centuries-old tradition. "This is Cassiopeia Black, my cousin." Arcturus would have gone over the top with Cassiopeia's introduction, but he decided to keep it simple since Gellert had already asked him to ignore the titles and formalities, and since they were treating Gellert as the person with the highest station among them, Arcturus couldn't ignore his words. Cassiopeia was still tensed as she still didn't know if Gellert Grindelwald would approve of her relationship with Destiny or not. After all, Cassiopeia knew that she wasn't anywhere near either Destiny's or Gellert's power levels. "You don't need to be so tense, Cassiopeia. I don't care who Destiny is dating. She is a big girl, she can take care of herself." Gellert tried to ease Cassiopeia when he noticed how stiff she looked. After hearing Gellert's words, Cassiopeia dumbly nodded her head. "We can talk later, but we need to move," Destiny reminded the group, and once again the group of 5 started to move. "So, what happened between you and Ambika?" Gellert asked in a low tone as he slightly leaned toward Destiny. He didn't want Cassiopeia to hear him, in case Destiny hadn't told the raven-haired woman anything about her previous relationship. "Does something has to happen? She is still my lover, and for your information, she knows about Cassiopeia, and it is the same with Cassiopeia," Destiny explained with a sly grin on her face, and Gellert's eyes grew wide in surprise and he glanced toward Cassiopeia, who was trying to maintain an impassive look on her face but failing miserably. "In fact, it was Ambika's idea in the first place. She wanted me to build a coven, and here we are," Destiny added in an amused tone. Gellert simply raised one of his brows in direction of Destiny but decided not to make any comments. If he said that the idea didn't make him slightly uncomfortable, then he would be lying. There is only one person he had loved romantically, and Gellert still had some feelings for the men. He simply couldn't love anyone else like he loved Albus. "What happened to the rest of her family?" Gellert asked as he nudged his chin towards Seraphina, who was still walking at the front. Gellert decided that it was about time he changed the topic. "I removed their eyes, tongue, and limbs. Her brother-in-law didn't make it out and I killed her daughter quickly and painlessly." Destiny gave him a brief answer and Gellert simply closed his eyes for a moment. He had also killed a lot of wizards and witches who had dared to stand in his way, so he wasn't in any position to complain but still felt bad for them. Gellert also understood why Destiny had done such a thing. Destiny needed to make an example out of them. "I see," Gellert muttered with a solemn look on his face. "Now I am feeling so bad for going that far. I kind of lost my mind when I saw that they removed your tongue in her mind," Destiny said sullenly. Destiny was also planning to give Seraphina a long and painful death, but now she decided to make it quick and painless. Once again, Gellert decided not to say anything. If he was in Destiny's place, then he would have done something similar too. Maybe he will ask one of his followers in their country to put them out of their misery. Yes, that would be the best. In a perfect world, something like this shouldn't have happened, but that was the problem, they weren't living in a perfect world. The group of 5 finally arrived in front of Gellert's cell. "Open the cell," Destiny mentally ordered Seraphina, who pulled out her wand and started to tap the tip of her wand on the metal door at different stops. Moments later, the door finally unlocked with a loud clang and Seraphina opened the door with a flick of her wand. "Remove the wards." Seraphina received another order from Destiny. Without wasting any time, Seraphina started to wave her wand in front of the bound and seated men. At first, the men was surprised by their sudden arrival, but then the men quickly became excited and gleeful. After a whole minute, the ward surrounding the men finally shimmered for a second before disappearing altogether. As soon as the ward was gone, Gellert made his way toward the men. Gellert waved his wand, removing the binds, and then he flicked the wand a second time apparently for no reason, but moments later, the men sitting in the chair, looking just like Gellert, started to change. When the men finally stopped shifting, Gellert smiled happily and placed his hand on the man's shoulder. "You have joined a noble cause, my friend," Gellert said and waved his wand in front of the man's face. Moments later, the man opened his mouth in surprise only to display a forked tongue inside his mouth. "Thank you, my lord," the man stuttered out with some difficulties, but it was understandable since the man had to get used to his new tongue. Meanwhile, with a snap of her fingers, Destiny removed the chain around the chupacabra, and then with a flick of her hand, she levitated the chupacabra in her direction. "And who are you?" Destiny asked curiously. "That is Antonio," Gellert answered. "He had outlived his use, I will get rid of him," Gellert said nonchalantly. No, I will take him back to Britain. I don't know much about magical beasts, but I haven't seen one of these in my reserve. I am sure he can be very useful in magical beasts class, Destiny said as she continued to inspect the chupacabra. That is a chupacabra and I don't think it is a good idea to put him near children. Scratch that. That would be a really foolish idea, Gellert explained, and Destiny's smile grew as she finally stopped inspecting the creature. Then it is even more important that I take him back to Britain to be shown around in the classes. I don't want any of my knights or any of the children coming across a wild chupacabra and then trying to pet it, Destiny argued back, and Gellert simply shrugged. Destiny gave the chupacabra another look before stunning it. Then Destiny glanced toward Arcturus. Can you look after him for the time being? I don't think he would be waking up any time soon, Destiny requested, but Arcturus knew that it wasn't a request. So Arcturus simply nodded his head. After that, Destiny floated the creature into Arcturus' hands, who could only look at the creature in his hands in complete apprehension. After getting rid of the chupacabra, Destiny turned toward Seraphina. Sit down, Destiny ordered, and Seraphina sat down on the chair Abernathy was sitting on. With a wave of her hand, Destiny bound the woman, and then she mentally dismissed the Imperious curse. Destiny slowly approached the woman, who was looking around the room in complete horror. I was planning to torment you and give you a very slow and painful death, but it seems that luck is on your side. Destiny said, and the woman started to sob as the memories of her daughter's death started to flash inside her mind. She loved her husband and all, but she loved her daughter more. You will not win. Seraphina breathed out in between her sobs. The woman knew she was going to die, so she decided to go with her head held high just like her daughter. She wouldn't beg. We will win, pity, you won't be there to see that. Destiny trailed off with a blank look on her face as she leveled her wand at Seraphina. Goodbye, Madam President. Avada Kedavra. Seraphina's eyes grew wide in fear, but as soon as the green beam struck Seraphina, life left her eyes and her body slumped down in the chair. Destiny cracked her neck as she slowly turned around. Let's go. We can't waste any more time. I still need to remove the memories of all those guards, Destiny said as she started to walk towards the door, and the others simply followed. Right now, Abernathy Curtis was a really confused man. He simply couldn't understand who these people were and why Gellert Grindelwald was following their orders. There were some other things too. Like their escape plan. They were planning their escape when they were going to be transported from the Makusa headquarters to the ICW headquarters. For whatever reason, Gellert believed that he was going to be transported to the ICW headquarters along with a handful of Auror guards. Abernathy believed the man, so he decided to play his part, but now all of a sudden the plan was changed. Gellert noticed the man's plight and decided to calm him for the time being. Have patience, my friend. You will have all the answers when the time is right, Gellert said as he patted Abernathy's back. Abernathy almost shrieked in surprise when all of a sudden Gellert spoke up, but after hearing the man's words, Abernathy simply nodded his head in understanding and decided to wait for now. Line break. Unknown location, Glasgow. A wizard was watching the open grassland in front of him through omniculars. Minutes passed away as the men continued to look through the omniculars without saying anything. The man finally released a frustrated groan as he removed the omniculars from his eyes. Are you sure he is going to come? The wizard turned toward the witch lying beside him and questioned in a frustrated tone. The witch simply sighed exasperatedly as she looked away from her own pair of omniculars before giving the men an exasperated look. Calm down, Sirius. We told him to meet us at 10 a.m. and it is still. The witch took a pause and pulled out her wand. With a small twist of her wrist, the woman cast the Tempest Charm silently. Then the witch turned back toward Sirius. It is 9:40. There are still 20 minutes, the witch rolled her eyes. Then why the fuck we are here so early? Sirius Black 3, or usually known as Sirius, blurted out with an incredulous look on his face. Southwest, that we could place some wards around this place, James Potter deadpanned as he arrived behind Sirius along with his wife Lily Potter. I still can't understand why we need to place wards, Sirius whined like a child. We don't know if he will come on his own or if he will bring Oris along with him, my dear. Wisdom was never one of your virtues. The witch lying beside Sirius chastised him in an amused tone, and Sirius simply huffed grumpily. That's unfair, Amelia. I am smart enough. That is how I charmed my bike, Sirius complained, and Amelia Black, Sirius Black's wife, simply chuckled at the expense of her husband. Well, I suppose there are some instances when you aren't stupid, Amelia smiled softly as she patted her husband on his cheek. Sirius huffed grumpily and threw his wife an annoyed look before looking away. Padfoot, you can't win against women, James said sagely while nodding his head. James is right, Padfoot. You can't win against women. Especially the woman you have married, Lily spoke as she arrived from the other side. All wards are up and running, Lily added with a grin before sitting down beside James. Do you think the plan will work? Sirius asked as he sat up from his position. James and Lily gave each other a look. It is highly unlikely. Lily shook her head in disappointment. With this, we might be able to slow her down, but that's it. There is no way we would be able to stop her by using the Rosier family, Lily explained in a grave tone. Yes, that is what I thought too. If the Rosiers start to annoy her too much, then she will simply remove them from the board. I don't know her personally, but from what Altair has shown us of her life, I believe she won't be stopped by something minor like this, Amelia explained solemnly. I miss my days at Hogwarts. James muttered solemnly, and Lily quickly wrapped her arms around James. After hearing James' words, Sirius couldn't help but grimace. He also missed those times. They were so happy and unbothered. They were the Marauders, but the war finally changed them. James lost his mother in Diagon Alley during a shopping trip before the start of his 7th year. James was a changed man after that, and by extension, Sirius also changed. Euphemia Potter was more of a mother to Sirius Black than his own mother. After his OWLs, Sirius decided to run back from his home as he could not take it anymore, and Potters happily welcomed him into his home. After the death of Euphemia Potter, the Marauders were never the same. While they still accompanied Remus during the full moons, it was pretty clear to everyone that they were no longer children. They had grown up. While Remus was happy with the change, Peter Pettigrew wasn't, so he started to become distant. In that year, Lily Evans finally accepted James' offer for a date as James had grown up. Lily soon became a part of the group, and while Peter continued to become distant. After the Easter holidays in their 7th year, Peter completely stopped hanging out with him. At first, they felt bad for him, but they slowly moved on. James and Sirius joined the Auror Academy as soon as they graduated, while Lily decided to accept the offer from the Department of Mysteries. It was extremely hard for Remus to find a job due to his furry little problem, and he was approached by Albus Dumbledore after his graduation. Remus was asked by Albus Dumbledore to reach out to the werewolves packs Lord Voldemort was trying to recruit from the continent. James, Sirius, and Lily were against the idea. While they believed Albus Dumbledore was a great man, they believed sending off Remus on his own to talk with the werewolves packs was a really foolish idea. Fortunately, nothing happened to Remus during his 1st, 2nd, or 3rd trip, but his luck finally ran out on the 4th trip. He came face to face with Fenrir Greyback during his 4th trip, and the encounter turned out to be quite perilous for Remus. Thankfully, Remus was able to escape before Fenrir Greyback could rip out his throat. Unfortunately, Remus couldn't be taken to the street mungos due to his furry little problem. Werewolves can buy potions from street mungos, but they cannot get any treatment from street mungos. It was a stupid, bigoted law, but it was still a law. So, Remus was taken to Hogwarts for treatment. Thankfully, Remus was expected to make full recovery, but it was going to take him a whole month to heal completely, even with magical means of healing. If Remus could have been treated in St. Mungo's, then his treatment could have been much faster, but alas. Meanwhile, James and Sirius continued to train so that they could quickly graduate from the Auror Academy and join the Auror Force. As soon as Remus was released from the Hogwarts Infirmary, he was asked by Albus Dumbledore to resume his mission. James, Sirius, and Remus had a huge row, with James and Sirius on one side and Remus on the other. James and Sirius could understand why Remus was so devoted to Albus Dumbledore. The men had allowed Remus to study at Hogwarts. After having a blazing row with James and Sirius, Remus finally left for the continent to resume his mission. Unfortunately for Remus, Fenrir Greyback was waiting for him. Remus never had a chance, as this time Fenrir was waiting for Remus along with his pack. They ripped him apart and sent his head to Albus Dumbledore through a post owl as a message. James and Sirius were devastated by the news of Remus's death, and both of them along with Lily blamed Albus for the man's death. After Remus' death, once again James and Sirius started to change. Both of them decided to use everything in the arsenal to survive the war. Sirius finally decided to meet his grandfather, Arcturus Black III. The man had been asking for a meeting for quite some time. While Arcturus wanted to meet Sirius so that he could have a talk with him about the family headship, Sirius had a completely different plan in his mind. Sirius simply wanted to borrow his family grimoire from his grandfather, who was also the current Lord Black. Arcturus Black III never passed the mantle of Lord Black to either of his sons because both of them were spineless bastards, or that is what Arcturus believed they were. So, when Sirius only asked for the family grimoire while refusing to accept the head of the family, Arcturus was disappointed and angry, but he still handed his grandson the family grimoire. Even though Sirius never wanted to be the head of the family, Arcturus felt that Sirius would be perfect for the position. After all, Sirius was his own man, while his brother Regulus would do anything his mother would ask him to do. Regulus never did anything on his own, and that was a huge disappointment for a man like Arcturus. So, if the family grimoire gave the boy a chance to survive the war, then Arcturus wasn't going to complain. On the other hand, James went to his father to learn about their family magics. After the death of Euphemia Potter, Fleamont Potter decided to accept the invitation from the Auror office to train the new recruits. He needed to focus his mind on something else instead of his wife's death, and this way he was also helping the Ministry to take down Voldemort. Years passed away in the blink of an eye, and the war picked up the pace. It was no longer a Cold War, it was now a full-blown civil war. The Ministry was no longer fighting with stunners, they have learned to fight fire with fire. Albus Dumbledore had tried his best to stop it, but he no longer had the political clout he held before. Albus Dumbledore was responsible for the deaths of all of the members of the Order of Phoenix. So, it wasn't a surprise when no one wanted to listen to him or give him the time of the day. The men had lost all respect due to his actions. By that time, James and Sirius were already senior Aurors due to their achievements in the field. While James had already married Lily, Sirius was dating Amelia Bones for a couple of months. In that year the Ministry finally achieved a breakthrough. It was a huge breakthrough. They finally realized how to defeat Voldemort. They raided the Malfoy Manor, and that is where they discovered a Horcrux. The Horcrux was given to the Unspeakables. The Unspeakables raised their security as they couldn't afford to have a leak, and Augustus Rockwood was caught before he could escape or inform his lord about the recent developments. Nobody knows what the Unspeakables did, but in a span of 6 months, they discovered the rest of the Horcruxes and destroyed them. Unknown to those facts, Voldemort decided to lead a raid to Diagon Alley the next day, and as expected, the Auror force arrived. Senior Auror James Potter and Sirius Black were the unfortunate ones, who had to face Lord Voldemort. While James Potter and Sirius Black were good, Voldemort was simply better, and he was simply playing around with the two of them, but all of a sudden a loud bang was heard and Lord Voldemort fell with the top of his bald head missing. Later it was found that it was Lily Potter along with a couple of Unspeakables who decided to take down Voldemort with a gun, and it was Lily who pulled the trigger from the roof of one of the buildings in Diagon Alley. That is how the war came to an end in their world. Well, we could always visit Hogwarts as professors. Sirius suggested with a meaningful look on his face after he finally sobered up from the painful memories. Yes, some of the memories were painful, but it was okay. They have made a lot of happy memories too. They have lost most of their classmates in the year, and everyone who was foolish enough to join the order were killed off brutally. The McKinnons and the Longbottoms were all gone except for Augusta Longbottom, who died due to a broken heart and old age. It was the same with Pruitts and Moody's. These families weren't the only ones, a lot of minor families were wiped off too. Sirius Black. I hope you weren't suggesting what I think you were suggesting. Amelia growled in anger, and Sirius knew that he was fucked if he couldn't defuse the situation. After a few seconds of silence, an idea finally clicked in his mind, but he gulped loudly when his wife pointed her wand at Sirius. Well, I was hoping, you are the student. I wanted to see if that old uniform still fits you or not, Sirius said with a sly grin on his face, and Amelia slightly blushed after hearing his words. Maybe, we can try that later. Amelia muttered slowly as the idea was quite appealing to her. James simply looked at his wife and gave her the puppy dog eyes. Lily simply rolled her eyes in exasperation. Sometimes, her husband could be such a baby. Fine. Fine, Lily sighed exasperatedly, and James cheered happily. While Lily tried to act impassive after watching her husband's reaction, she wasn't able to hide her smile. Equals 'Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. =========================================================================================================================https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 49, Different Realities, 2. Unknown Location, Glasgow. Guys, it's 10 a.m. If he is coming, then he is already on. Lily couldn't even finish her words before Lord Rosier appeared several meters away with a loud crack. Lily immediately turned toward James and gave him a pointed look. We need to make him understand that we are in charge. We can't make any mistakes, Lily said seriously, and James simply gave her a determined nod. Good luck, James, and don't forget to pull up your hood, in the voice-obscuring charm, Amelia reminded James, who was about to walk away from the trio to meet Lord Rosier. James gave Amelia a thankful look before pulling up his hood. Lily used to be an unspeakable in their world, and she had been head of the Unspeakables for nearly 34 years before she finally retired, so she was quickly familiar with the workings of the department. Lily had charmed hoods for all the members of the Order of the Light with the same charms Unspeakables used to hide their faces. After all the pureblood families have some distinct features. James would be easily recognized as a Potter, while Sirius would be easily recognized as a Black. James pulled out his wand and tapped the tip of his wand on his throat to cast the voice-obscuring charm. Moments later, James raised his wand in the air and waved it over his head. He felt like an egg has been cracked over his head as he slowly became invisible. With everything in place, James started to slowly make his way toward Lord Rosier, who was frantically looking around with his wand in his hand. James finally arrived in front of Lord Rosier and dispelled the disillusionment charm. Lord Rosier practically jumped back in fright as he pointed his wand at James. "Where is my son, you bastard?" The man growled threateningly as the tip of his wand lit up with a green glow. James didn't need to be a genius to know what spell Lord Rosier was planning to use, and James wasn't surprised in the slightest. "You need to calm down, Lord Rosier. If something happened to me, then you will never be able to see your son again. I don't think you would like that, would you?" James asked in a mocking tone. James scowled in distaste. Blackmailing someone with their son always left a bad taste in his mouth, but it was necessary. Armand Rosier sighed in defeat as the tip of his wand stopped glowing. The man slowly lowered his wand in defeat, but he continued to glare at James in pure hatred. Right now, Armand Rosier was no longer Lord Rosier, he was now a simple man, trying to get back his son. "What do you want?" "If it is gold, then name your amount," Armand Rosier barked in indignation. "No, we don't want your gold. There is something else we want from you." James trailed off as he pulled out a scroll from his robes and tossed it to Armand. The men didn't catch the scroll. Armand had no idea if the scroll was cursed or not, and he wasn't taking any risks with his beloved son already in their clutches. The man used his wand to levitate the scroll from the ground, and with a soft flick, Armand opened the scroll. As soon as Armand saw the contents of the scroll, his eyes grew wide in surprise for a moment before he quickly regained his bearing. James also noticed the minute reaction from Armand Rosier, and it was enough for him. "From your reaction, I guess you have seen her." James wasn't asking, he was stating facts. "Yes, I have seen her. She was at the ball and the blacks were treating her respectfully," Armand answered reluctantly. "Who is she?" Armand asked curiously. James didn't answer and simply flicked his wand in the air. "Don't speak her name," James said as the words Destiny Grindelwald formed in the air, and Armand's eyes grew wide in surprise. James was worried about the fact that Armand's eyes might pop out of his head. Armand did not know what to say. Now he finally understood why the blacks were being so respectful to the girl. Armand simply released a snort and looked at James. "What do you want me to do?" Armand asked. He did not care who the girl was or who his father was. He was more worried about his own son. If Gellert Grindelwald wasn't in prison, then it would have been a completely different case. Armand did not believe a young woman like Destiny Grindelwald could be strong enough to defeat him. "You see, she has captured one of our own. We want him back. We will exchange our men for your son," James explained, and Armand did not look happy, but he nodded his head in understanding. "After I get my son, I will be coming after all of you. You shouldn't have gone after my son." Armand growled internally as he vowed vengeance inside his mind. He started to look for his son everywhere as soon Armand returned from the ball along with his wife, who was quite frantic by that time. At first, Armand called his house elf and asked him to look for his son. Unfortunately, while the house elf could feel that Marcus was alive, he couldn't find his location due to the wards. While Armand wanted to kill the little creature in rage, house elves weren't cheap, and it wasn't his house elf's fault that his son had gone missing. Armand wanted to use his own resources to look for his son instead of contacting the DMLE. He had already lost a lot of face last night at the ball where his family and heir were insulted by a filthy house elf. He didn't want to lose any more due to this incident, but his son was more important than his face. So, Armand decided that if he couldn't find his son in 2 days, then he would contact the DMLE. The next morning Armand dispatched a group of mercenaries to look for his son. It took them only a few hours to find where Marcus Rosier was last seen. Armand wasn't surprised to find that his son was last seen at the magical ale. Maybe he shouldn't have spoiled his son so much. The mercenaries didn't find anything else that day. The next morning, Armand finally received an unnamed letter. As soon as Armand finished reading the contents of the letter, he gently placed the letter on his table and went to the dueling room in his manor. The room was rarely used nowadays, especially with Vinda gone. Armand needed to vent a lot of anger and frustration. His son has been captured, and now they were asking for a meeting if he ever wanted to see his son again. They have given him a time and a location for the meeting, and they have also told him not to contact Aurors or there would be dire consequences for his son. The kidnappers have even dared to send him his son's hair strands and a few drops of blood as proof. At first, Armand was considering to disregard the warning and contact the Aurors, but after thinking with a calm mind, he decided against it. His son's safety was the most important thing to Armand, and contacting the Aurors will put the life of his son at risk. The hair strands and the blood was freshly taken, so it was enough to prove whoever these people were, they had his son in their clutches. They have asked him to come alone for the meeting, so here he was, bargaining for the life of his son. His wife has been inconsolable for the last 2 days, he didn't blame her. If he was in her place, then he would have been acting the same too. I will make all of them cry tears of blood. Armand threw James a last glare before disapparating. James released a huge sigh as soon as Armand Rosier was gone. While James could have easily defeated Armand Rosier, He was glad that a fight didn't break out or the men didn't bring Oris with him. That would have been bad. Really bad. They also didn't need to use the wards, which was a good thing. That went well, Sirius pointed out as the others arrived beside James. Yes, that went much better than I was expecting. I was believing he would act like a Malfoy, James muttered with a bewildered look on his face. Well, you have to understand that he loves his son. You have seen the memories, and the way he spoils his son, it is clear that he loves his son. So, I am not surprised he doesn't want his son to be harmed. He will do anything to get back his son. He is a desperate parent and desperate parents could go to any lengths to protect their child, Lily explained in an indifferent tone. Anyways, let's get out of here. James ordered after a few moments of silence. The four of them nodded their heads and started to dismantle the inactive wards they have placed. They didn't want to leave any traces of their meeting for the Aurors or anyone else. Line break. St. James, London. Albus Dumbledore arrived just outside the Ikoi restaurant with a soft crack. The Muggles walking by weren't surprised by the man's sudden arrival. They didn't even seem to notice the men. Albus looked at the restaurant with a small frown on his face and pulled out a letter from his robes. The men checked the address on the letter before shoving the letter back into his pocket. Without wasting any more time, Albus walked up to the entrance and pushed open the door, and made his way inside the restaurant. Albus took off his hat and placed it on the hat stand followed by his winter coat. It wasn't cold in London, but in Scotland. It was a completely different matter. As soon as Albus was done, he looked around, trying to find the person he was supposed to meet. That is when he found a pair of brilliant green eyes staring at him from a corner of the restaurant. Albus couldn't help but compare the distinctive green flash of the killing curse with this person's eyes. Albus slowly made his way toward the table as he continued to inspect the men sitting at the table. Albus quickly looked through his memories to see if he had met this man before or not, but he came out empty. The man was a Potter, there was no mistaking it, but Albus has never met this man before in his life. Albus has met Hardwin Potter, the current Lord Potter, and the men sitting at the table, while similar, was no Hardwin Potter. Albus was also quite familiar with Fleamont Potter. The men had recently graduated from Hogwarts, and once again the man at the table was no Fleamont Potter, and Charles Potter was only a child, who was yet to enter Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore, have a seat, the man offered with a snort. Albus was almost tempted to take a peek inside the man's mind. Albus hated mysteries, but he wanted to check the waters before trying anything else. Albus nodded his head in gratitude and sat down. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Potter? Albus asked, and the men simply gave him an unimpressed look. You know, this is one of the reasons I never liked you, and this is also one of the reasons I was hesitating to contact you, Harry Potter said as continued to stare at Albus with an annoyed look on his face. Have we met before? You have me at a severe disadvantage, young man, especially when you seem to already know me, Albus spoke carefully. The man sitting in front of him was a puzzle, and Albus hated puzzles. He couldn't rest until he solved a puzzle. No, we haven't, and no, I cannot tell you who I am. You already know I am a Potter, and that is already a security risk, Harry said, and moments later, he felt a mental probe brush against his shields. Once again Harry remembered why he was so reluctant to meet the men. Don't get him wrong, Harry really respected the men. They couldn't have won the war without Albus Dumbledore. The old man was his mentor, but there are a few things he absolutely hated about the men. Albus Dumbledore hated not knowing. He would go to any lengths to acquire all the information he needed. God forbid if anyone disagreed. That was quite rude, and please don't try that again or this meeting ends here, Harry warned, and Albus knew that he needed to take a step back or he would lose whatever information he was promised in the letter. Ah. Please forgive me, I was simply curious, Albus raised one of his hands in the air. If I could have told you my name, then I would have done that, but I can't give you my name. It is paramount that we maintain secrecy, Harry insisted, and for now, Albus simply decided to go along with it. For Albus, it was clear to see that while the men trusted him, he wasn't going to budge from his statement. Albus couldn't push the situation anymore. Albus, what I am going to tell you is extremely serious. If don't make a stand then we lose, Harry said, and Albus was already paying rapt attention to the men in front of him. He did not know what could be so important, but he was going to give the men a chance. Harry pulled out a small scroll from his jacket and placed it on the table before opening it. Albus looked at the picture of the young woman with bright crimson hair and bright crimson eyes in the scroll, and then he looked back at the men. Who is this woman? Albus asked curiously. This woman is the leader of the Crimson Knights. It is a Wixen army of at least 3,000 strong, Harry said, and Albus drastically paled. Right now, they have already established a base in this country, and while they aren't directly connected to Grindelwald's acolytes, they believe in the exact same ideals. Magic is might, Harry said with a snort, and Albus' hands trembled as he finally connected the dots. Minerva has joined the Crimson Knights, Albus realized. I see. Why are you telling me all this? Albus asked as he quickly gathered his bearings. Harry was about to answer the man, but he stopped as the waitress returned with a cup of tea for Albus. The waitress placed the cup on the table and gave Albus a smile, and the men gave her a nod in gratitude. Harry stared at the waitress retreating back, and he finally started to speak when the woman was finally gone. As I said, it is time to make a stand or we lose. I am sure you already know that a group is recruiting wizards and witches who believe in Grindelwald's cause, Harry growled. What do you think happened in the Black family ball? Everyone knows that magical Britain is controlled by the old pure-blood families. Do you think she isn't trying to recruit them? Harry asked, pointing at the picture. Albus had to admit, the man sitting in front of him was right. Anyone who is trying to take over the country will try to bring the old pure-blood lords to their side. Grindelwald's cause is extremely tempting all the old pure-blood families, so it wouldn't be surprising if some of them decided to join this woman, whoever this woman was. Yes, I can see what you are trying to say, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of the families have already joined their cause, Albus muttered sadly. Albus hated violence and death, but it was clear that a war was coming if what the man sitting in front of him said is true. Albus had also seen the signs. Fortunately, Gellert Grindelwald's capture was a huge blow to their cause, and most of the acolytes were scattered across the continent except for the Crimson Knights. Right now, the ICW was trying to bring Gellert Grindelwald to the continent, so that they could convict the men for the crimes he had committed on the continent. While Albus did not have any pulls in the ICW, he did have some friends who didn't mind passing on the news to him. Albus couldn't help but shake in disappointment when he heard the news. The politicians were still busy trying to play politics with something so dangerous. They have lost a lot of face and respect during Gellert's regime, and now they simply wanted to look good in front of the people by bringing back Gellert as a prisoner. While Albus was happy that Gellert was finally stopped, on the other hand, he believed that Gellert wouldn't be giving up so easily. So, what do you want me to do? I am not an heir, nor do I work for the ministry, Albus said while intently looking at the men. The way the man sitting in front has been talking to him, it was clear that the men knew him quite well, but how? Even if Albus had decided to take a step back, for now, it didn't mean he wasn't going to fish for more information, and that is what he was trying to do. Harry simply snorted after hearing Albus' words. He had spent a lot of time with the men before he died, but he still decided to answer the question. He knew how Albus was, always trying to fish information out of people. The reason I am telling you all of this is quite simple. You will never allow someone to take over this country by force. I don't think you are patriotic or anything, but I believe you don't want a person to take over the country who will probably go after the Muggles or Muggle-borns. Harry answered with a thoughtful look on his face, and Albus couldn't help but nod his head in agreement. Albus did not know how this man knew him so well, but he was going to keep an eye out for this man. While this man seemed to be on the light side, at the same time, the man was quite dangerous as well. You know me really well, Mr. Potter, but you still haven't told me who this woman is, Albus said as he tapped his finger on the picture. Harry released a sigh and pulled out his wand. For a moment, Albus tensed up, but he quickly relaxed when he noticed the bland look on Harry's face. Albus simply couldn't help it. You can never be too careful. Harry waved his wand in the air and fiery words started to appear in the air. Albus' eyes grew wide in shock as he read the name floating in the air. Destiny Grindelwald. Albus read the name for the second time, but the words remained the same. Do not speak that name. We suspect she might have invoked a form of taboo on her name. If anyone speaks her name, then she will know their exact location, Harry warned Albus, who was still staring at the name in a complete stupor. Albus finally broke out of his musing after hearing Harry's words. Albus tried to remember if he had ever come across such magic in his travels or not, but nothing came to his mind. Taboo. What is that? I have never heard of such magic, Albus said with a frown as he curiously inclined his head. The world is quite big, Albus, and as for the taboo, it is a complex form of magic. It allows the caster to know the exact location of the person who spoke the taboo word. Oh, the taboo also weakens the wards around the person who invoked the taboo, Harry explained with a small grin, and Albus simply looked at Harry in surprise. Internally, Harry cheered for successfully surprising Albus Dumbledore. After all, it wasn't every day a man like Albus Dumbledore was surprised. Magic like that would a lot of power to cast, Albus muttered with a bewildered look on his face. Yes, and she is an extremely strong witch. We suspect her core is solid, Harry answered, and Albus didn't know what to say. Albus released a deep breath and stared at the name still floating in the air. Are you sure about her name? Albus asked almost desperately. From what Gellert has told him, Gellert was the last living member of the Grindelwald family, or at least that is what Gellert believed. The Grindelwald family did not have a family tapestry, so Gellert wasn't sure. Unlike the bigger and more powerful pureblood families, they did not need to keep track of their families. That's her name, though we don't know how she is related to your former friend, Harry said cryptically, which made Albus cringe, but Albus refrained from making any comments. Instead, he gave the picture another look. Even though Albus did not want to, he couldn't deny the similarities between the woman and Gellert. It was quite possible that Gellert had a daughter after leaving Godric's Hollow, but there was no way Albus could be sure until he met either of them. Just like him, Gellert also liked men, so it was highly unlikely that Gellert fell in love with a woman. People change, Gellert might have changed too, but once again, Albus couldn't be sure. I see. Thank you for the information, Mr. Potter, Albus said as he finally finished his tea. How will I contact you? Albus was cut off before he could finish. You won't. If it becomes necessary, it will be me who contacts you, Harry said as he inclined his head to look at the clock hanging on the nearby wall. Oh. Look at the time. I must be going. Harry exclaimed in mock worry, and with a soft crack he was gone. Albus looked around frantically to check if any of the muggles noticed the sudden departure of the men or not. Albus finally released a deep sigh after he made sure none of the muggles noticed anything. If Albus wanted, he could have easily tracked Harry, but he decided against it. Sometimes, it was necessary to play the long game. Albus slowly stood up, and after leaving some bills on the table, he walked out of the restaurant looking contemplative. The men had given him a lot to think about, and even with the lack of information, Albus believed that the men was telling the truth. Albus has also realized he had sent Minerva to join the Crimson Knights. He needed to get a pensieve as quickly as possible, or he would be putting Minerva's life at risk without any returns. Minerva wanted to tell him something yesterday, but she couldn't due to her oaths. She simply told him to get the pensieve as quickly as possible before leaving his office. Albus released a deep sigh. Sometimes he still wondered, where did everything go wrong? What would have happened if the three-way duel didn't break out between him, his brother, and Gellert? Would Ariana be still alive? Would he be standing beside Gellert right now if Ariana didn't die? So many ifs. Albus quickly shook his head to clear his mind. He could spend the rest of his life thinking about ifs, but the reality wasn't going to wait for him. After releasing another sigh, Albus finally disapparated from the street without alerting anyone around him. Line break. Hermione turned toward Harry as soon as she saw Albus Dumbledore disapparate. The two of them were watching Albus Dumbledore from one of the roofs on the opposite side of the street. Harry arrived on the roof after his meeting with Albus was over, and Hermione was already waiting for him on the roof. Hermione had been watching the whole meeting from the roof. The two of them wanted to see what would Albus do after Harry left. After all, they couldn't have the men tracking them back to their base. They wanted to see if Albus would try to track Harry or not. At least, he didn't try to follow you. Hermione muttered, and Harry simply nodded his head as he hummed in agreement. He is much different than the men I knew. Well, I can't blame him, he is yet to see the war, Harry muttered solemnly as he started to compare the men he just met and the men from his memories. The Albus he knew was extremely paranoid. Not a Laster Moody level paranoid, but he was still paranoid. He became like that after Peter Pettigrew betrayed his parents. After that, Albus no longer trusted anyone to be capable enough to lead and teach Harry Potter. The Albus he knew had made a lot of mistakes, but they only won the war due to the man's paranoia. In their world, Albus never trusted Severus, and it turned out to be their saving grace, as it turned out that Severus was never on the light side. In their 6th year, wands were drawn after a nasty face-off between Harry and Draco. Curses flew true, and all of a sudden, Draco's dark mark was revealed to everyone by one of Harry's errant spells. Draco obviously wasn't happy about the fact and decided to cast the Cruciatus Curse on Harry, but before he could finish the spell, Harry cast the Sectum Semper successfully, severely injuring Draco Malfoy, making everyone freeze. That is when Severus Snape arrived, and after watching his godson's condition, he wasn't able to hold back his anger and cast the killing curse on Harry. Ronald Weasley, being a good friend, pushed Harry out of the way and took the curse for his best friend. Something snapped inside Harry, and Severus Snape finally realized what he had done in his fit of anger. Horrified of his actions, Snape decided to take his godson and run. The rest of the Slytherins followed, but Harry wasn't going to let them succeed. While Snape could protect himself while running, the other Slytherins couldn't. All of them were brutally taken down, never to get up again. Harry only saw red after Ron fell down on the floor, completely unmoving. Unfortunately for Harry, some of the other professors arrived at the scene, and they thought Harry had lost it and tried to protect the others from Harry. Fortunately for Snape and the remaining Slytherins, the interference gave them enough chance to escape. Instead of returning to the Slytherin dorms, they decided to leave Hogwarts. Harry was finally knocked out by a crying Hermione. The professors were having a hard time holding Harry back, which surprised them a lot. Albus Dumbledore was finally at the scene, and he was furious. Hermione told him everything from the start, and while he was furious at Harry, he couldn't help but blame himself. If it wasn't for Severus, then Harry wouldn't have snapped. If it wasn't for Severus, then Ronald Weasley would still be alive. If it wasn't for Severus, then he wouldn't have to protect Draco. Albus knew that he couldn't ponder anymore. He needed to act, and he needed to act quickly. The Aurors were probably on their way already to capture Harry. That was something he couldn't allow to happen. So, Albus quickly revived Harry and forced him to calm down. Albus quickly explained the situation to him. Albus was saddened to see that Harry didn't seem to regret his actions. He knew something in Harry has changed and it wasn't for the better, but Harry was the only one who could defeat Voldemort. So, he simply asked Harry to escape while he took care of everything on this side. When the Aurors finally arrived, Harry was long gone. They tried to arrest the other Gryffindors, but Albus interfered and there wasn't much they could do after that. A countrywide hunt for Harry was issued but all the Aurors returned empty-handed. Severus tried to meet Albus and explain his side of the story, but Albus was no longer wanting to meet the men. There would be no third chance for Severus Snape. While Draco was punished severely for failing the mission, he was left alive. Meanwhile, Albus decided to use his remaining days to train Harry and some of the other members of DA. Albus also told Harry everything about the scar, and while Harry was inconsolable, he decided to go through with Albus' plan. With Albus gone into hiding with Harry and the other members of DA, Voldemort easily took over the ministry, and Severus was appointed as the new headmaster. Albus hammered his paranoia into Harry's head too, and it saved Harry a lot of times during the Horcrux hunt and the Battle of Hogwarts. Albus finally left the world 3 months after the ministry and Hogwarts fell. Harry and Hermione went off to hunt the Horcruxes while the rest of the DA members who decided to stay with Harry decided to lead the rebellion. It took them the rest of the year to hunt down all the Horcruxes except for the tiara, but they succeeded. Albus had taken the Gryffindor sword with him when he decided to leave the school so Harry didn't have to look for the basilisk venom. Harry finally decided to attack Hogwarts as the tiara was probably hidden at Hogwarts. Voldemort was bound to come. Even though Harry wasn't at Hogwarts for the year, he was kept abreast of everything happening inside Hogwarts. Slytherin students were given free reign inside Hogwarts. They happily used the Cruciatus curse on the students of other houses, so when Harry or the rebels came across Slytherins, they would put them down permanently, no mercy. By the time Severus Snape realized anything was wrong, it was already too late. The rebels have captured Draco Malfoy, and from Albus, Harry knew about Snape's unbreakable vow. So, they used Draco to make Snape surrender, which he did, but before he could explain anything, he was killed by Hermione, and then Harry decided to send off Draco for the next great adventure. Harry and the rebels took over the school and they found the tiara hidden in the room of requirements. They destroyed the tiara, and just as Harry expected, Voldemort arrived with the rest of his army. The Battle of Hogwarts finally began and Nagini was killed by Moody before he was taken down by Voldemort. Harry took the killing curse meant for Hermione and the last Horcrux was destroyed. While Voldemort was boasting, Harry returned to life and took Voldemort down with the killing curse. Voldemort had his back turned to Harry, but Voldemort realized something and turned back, but it was already too late. Harry's killing curse hit him on the face and that was it. None of the Death Eaters were spared, all of the Death Eaters were tossed through the veil. Harry decided that there would be no second chances. While a lot of people disagreed with him, all of them wanted to avoid another war, and if they had to summarily execute all the Death Eaters to achieve that, then they would do so. Harry also passed a bill: all the assets belonging to Death Eaters would be seized regardless of the fact if the rest of the members of their family were Death Eaters or not. He also passed another bill, which a lot of people vehemently agreed with while none of the professors agreed with him. Harry decided enough was enough, and all Slytherin students had to swear oaths on their magic saying that they would not support pureblood bigotry in any manner. It wasn't right of him to do something like that since not everyone in Slytherin was bad, but wasn't taking any more chances. They have lost a lot of good people due to the stupid war. He wasn't planning to lose any more. It took decades, but the purebloods were finally gone. Some of the remaining families decided to leave as they were being oppressed by the new regime while some of the other houses died out. Ultimately, everything turned out for the good. Harry finally ended up marrying Hermione and having a family with her. "Let's go back," Harry said as he wrapped his arm around Hermione, who simply nodded her head in consent, and moments later, both of them were gone with a soft crack. Equals . Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 5491 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 50, Plans and Discussions. Hogwarts, Scotland. Minerva McGonagall continued to run through the halls of Hogwarts with the Daily Prophet clutched in her hand tightly. Minerva turned around the corner without slowing down, and a couple of fourth-year Ravenclaw students had to jump away to avoid a collision with Minerva, who didn't even bother to give them a second glance. The Ravenclaw students looked at each other before shrugging with unsure looks on their faces. Minerva finally arrived in front of the head of Transfiguration Department office, and she simply barged in without bothering to knock. Albus put down his quill and gave Minerva a worried look. Minerva's face was completely covered in sweat and she also seemed to be breathing heavily. Albus couldn't help but feel dread welling up in his stomach. Something really bad must have happened to make Minerva rush into his office from wherever she was. What happened, Minerva? Albus asked worriedly. Minerva made her way towards his table without giving him an answer and placed the Daily Prophet on his table. Albus gave her a questioning look, but instead of asking Minerva anything else, he decided to grab the paper. He guessed he would get his answers from the Daily Prophet. As soon as Albus read the headline, his stomach dropped. Just like he suspected, something terrible has happened. Gellert Grindelwald escapes. The bold headline didn't fail to make Albus grimace in shame and dread. Only today he discovered that there was another Grindelwald running around the world with similar ideals and the said person also had an organized army at her command. Now, Gellert was free too. His timing couldn't have been any worse. Destiny Grindelwald was already recruiting in Britain and now Gellert could easily reignite his movement in the continent with extreme ease. Previously, they were only fighting on a single front, but now, there were going to be two fronts which will not only make the fight extremely difficult, but it will also make the fight extremely tricky. Albus was quite familiar with Gellert's skills and the Gellert has only grown since he left Britain. Gellert was already unmatched until now and he was only captured due to some blind luck. Albus did not know if blind luck would strike again, but it was quite unlikely. Alas, a man could always hope. Albus had a nagging suspicion at the back of his mind. He suspected at the end everyone will look at him to stop the man. Albus was quite aware of his reputation. Albus wouldn't be surprised if Torquil Travers paid him a visit in the upcoming months and asked him to stop Gellert. Can I even stop him? Albus thought and moments later, he couldn't help but grimace. How can I even look at myself in the mirror if I don't even try? Albus thought and he immediately regretted it. Albus hissed in pain as soon as he thought about trying to stop Gellert. Albus could feel the magic of the blood pact starting to act. He could feel his own magic wrapping around his heart. Albus immediately used occlumency to banish all of his thoughts about trying to stop Gellert and the pain disappeared. Minerva immediately rushed toward Albus when she noticed Albus' discomfort. Albus, are you all right? Minerva shrieked in worry. No worries, Minerva. I am fine. I am fine, Albus waved off her worries as he released a deep breath. Minerva gave him an unconvinced look, but she decided not to push the issue. Instead, Minerva simply huffed and decided to walk away. Minerva was aware of the complicated relationship between Albus and Gellert. While Albus had told her a lot of things, he haven't told her everything. If you are sure. Minerva said in a clipped tone and slumped down in one of the chairs. Albus simply smiled at Minerva before looking back at the paper. Albus decided to read the rest of the article. Having all the information regarding the breakout was extremely important for him. Apparently, a small group broke into the prison and after neutralizing the prison guards, they broke Gellert out of his cell. More than half of the prison guards were killed and the rest were simply knocked out. Albus felt heartbroken due to the meaningless deaths, but he decided to continue reading the article. The group also obliterated the prison guards they spared before leaving. Albus shook his head in disappointment when he read that Serafina Pickery was found dead inside Gellert Grindelwald's. Apparently, the Aurors have found signs of the Imperious Curse on the woman before she was finally killed by the Killing Curse. The whole fiasco was a complete disaster according to Albus. So many meaningless deaths and Albus had to admit, whoever came to rescue Gellert successfully made a statement to the rest of the world. Now the fight will be even harder, Albus mused with trepidation. It was a clear message. Stand in our way at your own peril. Now getting people to fight against Gellert and Destiny Grindelwald will be even harder. If they could kill the leader of a well-established magical community so easily, then what could they do to normal wizards and witches? The dread Albus was feeling increased several folds when he read the next headline. This headline was much smaller than the previous one, but it was as much impactful as the main one. Tragedy strikes the Pickery family. Albus decided to read this article too even though he could already guess what happened to the Pickery family. Albus was proven wrong when finally finished reading the article. It was much worse than he was expecting. Who could have done such a cruel thing to a whole family? Albus was horrified at the fate of the Pickery family. At least, Serafina Pickery's daughter and brother-in-law were spared from all that pain. Albus slowly placed the paper on the table and looked at Minerva with a grave look on his face. This is bad, Minerva. This is really bad. I have no doubt that this will dissuade a lot of good people from joining the fight, Albus rubbed his face. That is exactly what I was thinking too. Though, you need to get a pensieve as quickly as possible. I want to review my memories. It will be nice to be able to revisit them, Minerva said while giving Albus a meaningful look. Albus simply nodded his head in understanding as he easily understood what Minerva was trying to say. I am still working on it, but I don't think you have to wait much longer, Albus released a sigh. He had reached out to a broker and the broker has assured Albus that he will get him a pensieve within a month. Albus would have preferred if the process was much faster, but with how rare pensieves are, he could understand why he needed to wait. Good. Minerva nodded her head in understanding. What now? Minerva asked, and Albus pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. I do not know, Minerva. I am afraid people will start looking at me to stop him, but I can't. I can't face him. Albus shook his head, looking completely heartbroken. Minerva decided not to say anything after hearing Albus' words. While she understood that Albus' relationship with Gellert was more than complicated, she couldn't understand why Albus refused to fight the men. Albus had made it clear that he and Gellert were much more than friends, and while he was not proud of what Gellert has become, he might be still harboring some feelings for the men. Minerva could easily understand what Albus was feeling. She had experienced it too when she fell in love, and later she had to give up on her love because the man she loved was a simple muggle. For a moment, Minerva wondered if it would be better if the Grindelwalds succeeded. If they successfully enslaved the muggles, then she would no longer need to hide her love for Dougal. Minerva could be finally with him without giving up on magic like her mother had to. Minerva winced and immediately shook her head to clear her mind. How could I even think something like that? Minerva questioned herself. She had no idea where the thought came from. While her relationship with her father never improved, she never supported the idea of enslaving muggles. For Merlin's sake, she fell in love with a muggle. How could she even look into his eyes and say that she loved him if she helped the Grindelwalds take over the muggle world? But I could be with Dougal. Minerva's mind wandered off for the second time, and once again Minerva shook her head to get the traitorous thoughts out of her mind. Did someone curse me? Minerva wondered, but she quickly scrapped the idea as she was pretty sure nobody cursed her while she was at the base of Crimson Knights. Is the time I spend with the Crimson Knights affecting me? Minerva asked herself, but she wasn't sure about the answer. Minerva finally decided that she was simply stressed and her traitorous thoughts would probably go away after a good night's sleep. If not, then could always talk with Albus. He will be able to give her a better answer. Don't worry, Albus, good people will always make a stand against tyrants. Minerva tried to comfort Albus, who simply gave her a nod. I hope you are right, Minerva. The war won't be lost as long as someone is still willing to fight, Albus said while nodding his head like a sage. Minerva, can you excuse me? I would like to be left alone for some time, Albus requested almost pleadingly. Minerva smiled solemnly as she gave him an understanding nod. Then she stood up from her seat and started to make her way toward the door. Minerva stopped at the door and turned around to look at Albus. Take care, Albus. Send me a message if you need a friend to talk with, Minerva added before walking out of the door. Thank you, Minerva, Albus said in a grateful tone, but Minerva was already gone. Albus flicked his wand at the door to cast a strong locking charm and a silencing charm. After that, Albus took another look at the front page of the paper and a tear trickled down from his eyes, and moments later, Albus started to sob. Line break. Gellert burped loudly as he leaned back in his chair with a relaxed look on his face. Ah. That hit the spot, Gellert said loudly as he released a satisfied sigh. Did you leave your manners in the prison? Destiny asked while giving Gellert a disgusted look. Gellert simply grinned. It has been some time since I ate such a satisfying meal. Cut this old man some slack, Gellert chuckled softly and Destiny simply huffed in irritation. I am glad you are enjoying yourself, Destiny added dryly as she picked up her wine glass. She would have preferred something strong, but she wanted to avoid Cassiopeia's and Ambika's nagging. By the way, how long will it take you to gather your acolytes? Destiny asked, changing the topic. Gellert thought for a moment. I won't be gathering them right now. I will be laying low for some time. There is something that needs to be done before I summon them, Gellert said cryptically. Destiny raised her brows questioningly, but Gellert simply glanced toward the others on the table, and Destiny simply inclined her head in understanding. I see. So, how does it feel to be back in Britain? Destiny asked and Gellert simply released a snort. You already know the answer. So, how is your campaign going? Gellert asked, once again changing the topic, and Destiny simply hummed in amusement. She knew Gellert was annoyed by the fact that he was now back in Britain. Even though Gellert would deny it, he still harbored some feelings for Albus. It could be problematic in the long run, but Destiny wasn't overly worried. If Gellert failed to put down Albus Dumbledore, then she could always give him a hand. The campaign is progressing quite nicely thanks to the House of Black and Cassiopeia. If it wasn't for Cassiopeia then I would still be looking for support, and if wasn't for Sirius then I would still be scouring for funds, Destiny explained as she looked at Cassiopeia and Sirius. I would have been a fool if I didn't extend you support of our family, Sirius said as he humbly nodded his head. While Sirius was Lord Black and almost everyone in the magical world was afraid of the Blacks, Sirius was truly humbled in front of the raw magical power that both Grindelwalds possessed. He had seen Arcturus's memories after he returned and Sirius was awed by the display of power. Sirius might be a big shot in the political field, but politics would be meaningless if a wizard like Gellert Grindelwald or a witch like Destiny Grindelwald decided to make an example out of their family. As a former Slytherin and the current Lord Black, Sirius was obviously cunning and ambitious. He knew in which direction the wind was blowing and he wanted the House of Black to be one of the biggest supporters of their cause, so they could still be at the top of the food chain after the Grindelwalds took over the world. It is the same with me. I knew you were an extremely strong witch, so it was a no-brainer for me. Though, I did have different intentions at first, Cassiopeia admitted with a small smile on her face. She was extremely glad that she was able to convince Destiny to stay at her house. Credit where credit's due, Gellert nodded his head gratefully. I would like to thank you for the support, Gellert thanked Sirius and Cassiopeia. So, what's next? Gellert asked as he looked back at Destiny. After thinking for a bit, Destiny decided to reveal a part of her plan. I have recently discovered that the Muggle government is hiring squibs. Not only that but their offices are also protected by wards, Destiny explained and Gellert raised his eyebrows in question. Really? Gellert asked curiously. He was also quite familiar with the ICW laws, so he knew that someone high in the British Ministry of Magic must be involved with the Muggles or ICW would have interfered. The ICW takes any threat to the statute of secrecy very seriously. Yes, I don't know everyone who are involved from our side of the government, but Torquil Travers is involved and I am going to use him to incite a massive riot, Destiny explained and Gellert simply hummed. He had no idea who this Torquil Travers was, but he was clearly in a high position as Destiny was planning to use him. Right now, one of my lieutenants is collecting all the information we need for the mission. It will probably take him a few more days to complete the mission and then I will make my move, Destiny added with a thoughtful look on her face. Destiny refrained from going into details for the time being. While she trusted everyone present at the table, she wanted to keep the details to herself for the time being. You are going to frame the Muggles for Torquil Travers' brutal and untimely death, Gellert said to himself while nodding his head in understanding. No, I won't be framing the Muggles. I will make the Muggles do it and then will happily admit doing it. Destiny revealed with a vicious grin on her face. My lady, won't the Aurors notice the signs of Imperious curse after investigating the incident? Arcturus asked worriedly and Destiny simply chuckled in amusement. I won't be using the Imperious curse. The Imperious curse leaves signs even after the Imperious victim is dead. Any decent Auror would notice the signs and I can't have that. I can't leave behind any magical evidence. I can't have anyone discovering our involvement or the plan would fail, Destiny explained with a hard look on her face. There are other means to control Muggles besides the Imperious curse. Once again, Destiny decided not to reveal any details. It will cause a huge uproar, Sirius nodded his head with a grin. Sirius never liked the men and he was looking forward to the aftermath. A lot of pureblood families will be looking in his direction and he would be happy to lead them to Destiny Grindelwald's camp. Sirius finally understood what Destiny was trying to do. The Muggle lovers won't have any leg to stand on after the incident. Oh, yes. Sirius was quite excited about the whole thing. After that, we will deal with the squib problem. We can no longer send them into the Muggle world. They are a huge security leak and they can easily destroy the statute of secrecy. I can't even guess how much information the squibs have passed on to the Muggles. The Muggles might already know everything about the Diagon Alley, Destiny said with a grave look on her face. Yes, the squibs are a huge problem, but they are only a part of it. A lot of Muggleborns also return to the Muggle world after finishing their education. We need to deal with them too, Gellert spoke with a similar type of look on his face. Yes, some of the Muggleborns might be a problem as they would probably choose the Muggles over us. I already have a plan on how to deal with them, but there is something I want from you, Gellert, Destiny said as she looked at Gellert. Destiny slowly stood up and Gellert followed her example. Gellert looked toward Cassiopeia. The food was simply marvelous. Please, excuse us, Gellert said silkily as he followed Destiny out of the house through the deck at the back of the house, leaving Cassiopeia, Arcturus, and Sirius at the table, who looked at each other for a moment before shrugging. Meanwhile, Destiny found herself walking on the beach with Gellert walking beside her. Destiny simply snapped her fingers to cast a silencing charm around them. Gellert pulled out a familiar wand and conjured a couple of lounging chairs with a simple flick of his wand. Destiny stared at the wand for a moment before sitting down. While Gellert hasn't been using the Wand of Destiny for quite some time, he still had the wand's allegiance. After leaving the cell, Gellert decided to collect the wand from the place where he had hidden the wand before his capture, and he also collected the Blood Pact file which was kept in the prisoner locker room where all the personal belongings of a prisoner would be kept. Thankfully, Seraphina did not know what it was or she would have kept it in her office. Destiny still remembered what Death had told her, so she wanted to have the wand, but now was not the right time. Gellert was already planning to give her the wand, and Destiny also wanted to see if she could defeat Gellert in a fight or not. It would be epic if she won the wand's allegiance after defeating Gellert fair and square. So, what did you want to talk about? Gellert asked as he sat down too. I want you to stop trying to break the statute. We need to deal with the magical opposition before we can fight against the Muggles. We need to stand united, Destiny said while staring intently at Gellert. Gellert stared at Destiny for a moment before he nodded his head in understanding. I understand what you are trying to say and I agree with you. This is something I realized in the prison. I need to. Well, we need to destroy any magical opposition before we can make a move against the Muggles, Gellert said as he stared toward the ocean. I also want you to recruit someone who is quite knowledgeable about the Muggle world, Destiny added, and Gellert simply released a tired sigh. Gellert could never understand why Destiny was so fascinated with Muggles when she was trying to enslave them, but before he could complain, Destiny decided to speak again. We need to have spies in the Muggles' governments. We can't be blindsided, Destiny explained, and Gellert understood what Destiny was trying to convey. It will be done, Gellert nodded his head in understanding. The spies will be necessary as soon as the fight breaks out, Gellert agreed. Destiny smiled after hearing his words. She was quite aware that Gellert looked down on Muggles, but underestimating them could be a huge mistake. That is why Destiny always kept herself abreast of the Muggle world. After that, Destiny pulled out a letter from one of her pockets and handed it over to Gellert. Gellert took the letter and read it over and gave Destiny an incredulous look. Are you planning to go? Gellert asked, and Destiny nodded her head. After returning, Bibli had handed her a letter addressed to her, and she didn't need to be a genius to realize who could have sent her a letter. Apparently, the Order of Light was requesting a meeting, and Destiny could already guess what they wanted from her. Yes. Destiny trailed off as she noticed that Gellert wasn't happy with her answer. It could be a trap. It is probably a trap, Gellert pointed out, and Destiny nodded her head in agreement. Yes, I know that, but it is simply an offer I can't refuse. This chance is way too good to pass up, Destiny said with a feral grin, and Gellert could understand where she was coming from. If he was in her shoes, then he would have done the same too. Well, I am fine with it if that is what you want. So, do you want me to accompany you? Gellert asked, and after thinking for a bit, Destiny nodded her head. Yes, but I want you to watch the meeting from some distance, Destiny said, and Gellert nodded her head in understanding. I also want to know how Vinda will feel if I killed the rest of her family. Destiny asked curiously, and Gellert burst out laughing after hearing her question. She will send you a thank you card along with several gifts, Gellert grinned. She hates her parents and her brother, Gellert added in an amused tone. Good. While I don't want to spill any more magical blood, but I will, if it becomes necessary, Destiny quipped with an annoyed look on her face. For the greater good, Destiny muttered while nodding her head. For the greater good, Gellert added on his own. You still have some time to prepare for the meeting, Gellert said as he took another look at the letter. Yes, and I plan to use it wisely. As soon as Destiny finished, Gellert pulled out the wand of Destiny and held it out so Destiny could easily disarm him. Destiny immediately understood what Gellert was trying to say and shook her head. No, Gellert. Not like this. I want to fight you and win it fair and square, Destiny said in a determined tone. Gellert nodded his head in understanding. Sure, I would love to see how much you have progressed since the last time we sparred, Gellert grinned in excitement. So, what are you planning to do? I got the impression you wanted to have a private chat, Destiny questioned, and Gellert made himself comfortable in his chair. Credence Barebone is still alive. I do not know where he is right now, but he will be arriving in France with the Circus Arcanus in September. Until then, I am planning to stay here if you do not mind, Gellert answered with a shrug, and Destiny gave him a mild glare. I still don't understand why this Credence Barebone is so important to you. I mean, he is an Obscurus, but he is yet to die, so he can't be used as potion ingredients, Destiny groused with an annoyed look on her face. Gellert simply released a sigh. He is important for our cause. He is someone who can defeat Albus. I have seen it in my visions, Gellert explained calmly, and he stared at Destiny from the corner of his eyes. Are you sure you aren't putting too much faith in those visions, and did you really see this Credence defeat Albus? Destiny asked doubtfully. Gellert shuffled uncomfortably for a moment. Not exactly. The two of them were fighting and Credence was pushing him back, and all of my visions until now have come true while some are yet to happen, but since any of them are yet to fail. So, I can only assume that this particular vision is also true, Gellert said as he looked straight into Destiny's eyes. I hope you are right. Destiny trailed off grumpily. But if he fails, then you are bringing me his remains. I want to stock Obscurus particles on my potion selves. Can't say when I would need them, Destiny shrugged, and Gellert simply looked at her in amusement. You are being way too cruel, Gellert asked with a mock horrified look on his face, and Destiny simply scoffed. He is a dead man walking. It would simply be a waste if he was buried in some graveyard, but he will be useful to our cause even in his death if you bring him to me, Destiny leaned back in her own chair. Fine. Fine. I will bring him to you after he is no longer among the living. There is another reason I am going after Credence. I want to use him to mess with Albus, Gellert said in an amused tone, and Destiny simply raised her brows in question. Are you sure that's wise? I mean, you have been avoiding him until now. Destiny pointed out. Why did you think Newton's commander came to New York? Who do you think sent him? Gellert asked, and Destiny finally connected the dots. While he did have a Thunderbird in his outrageous suitcase, his timing was way too perfect to be a coincidence. Gellert growled in anger as he clenched his fists. How did Albus know you were in New York? I mean, nobody knew where you were hiding. Destiny questioned curiously, and Gellert shrugged. I do not know. I honestly have no idea, but there is a chance that the Obscurus attacks might have given him a hint. The ICW was also looking for me in the continent, so he probably guessed that I was no longer in the continent. Gellert explained with a shrug, and Destiny simply hummed with a contemplative look on her face. Albus Dumbledore is an extremely intelligent wizard, Destiny will give him that, so it was quite possible that Albus deduced that Gellert was in New York from all the clues he had. Albus is extremely intelligent, and it would be foolish of you to underestimate him, Gellert reminded Destiny in a serious tone. Destiny nodded her head solemnly. Albus is already making moves to hinder my plans. The Blood Pact might stop him from getting involved in a direct confrontation, but he could still hinder our plans through other means, Gellert explained as he pulled out the Blood Pacey file from his robes. Gellert stared at the file longingly and continued to speak. Albus has a lot of connections around the world, even though he seems like an unassuming school teacher, Gellert added. Then I suggest you to keep that safe. I have found a couple of ways to break the Blood Pact, Destiny warned, and Gellert straightened up after hearing Destiny's words with an alarmed look on his face. Really? Gellert asked in a low tone as he clutched the Blood Pact file tightly in his hand. Is that even possible? Gellert asked, and Destiny solemnly nodded her head. Yes, I have found a sacrificial ritual which can be used to break the Blood Pact. Then there is a complicated ritual that can also break the Blood Pact. At the end of the day, a Blood Pact is a part of blood magic, and there is no one better than me when it comes to blood magic, Destiny said haughtily. I seriously doubt Albus would ever sacrifice anyone to break the Blood Pact, but he could try the ritual. What are the chances he would succeed? Gellert asked curiously. Somewhere around 20%, but no more than that. First of all, he needs to find the ritual I am talking about, and I don't think this ritual is widely known. Secondly, he will need someone who is extremely good in blood magic, Destiny answered after thinking a bit. Though there might be other ways too. I have simply discovered only 2-inch, Destiny said while looking slightly disappointed. I see. Gellert muttered and stuffed the file back into his robes. Back to the topic, if we have Credence then Albus will be distracted. After all, Credence's true name is Aurelius Dumbledore, Gellert explained with a grin, and Destiny almost choked. He is related to Albus Dumbledore. Good. Now I can see how Albus will be distracted if we have him on our side, Destiny grinned in amusement, and Gellert simply gave her a smug look. Destiny noticed the look Gellert was giving her and decided to wipe off that look from his face. Oh. There is something I wanted to show you. I almost forgot. Destiny gasped in mock horror. Once again, Gellert perked up. He wanted to see what Destiny wanted to show him. Destiny rummaged through her pocket and pulled out a ring with a black stone on top of it. Gellert looked at the stone and his jaw hung open in surprise and shock. Gellert easily noticed the insignia of the Deathly Hallows inscribed on top of the stone. Is that the Resurrection Stone? Gellert asked in shock and surprise as he stared at the stone in complete awe. Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. =========================================================================================================================https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 51, A Violent First Meeting. Is that the Resurrection Stone? Gellert asked in shock and surprise as he stared at the stone in complete awe. Gellert reluctantly looked away from the stone. You found the Resurrection Stone? How? Gellert asked incredulously. After the death of Cadmus Peveril, the Resurrection Stone was never mentioned again. It was almost like the Resurrection Stone disappeared into thin air after the death of Cadmus Peveril. Both Albus and I tried to trace the stone when we were together, but we weren't able to find a single clue. The stone was never mentioned in the annals of history after the Cadmus Peveril, Gellert explained with a longing smile on his face. I wish you were with me, Albus, Gellert thought as his gaze returned to the stone. Well, the thing is, I wasn't looking for this, and I am sure you wouldn't believe where I found this thing, Destiny grinned smugly. After that, she started to tell Gellert how she found the stone, and when she finally finished the story, he was looking at her with a dumbfounded look on his face. After a few minutes of silence, Gellert finally decided to speak. The inbred fool didn't even know what priceless artifact he had in his possession. Gellert shook his head in disappointment. Then his eyes sparkled as he glanced at the stone. Have you tried it out? Gellert asked, and Destiny shook her head in denial, making Gellert frown. Then how do you know that thing isn't a simple replica? Gellert asked while frowning, and Destiny simply smirked. Because I can feel its magic. It has the same magic I felt in the Elder Wand. There is no way this is a replica, and both of us know how Cadmus Peveril ended up after using the stone. I don't want to end up like him, Destiny explained coolly. I don't think you will end up killing yourself if you used it only once. Gellert pointed out, but Destiny's glare made him regret his words. Don't be a fool. What if you can't go back after using it only once? This thing was made by death. Do you think we mortals could ignore the temptation? Destiny scowled, and Gellert simply looked at Destiny incredulously. I never thought you were a religious person, Gellert muttered, and Destiny deflated in her seat. According to the Peverils, the Hallows were made by death, but they could be simply boasting. Gellert trailed off with an unsure look on his face. Maybe you are right. Destiny conceded, but she already knew that the Hallows were made by death. For the time being, she decided to keep this fact to herself. Maybe in the future, she would come clean along with some sort of proof. After all, not everyone can accept the fact that there are higher beings out there. But I still think we shouldn't use this ourselves, Destiny explained, and Gellert simply released a deep breath. He had to admit, there was some credibility behind Destiny's paranoia. There must be a reason why nobody besides Cadmus Peveril was ever recorded to have used the stone. Fine, but then we would need to reveal the existence of the Hallows to them, Gellert added, looking somewhat unhappy, but a small smile started to tug on Destiny's lips after hearing his words. Who said that they need to be willing? Destiny asked in an amused tone. Imperious Curse, Gellert nodded his head in understanding. Yes, Destiny's plan could work, and it would be a lot safer if he followed Destiny's plan. So, when are we going to test the stone? Gellert asked, and Destiny started to hum with a thoughtful look on her face. After the Rosiers are dealt with. I already have our test subject in the basement, Destiny answered, and Gellert nodded his head in understanding. At first, Gellert was completely bamboozled when Destiny told him about the time traveler in the basement. He didn't even know if such a significant journey through time was possible or not, but the proof was right in front of him. Once again, Destiny decided to keep the involvement of gods to herself. That is a good idea. Maybe we will be able to learn something about them, Gellert mused as he rubbed his chin. So, what now? We still have a lot of time before the meeting. Gellert asked curiously, as they still had a few hours left before the scheduled meeting. Well, I wouldn't have said no to a spar, but I don't think it is the right time, Destiny pointed out, and Gellert inclined his head in acknowledgement. Come on, there is something else I wanted to show you, Destiny said as she extended her AR toward Gellert. Gellert took her hand, and moments later, the two of them were gone with a soft crack. Gellert looked around when his feet landed on the ground and scrunched his nose in disgust when he noticed that he was surrounded by muggles. Destiny had brought him in front of a branch of the Bank of Scotland. Gellert turned toward Destiny, looking for an explanation. Where are we? Gellert asked blandly as he continued to look around. His discomfort no longer visible on his face. We are in Aberdeen. Come follow me. Destiny urged as she started to make her way toward the entrance. Gellert followed her with a bland look on his face. Why are we here? Gellert asked impatiently, and Destiny tooted in amusement. Don't be a child, Gellert. You will soon find out, and I assure you, you won't be disappointed, Destiny explained, and Gellert simply gave a skeptical look. Gellert's interest was somewhat piqued when Destiny stopped in front of a non-distinctive door and started to tap it with the tip of her wand on specific locations. Gellert wasn't surprised when the door swung open, as he was already expecting something like that. Destiny closed the door with a flick of her finger as soon as the two of them were inside. So, what have you been hiding here? Gellert asked as he glanced at the vault door. You will know soon, Destiny said cryptically as she placed her hand on the dial and started to turn it. Gellert simply shrugged and decided to wait for the time being. The vault unlocked with a loud clang, and Destiny opened the door only to reveal a spiral staircase leading downward. Come, Destiny urged as she started to climb down. Previously, Destiny simply had Gellert's interest, but now she had his complete attention. The lamps on the wall lit up as the two of them continued to descend. Gellert's mouth fell agape when the duo finally arrived at the first basement. Destiny grinned smugly when she noticed the gobsmacked look on Gellert's face. Welcome to the Library of Unspeakables. Destiny declared dramatically as she waved her hands. Gellert simply stared around the basement in complete awe. While Gellert wasn't a bookworm like Destiny, his love for exploring new and obscure forms of magic wasn't any lesser than hers. This is amazing. Where can I find books on curses? Gellert asked excitedly. Come follow me. This floor is really big, and you can easily get lost if you don't know where you are going, and a fair warning. There are some bobby traps around here. So be careful and don't touch anything before casting detection charms, Destiny warned, and Gellert nodded his head in understanding. The duo finally arrived at the curses section and Gellert felt like he was in heaven. Gellert pulled out his wand and cast detection charms on a book he wanted to check. Curses most useful, Destiny raised her brows as Gellert grabbed the book. From the looks of it, the book was quite old. Do you mind if I take it back with me? Gellert asked, but Destiny immediately shook her head. No, you can't. If you try to take a book out of here, then it will trigger an alarm back at the Department of Mysteries and they will know something is amiss, Destiny explained, and Gellert seemed to be quite disappointed by the fact. Though you can make notes and take that with you, Destiny suggested with a smile, but it didn't seem to cheer Gellert. Why don't you take this back to the desk near the stairs? Destiny suggested, and this time, Gellert decided to follow her suggestion. Destiny also followed him. The book she was reading was already at the desk. Recently, she hasn't been able to come here as she was busy with other stuff. The two of them only decided to leave when it was almost time for the meeting. The Order of the Light was quite smart. The location of the meeting was already written in the letter, but it will be revealed only half an hour before the mentioned time. The given location was somewhere in Dover. Destiny wasn't familiar with the location, but that was what Muggles were for. Do you know this place? Gellert asked as he waved the letter. No. We still have half an hour before the meeting. I will find the place, Destiny waved off his worry. Though I still don't like this. I mean, they could easily prepare a trap, Gellert pointed out, and Destiny conceded as Gellert did have a point. Yes, they could, but as I said, I need to meet these people, Destiny replied with a sigh, and Gellert could understand why she was acting like this. If he was in her shoes, then he would have done the same no matter how risky it was. Very well. Gellert sighed in defeat. As soon as the two of them were out of the bank, Destiny extended her hand toward Gellert, and moments later, the two of them disappeared from the street with a soft crack. The duo appeared on a sidewalk in Dover with a soft crack. Gellert frowned when a small glowing marker appeared on the letter. Didn't you check this letter for any foreign magic? Gellert asked Destiny with a frown, who was doing the same. I did, but the results came as negative, Destiny growled, and Gellert simply stared at the letter with some interest. Whoever wrote this letter was extremely good at hiding magical signatures, or Destiny wouldn't have missed the signs of any foreign magic. Gellert decided to inspect the letter with the Elder Wand. No matter how well the writer had hidden his magic, he or she couldn't hide it from the Elder Wand. In hindsight, Gellert should have done this when Destiny showed him the letter, but it was better to be late than never. Ah. Gellert nodded his head with a grin as the magic placed on the parchment was revealed by the Elder Wand. Well, at least there isn't anything harmful, if that makes you feel any better, Gellert said as glanced toward Destiny from the corner of his eyes. How did I miss the magic? Destiny questioned with a scowl. She wasn't angry at Gellert of the Order of the Light, she was simply angry at herself. This was the second time she failed to notice that something was amiss. For Merlin's sake, she could sense magic, and she also had her magical sonar. Then how in name of Morgana she missed the magic? You shouldn't blame yourself. The magic was very well hidden, and even I failed to notice the magic. If it wasn't for the Elder Wand, then even I wouldn't have been able to reveal the magic hidden, Gellert explained, trying to placate Destiny. If Gellert was in Destiny's position, then he would be feeling the same, but now he was trying to placate Destiny like it wasn't a big deal. It was somewhat ironic. That isn't an excuse. I can't expect to defeat them if I can't even sense such minor things, Destiny growled angrily. Moments later, Destiny took a deep breath and released a huge sigh. While I am angry at myself, this is not the time to sulk. Destiny breathed out. Good, grab my hand. Let's move to higher ground, Gellert said as he extended his hand. Destiny grabbed his hand, and moments later, the two of them were gone with a loud crack. The duo arrived on the roof of a 10-story building. Gellert took another look at the letter. The meeting place is somewhere in that direction, Gellert said, pointing toward the sea, and Destiny simply nodded her head as she took the letter from Gellert. Have you mastered unsupported flight? Destiny asked, and Gellert simply gave her a lopsided grin. While I am not good as you, I can still manage. Gellert said as he slowly rose in the air. Gellert had spent a lot of time mastering the unsupported flight after Destiny showed him how to do it. Gellert knew that unsupported flight is going to be extremely useful, so he didn't give up on it even though it was extremely hard to master. While Gellert was quite good at wandless magic, he wasn't that good when it came to intent-based magic like Destiny. That is why it took Gellert years to learn the unsupported flight, and he wasn't anywhere as good as Destiny. Gellert did try to develop a spell for it, but he failed as it was too complicated, and the person who discovered how to achieve unsupported flight had no idea how to start creating a spell. Destiny stared at floating Gellert and nodded her head in satisfaction. That will do. Remember, you will only be keeping an eye from some distance. I don't want to scare them away, Destiny said as she slowly rose up in the air, and after getting a nod from Gellert, she blasted off in direction of the beach. After the ritual, Destiny's eyesight has become much sharper than before. So, it didn't take her much time to find what she was looking for. She found a couple of cloaked figures standing on the sand. Destiny would have ignored them as muggles, but she could quite a bit of magic from the duo's surroundings. Destiny realized they must have raised some wards. Destiny glanced at her back to see where Gellert was at, but he was nowhere to be seen. Destiny would have been able to sense him if he was in the range of her magical sonar, but Gellert was clearly maintaining his distance, which was a good thing. Destiny stopped herself right outside the ward line. While Destiny was quite confident in her power, she wasn't foolish enough to cross unknown wards. Destiny's wand flew into her hand. The wards are completely harmless. Destiny was about to start prodding the wards, but one of the cloaked figures spoke up. From their stature, Destiny could easily deduce that one of them was a wizard while the other one was a witch. Their faces were hidden by the same charms the unspeakables used to hide their faces, and their voices were distorted too. I will be the judge of that, Destiny returned neutrally as she started to inspect the wards. The cloaked figures looked at each other before shrugging. The Order of Light has used some sort of obscuring ward along with a muggle-repelling ward and a detection ward around the idea. Destiny decided to double-check in case she missed something. When Destiny was finally sure everything was alright and there were no hidden surprises, she decided to step inside the wards. You are quite early, the wizard deadpanned. Destiny simply waved her hand dismissively. Yes, but I don't think it matters since all of you are already here, Destiny returned indifferently. By the way, are the two of them going to keep hiding? Destiny asked as she motioned her chin to the other side. For a couple of seconds, nobody said anything, but the wizard finally gave a subtle nod and another pair of cloaked figures dropped their disillusionment charms. I see. The four of you have been quite liberal with the charms unspeakables used to hide their identities, Destiny mocked as she rolled her eyes. Once again, the cloaked figures decided not to take the bait. Destiny pouted as she failed to get a rise out of them. Whoever these people were, they weren't novices like Albus Severus Potter. Well, as you already know, I am Destiny Grindelwald. So, care to introduce yourselves? Destiny asked lazily. That would defeat the purpose of hiding our identities. The other wizard who was previously hiding under the disillusionment charm asked in an amused tone. Destiny hummed as she palmed her wand, which made all the cloaked figures tense up. I suppose you are right, Destiny conceded in an amused tone. So, what do you want from me? Destiny asked as she cocked her head sideways. You already know what we want, one of the witches practically snarled, but Destiny simply chuckled. But I want to hear it from the four of you. Please amuse me, Destiny spoke with a mocking grin on her face. The four cloaked figures didn't look happy, but they didn't have any other choice in the matter. We want to exchange Marcus Rosier for the person you have captured, one of the wizards said as he pulled out his wand and the others followed his example. Destiny simply raised her brows. Really? The four of you are planning to attack me if I don't agree? Destiny asked incredulously. We four will be more than enough for you. One of the witches assured Destiny as the four of them started to spread out. So, what is your answer? The same witch asked, and Destiny inclined her head with a thoughtful look on her face. How about, no? Destiny declared as flicked her wand toward the foursome, releasing several lightning bolts from the tip of her wand. Destiny had to admit, the four of them were quite good. All four of them were quick enough to raise their shields, and not only that, their shields didn't even falter. We will kill Marcus Rosier if you don't agree, one of the wizards screamed as he fired a stunning charm at Destiny. Destiny simply batted away the spell. Sure. If that is what you want, Destiny shrugged as she leveled her wand at one of the witches. Crucio. Destiny snarled as she jabbed her wand with a twist in the said witch's direction, but the witch simply conjured a flock of dragonflies to protect herself. Avada Kedavra, the other witch cast the killing curse, and Destiny flicked her free hand to conjure a marble slab. The marble slab exploded when the killing curse collided with the slab, and then with a twist of her wrist, she sent the debris toward one of the wizards. The next moment, Destiny's eyes widened when the wizard did something she wasn't expecting. The wizard waved his wand like a conductor baton and transfigured the debris into marble spikes and hurled them back in her direction. Destiny took a step back and waved the wand on top of her head, creating a black curtain. The curtain rushed toward the foursome like a living, breathing creature, destroying everything in its path along with the marble spikes. Avada Kedavra. One of the wizards screamed as the green beam slammed on the black curtain. Moments later, the black curtain turned into dust, and Destiny had to admit that the foursome was quite impressive. It was true that Destiny was still testing the waters, but it was also true for the four of her opponents. True, she was fighting against four opponents on her own, but that is not an excuse. After all, this wasn't the first time she was fighting against multiple enemies. She had fought against 30 guards who were trying to kill her, and she was the one who came out on top. She had fought against 50 recruits, and she knocked all of them out without using a wand. That should be enough to understand good these four were. Their teamwork was also more than extraordinary. That was something Destiny had never seen. Destiny flicked her wand, creating a flame lightning whip, and she jabbed her free hand to create a shockwave. The shockwave made the foursome stumble, but they were still quick enough to defend themselves. A small smile appeared on Destiny's face as her magical sonar alerted her of Gellert's arrival. So, Destiny finally decided to stop playing. Destiny's wand became a blur as she rained down spell after spell on the foursome. There was nothing the foursome could do except for defending themselves, and that was quite an impressive feat in itself. She isn't alone. We have company. One of the witches screamed as the wards were triggered. Retreat. One of the wizards screamed, and that is exactly when an organ-liquefying curse hit the men, but a translucent barrier appeared around the wizard and protected him from the lethal spell, and the next moment all four of them were gone. Destiny deduced that the four of them probably used a portkey to escape. She would have raised anti-portkey wards and anti-apparition jinx, but she clearly remembered that their portkey could easily punch through the strongest anti-portkey wards, so Destiny decided not to waste her time by raising anti-portkey wards. Instead, she decided to try her best to kill them. Destiny immediately started to wave her hand in the air trying to trace the portkey, and Gellert also followed her example. There are no traces. Destiny trailed off with a bewildered look on her face. They must be under heavy wards or their portkeys are untraceable. Gellert explained as he also finally gave up on trying to trace the portkey. If the Elder Wand couldn't trace the portkey, then there was nothing he could do. It is probably both, Destiny sighed. Do you think I should have taken the diplomatic route? Destiny asked, and after thinking for a bit Gellert shook his head. It would have been really bad if you had shown any weaknesses. I mean, they would have realized that you probably don't want any purebloods to die and they would have used it against you, Gellert pointed out, and Destiny hummed in acknowledgement. That is exactly why she decided to take the violent route. To be honest, I don't give a fuck if purebloods live or die. I am only working with them because they are easy to manipulate and they have all the political power in the government. Getting rid of a single family won't matter in the long run. Yes, there will be a lot of fuss since the Rosiers are a part of the Sacred 28, but after I am done with Torquil Travers, everyone will forget about the Rosiers, Destiny explained dismissively, and Gellert was also doing the same, so he wasn't in any position to complain. That is true. By the way, do you know which shielding spell that wizard used to protect himself? Gellert asked curiously. I am not sure. I probably need to revisit the memory, Destiny answered with a thoughtful look on her face. Let's go back, Destiny declared as she raised her wand in the air, and moments later, a purple triple-decker monstrosity appeared in front of the duo with a loud bang. To be honest, Destiny was half expecting that the night bus won't come as they were still on the beach. What in the name of Morgana is this thing? Gellert asked in a bewildered tone. You are going to love this, Destiny declared as she stepped into the bus. Gellert reluctantly climbed in, looking around in trepidation. Where to? The conductor asked the duo with a grin. Cornwall, Destiny said, and the conductor nodded with a huge grin on his face, and moments later, the bus blasted off with a loud bang. Destiny cackled in mad glee, but poor Gellert screamed in horror as he grabbed one of the steel beams like his life depended on it, and that was probably the case. His life was literally depending on it. The bus finally stopped with a loud bang and Gellert slumped down on the floor, looking very green and lifeless. Gellert's complexion was already pale, so the green on his face was even more pronounced. While Gellert felt like it has been hours, Destiny felt that the ride was too short. She wanted to have another go, but she decided to take pity on Gellert and call it a day. The door opened with a loud clang. 10 nuts each. The conductor exclaimed cheerfully, and with a flick of her wand Destiny levitated Gellert as she dropped 20 nuts in the bucket. The conductor raised his hat in gratitude as Destiny climbed down from the bus with Gellert floating behind her. Moments later, the night bus was gone with another bang. Gellert, are you okay? Destiny asked in a fake worried tone, only to receive a dirty look from Gellert. Let me down. Gellert growled out with some difficulty, and Destiny slowly placed him on the ground. I hate you, Gellert bit out as he barely held himself back from emptying his stomach. Oh, don't be such a baby, Gellert. It was only a bus ride. I had a lot of fun, Destiny pointed out with a huff, and Gellert's glare intensified. That was not a bus ride. My soul almost left my body. Gellert screamed as he finally regained his bearings. I am never getting on that monstrosity again, Gellert declared grimly, and Destiny simply shrugged. Spoilsport, Destiny mumbled in an amused tone, but Gellert decided not to humor Destiny anymore. Back to the topic at hand, the meeting was a complete bust. Gellert intelligently decided to change the topic. No, we did get to learn a couple of things about them. Destiny disagreed with Gellert. First of all, they are quite strong. While they aren't strong individually. At least, they aren't strong like you or me, but they are still quite strong. Secondly, they have a lot of battle experience. The way they were fighting, the way they were moving couldn't be achieved by training. Thirdly, they aren't your typical righteous bastards. After all, they could cast the killing curse, Destiny pointed out, and after thinking for a bit, Gellert also nodded his head in understanding. They are also extremely good at teamwork, Gellert added, and Destiny acknowledged his point with a nod. That is something I noticed too. The four of them would have wiped the floor with my lieutenants, and that is not something I am happy about. While I never got to train Donovan personally, I trained the other three, and Vladimir is a world-renowned duelist for Merlin's sake. Destiny screamed in frustration. And if they are from the future too, then there is a good chance they know all about our tactics and fighting style. Heck! They might even know how we won the war. Gellert complained as he clenched the death stick tightly. Yes, there is that, Destiny grumbled unhappily. She extended her hand toward Gellert, who grabbed her hand, and moments later, the two of them were gone with a soft crack. You should have operat instead of riding that abomination. Gellert complained as the duo arrived outside Cassiopeia's house. With a jab of his wand, he conjured 2 lounge chairs. Gellert, I think we shouldn't wait any longer. I mean, the longer we wait, the more we are giving them time to prepare, Destiny spoke after a bit of thinking. Gellert simply stared at Destiny questioningly, waiting for her to elaborate. I mean, you already have your men, and I can also give you half of my forces. I want you to take over Greece and Bulgaria, Destiny said, and Gellert couldn't help but frown at her words. Are you sure? I mean, there is no tactical advantage if I take over Greece and Bulgaria, Gellert questioned with an unsure look on his face. Won't it be better if I took over Austria or Hungary? I already have a lot of supporters there, Gellert added, and Destiny nodded her head. Yes, you do, but Austria and Hungary are right in the middle of the continent. You will have to guard all sides of the borders, while you won't have the same problem if you take over Greece and Bulgaria. In fact, those 2 countries are ready for picking with all the damage you have done to them, and finally, you also get new recruits from there who will happily join our cause, Destiny explained, and Gellert finally nodded in understanding. Okay. When do you want me to leave? Gellert asked. Within a week, Destiny answered, after a bit of thinking. So, what now? Gellert asked, and Destiny simply grinned after hearing his question. We do have enough time to see who is the better fighter between the 2 of us. Destiny trailed off in a mocking tone as she slowly stood up. Gellert started to grin in a similar manner as he slowly stood up too. With a snap of her fingers, Destiny vanished the lounge chairs. Do you think we should invite the others? Gellert asked as he turned around to look toward Cassiopeia's house. It won't be necessary. As soon as we let go of our magic, they will know something is happening and they will come to watch, Destiny answered, and Gellert had to admit, Destiny was right. So, how do you want to do this? Gellert asked, and Destiny simply inclined her head after hearing his question. Anything goes, Destiny said in a grave tone, and Gellert's eyes grew wide for a moment. Even the unforgivables? Gellert asked pointedly, and Destiny simply hummed in consent. We have sparred previously, but we never fought seriously. It would be seriously inexperienced, and unforgivables are only dangerous because they can't be blocked by using magical shields, but they are easy to avoid as we already know what is coming, Destiny explained, and Gellert had to admit, Destiny was right. While the unforgivables were quite dangerous, they could be easily avoided. A wizard or a witch with a strong mind could easily break through the Imperious Curse, and the Killing Curse took quite a bit of time to cast due to its long incantation, so a person could easily avoid the distinctive green spell. Only the Cruciatus Curse had the merits to be used in a fight. First of all, the Cruciatus Curse couldn't be fought off with a strong mind, and its incantation was also short, so the victim wouldn't have much time to avoid or block the spell, but not many people could muster the necessary emotion to cast the curse. True. True. Gellert muttered while nodding his head. Then I won't be holding back, Gellert said with a grin as he released his magic, and Destiny also did the same. The air around the duo started to shimmer, and without wasting any more time, both Destiny and Gellert cast their first spells. 'Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. =========================================================================================================================https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 52, The Clash of Titans. The air around the duo started to shimmer, and without wasting any more time, both Destiny and Gellert cast their first spells. The spells collided mid-air and the ground trembled. Both Destiny and Gellert started to step back while they continued attacking each other with various spells. They wanted to create some distance between themselves so that they could have some space to go all out. Destiny jabbed her wand with a twist while pointing in Gellert's direction, casting an extremely powerful blasting curse, and Gellert flicked his wand upwards to conjure a shield to protect himself from the incoming curse. The curse collided with the shield, creating a massive shockwave. Gellert grinned in excitement as the wand of Destiny hummed in his hand when he flicked the wand in the air, conjuring a massive lighting whip. Destiny's flicked her free hand to raise a sand wall. The lightning whip slammed against the sand wall, but much to Destiny's surprise, the lightning whip cut through the sand wall like it was made of butter. Destiny had to roll over to her side to dodge the lightning whip, and that gave Gellert enough time to swing the lightning whip for the second time, but this time, Destiny was ready. Destiny pointed her wand at the sky and started to hiss. A translucent copper-colored dome appeared around her and absorbed the lightning whip, much to Gellert's bewilderment. Destiny twirled her wand and the dome shrunk down into a small ball at the tip of her wand. She pulled back her hand and jabbed it toward Gellert, releasing a massive lightning bolt. Gellert's eyes grew wide in surprise and he conjured a copper pole right in front of him. The lightning bolt hit the copper pole and it was earthed into the ground through the copper pole. Destiny sliced her wand in the air, sending several overpowered blasting curses in Gellert's direction. This time, Gellert didn't bother to create a shield, he simply flicked his wand with a sharp upward motion, raising the ground in front of him like it was a massive carpet. The curses collided against the elevated ground, causing huge explosions as everything around the duo trembled due to the shock waves. Destiny sniffed haughtily as she pointed her wand at the ground and started to hiss. Vines started to erupt from the ground. She used the same curse she used at the Pickery Manor, though she already knew that Gellert wouldn't be bothered by them. Destiny was proven right when a wave of flames erupted from the other side of the elevated ground, obliterating the vines. Destiny flicked her free hand and created a sand basin around her to protect herself from the flames. Moments later, Gellert stepped out of the flames, completely unscathed. Gellert looked at Destiny with an amused smile on his face. "You need to do better than that to defeat me," Gellert pointed as he palmed the Elder Wand loosely. That lightning whip was quite impressive. "To be honest, I wasn't expecting it to cut through my sand wall," Destiny said as her lips quirked up. "Indeed," Gellert mumbled as he looked at the Elder Wand. "Unfortunately, I can't take the complete credit for that," Gellert added cryptically with a lopsided grin on his face. "I see. So, shall we continue?" Destiny asked, and Gellert simply inclined his head in acknowledgement, and then he fired a curse at her. Destiny was already expecting that, so she easily dodged the curse by taking a step to her side. "That was not gentlemanly," Destiny chided Gellert as she flicked her wand in the air, casting several curses in one go. "Everything is fair in war," Gellert declared with a chuckle as he batted away the curses cast by Destiny. After that, neither of them said anything and the fight continued to become intense with each passing moment. The fight was already more than intense from a normal wizard's or witch's perspective, but for Gellert and Destiny, the story was completely different. Until now, the two of them were simply testing the waters. The two of them were so engrossed in the fight that they didn't even notice the audience watching their fight with awe, shock, and fear on their faces. They simply couldn't afford to pay attention to anyone else besides their opponent. If either of them were fighting anyone else, then it wouldn't have mattered. After all, both Gellert and Destiny were simply in a league of their own. A normal wizard or witch could never pose a threat to either of them. While Destiny had more magical power at her command, Gellert had the Wand of Destiny in his possession, so even with all of her skills and power, Gellert had an advantage over Destiny. The Elder Wand is a special wand, and there is a reason why this particular Hallow has such a bloody history. The Elder Wand would boost the magic of the wielder, and not only that, but their spells would also come out faster and stronger while using the Elder Wand. The Elder Wand thrived in combat, and it would give the wielder a sense of invincibility. The Elder Wand also thrived when the wielder was putting on a show, and right now, Gellert was doing both. While Destiny did not believe the Elder Wand to be unbeatable, she couldn't dismiss its power. After all, she had been the wand in her possession for nearly 5 years. Gellert pulled his wand back and jabbed it forward, releasing a stream of flames. Destiny also pulled her wand back and jabbed it forward, freezing everything in its path including the flames. Gellert twisted his arm and increased the output of his spell, and the Elder Wand simply hummed as the flames intensified. The sand at the beach started to melt and turn into glass due to the heat. Following Gellert's example, Destiny also decided to increase the output of her spell, but unlike the Elder Wand, her wand was nothing special. While the output of her spell increased, her wand started to slightly smoke as it couldn't handle the excessive magic Destiny was channeling through the wand. Destiny internally scowled at the sight. If this continued, then her wand would explode, and while she could always use Neptune, which could easily handle her magic, her wand was simply better when it came to aiming. So, jabbed her free hand toward Gellert and cast the disorienting hex. Yes, it wasn't something lethal, but for an intense fight like this, the disorienting hex could be a game changer. Destiny could have used some other curse too, as she could cast most of the spell wandlessly, but there were a couple of reasons why Destiny chose the disorienting hex. First of all, the disorienting hex is invisible so nobody could see it, and secondly, the disorienting hex is extremely fast. Gellert noticed Destiny cast something at him with her free hand. He had no idea what spell she could have used, but since it was colorless, it was probably not a lethal spell, but could he take the chance? Gellert internally shook his head. No, he simply couldn't take the chance. Destiny had traveled around the world and learned everything she could, there was no telling what sort of spells she had learned. Since Gellert had no way of knowing the spell Destiny had cast, he decided to play it safe, but by the time he came to this decision, it was already too late. Gellert stumbled back as his vision started to become blurry. Gellert immediately realized the spell Destiny had used and cursed inside his mind. Gellert started to feel nauseous and the flame started to disappear as he lost control of his spell. After a few seconds, Gellert was finally able to regain his bearings as he was finally able to dispel the disorienting hex wandlessly, but a few seconds was more than enough for Destiny to make her move and gain the upper hand. Destiny jabbed her wand at Gellert, casting a couple of bone breakers followed by a blasting curse and a cutting curse. The first bone breaker hit Gellert right on the left shoulder while the second one slammed right against his ribs on the left side. Gellert stumbled back as the spells cracked his left shoulder along with his left ribs. He spat out a bit of blood from his mouth, but he was able to stabilize himself quickly after that. He twirled the Elder Wand in his hand and batted away the blasting curse and the cutting curse with the tip of his wand. Meanwhile, Destiny couldn't help but smile. 2 of her spells had hit their mark. While she would have preferred if all 4 of her spells could have hit their mark, it would have been too easy if she defeated Gellert so easily. Even though Gellert was clearly injured, Destiny continued to attack him relentlessly. She was finally able to gain an upper hand and she wasn't going to squander it. Gellert wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve as he continued to defend himself from Destiny's onslaught. Gellert was quite aware of the fact that he no longer held the advantage in the fight even with the Elder Wand. Even breathing was making him wince in pain. If it wasn't for the Elder Wand, then he would have been already defeated. He cursed himself for being caught off guard. He never expected Destiny to use something so elementary like the disorienting hex, and now he was paying the price for his mistake. Gellert realized that he had grown conceited. Having the Elder Wand in his possession after a long time had made him arrogant. The Elder Wand might be the most powerful wand in the world, but it would mean shit if he could no longer keep standing. Gellert also realized he couldn't keep fighting with the injuries he sustained for long. He needed to finish this as quickly as possible. Gellert was also aware of the fact that Destiny's magical core was much larger than his, so she wasn't going to exhaust herself anytime soon. Gellert slashed his wand sideways, creating several air blades as he batted away a stunning spell with his other wand. Destiny internally grimaced as Gellert changed the flow of the battle. Destiny flicked her hand in front of her, creating a semicircular shield right in front of her. The air blades were quite weak, so they didn't even manage to put a dent in her shield, and that is when Destiny realized something. Gellert was simply buying time. Meanwhile, Gellert waved his wand over on top of his head as he channeled a lot of magical power through the Elder Wand. Dark clouds started to form in the sky, and moments later, thunder started to crackle and Destiny couldn't help but curse out loud. Now, once again Gellert had gained the upper hand in the fight. If it was any consolation, Gellert was also out of the equation for the time being as he barely had any magic left after casting this spell. Fuck. Fuck this shit. Destiny cursed as she placed the tip of her wand over the palm of her other hand and made a large gash. Destiny could have attacked Gellert and achieved an easy victory, as right now, Gellert was on his fours, breathing heavily. Gellert's face was covered with sweat and he was barely keeping his eyes open, so it would have been extremely easy for Destiny to defeat him, but knocking him out or killing him won't cancel the spell, and her ego would never let her take the easy way out. Gellert was also quite aware of that fact, and that is why he decided to take a gamble and cast this spell. Gellert had learned this spell from Greece, and according to Gellert, the spell was pretty aptly named the Wrath of Gods. That is what the spell was named. At first, Gellert had scoffed at the name, thinking the creator was probably drunk in his ego, but after using it for the first time, Gallery realized that the name was perfect. Gellert had no idea who created the spell, as the tome was unnamed, but the person must have been the greatest wizard or witch of their time. Though Gellert couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. He wanted their fight to be epic, and while it was epic from someone else's perspective, Gellert wasn't satisfied. He just wanted it to be more. Alas, it was simply impossible right now. Gellert realized he needed to learn healing magic besides Episki. Destiny was also useless when it came to healing magic, but compared to Gellert, she was much better. Destiny knew she had no talent in that particular branch of magic, but she needed a way to heal herself in case of some emergency. After years of research, she was finally able to find a spell that she could use to drain a person's life force and energy to heal herself. The spell was related to blood magic, so Destiny didn't have any problem mastering the spell. That is the spell she used to heal herself when Albus Potter injured her. The spell was created by an Egyptian pharaoh in an attempt to elongate his life, but unfortunately, the spell didn't work out the way he wanted, as the spell can't elongate a person's life, but the spell was still useful as he could heal himself instantly, so he decided to record it, and Destiny was quite grateful for that. Back to the topic at hand, Destiny held out her hand in front of her, letting her blood drip into the sand. Destiny knew that Gellert had used the Wrath of Gods, but she had no idea what kind of spell it was. While she had read the tome too, she never got around to using the spell. Now, she was cursing herself for not giving it a try. From the name, the spell seemed to be quite epic, but the effects of the spell were barely described, so Destiny eventually forgot the spell, thinking the creator was probably some pretentious bastard. Now, she wasn't sure anymore. Destiny could sense the amount of magic Gellert had used to cast the spell through the magical sonar and add the Elder Wand into the mix, whatever the spell did. It was going to be incredible and devastating. So, that is why Destiny decided to use her strongest defensive spell. Well, it wasn't much of a spell, calling it a ritual would be more appropriate. Line break. Can we ever reach their level? Arcturus asked nobody in particular while looking odd and afraid. Anyone in his place would be afraid. He could never imagine wielding such magic even in his dreams. They were quite far away from the battlefield, but they were still having problems standing up due to the amount of magic being thrown around casually. I do not know, son. The magic they are using was always considered impossible. Their speed, their power. Sirius trailed off with a gobsmacked look on his face. He was feeling slightly nauseous due to all the magic being thrown around. While none of them could sense magic, they could still feel the magical pressure. You have no idea what the two of them are truly capable of. While both of them are using lethal spells, but believe me, they don't want to kill each other or severely harm each other. If they really wanted to go for the kill, then they would have been using spells that are way more dangerous, Ambika explained without taking her eye off from the battlefield. She had no idea who was going to win the fight, but like a dutiful lover, she was rooting for Destiny. In a fight like this, nobody could say for sure who was going to win. After all, even a small mistake could change the course of the battle, and that is what happened with Gellert. She had seen the two of them fight a lot of times, but every time the fight would end with Gellert's victory. Though when all those fights took place, Destiny still had a solid-state magical core, but now she had a crystallized-state magical core, so Destiny had become quite a lot stronger than before. Really? Cassiopeia gasped in shock, and Ambika solemnly nodded her head. While she was feeling extremely proud to see everyone looking and talking about her lover in such awe and fear, at the same time she was feeling quite bitter too. Ambika was quite aware of the fact that she would never reach Destiny's power level anytime soon, and it was a bitter pill to swallow. Ambika glanced toward Cassiopeia and released a sigh. It is a good thing that I am not the only one. Ambika felt somewhat relieved when she realized that nobody in the Coven is going to be at Destiny's power level. Yes, you were there with her in the States, Ambika pointed out, and Cassiopeia had to admit, Destiny was using way more dangerous spells against the prison guards. Father, look. Arcturus screamed, pointing toward the sky. Sirius frowned as he looked where his son was pointing at, and moments later, his face lost all color as he realized what was happening. His knees gave up and he dropped over his arse. Impossible. There are laws to magic. Sirius muttered with a disbelieving look on his face. Ambika, along with the rest of the audience around them, was also staring at the sky in complete horror. They have never heard of a spell that could manipulate the weather in such a manner. Even Ambika was coming up short, but she knew, whatever the spell was, it was quite dangerous. Ambika whipped out her wand and pointed it at her throat. Everyone, raise your strongest shields. Ambika screamed as she quickly cast the sonorous charm on herself to amplify her voice. As soon as her voice rang throughout the field, everyone started to cast their strongest shield one by one. Ambika also erected the strongest magical shield she knew, and the others around her also followed her example. Ambika started to feel quite worried for Destiny when she saw the crimson-haired woman standing stiffly in her original spot. Is she planning to tank the spell? Ambika wondered, much to her horror. Well, this was Destiny Grindelwald she was talking about. So, it was quite possible that she was planning to tank the spell to display her magical might to everyone. Ambika practically sighed in relief when Destiny finally raised her wand and started to chant something. Line break. Destiny looked at the sky and realized that she didn't have much time on her hand. She needed to be quick or she would be toast by the time her shield came up. Destiny raised her wand with an unsatisfied look on her face. If only she had more time, then she could have used more blood, which would have made her shield stronger in return. She still had a lot of magic to spare, so magic wasn't going to be a problem, but time was something she didn't much have to spare. Sacrifico sanguinem meum ad defensionum potendum. Destiny trailed off and the blood she had dripped over the sand was absorbed into the sand. Magica mea tibi duut presidium petas. Destiny trailed off for the second time, and this time her magic was channeled through her wand into the ground. Sanguinem meum et magicum offero pro amplexa consolatorio. Destiny exclaimed loudly, and a blood-red translucent sphere engulfed Destiny. Destiny couldn't help but marvel at her creation. This was the third time she was using the spell, and this was the first time she was using it in actual combat. Destiny's head snapped toward the sky as lightning started to crackle. She didn't even get any time to brace herself as massive lightning bolts started to rain down from the sky. The blood-red translucent sphere trembled as the lightning bolts kept raining down from the sky. While the sphere was holding strong, Destiny couldn't help but frown when she noticed that the lightning bolts weren't dissipating after hitting the sand like they were supposed to. Instead, the lightning bolts were taking a humanoid form while the sand beneath the form was melting into glass. Now Destiny was seriously regretting never using this spell before. The lightning continued to rain down on the sphere and the humanoid figure kept growing in size. After a few minutes, the lightning finally stopped raining down, but Destiny knew that it wasn't over. The massive humanoid figure made of lightning slowly stood up. Destiny gaped at the figure as the figure was easily towering over her. The figure raised one of its arms over its head and a lightning bolt formed in that arm. Destiny was only able to gasp in shock and surprise before the figure brought down the arm. The lightning bolt smashed on the sphere and the whole humanoid figure along with the lightning bolt exploded, releasing a massive electrical discharge. The explosion was so bright and powerful that everyone watching the fight from afar had to look away and cover their eyes. Lightning continued to crackle around the explosion site which was covered with smoke and dust. Everything around the explosion site was turned into glass and everyone including Gellert was wondering if Destiny survived or not. While breathing heavily, Gellert stood up. He was extremely worried. He would never forgive himself if he ended up killing Destiny. He had no idea the spell would become so strong due to the Elder Wand, but he should have expected it. Gellert started to frantically make his way toward the explosion site. He was so worried that he even forgot to use human revealing charm or to remove the smoke with magic. Doing either would have revealed if Destiny was even alive or not. For a moment I thought I was a goner. A groan was heard from within the smoke and moments later, Destiny removed the smoke. Gellert stared at Destiny and relief flooded into his body. He didn't know what he would have done if Destiny would have been killed. Well, Destiny was barely standing, but at least, she was still alive and she wasn't so badly damaged that a healer couldn't fix her. Everything down Destiny's knee was almost completely charred along with a bit of her face on the left side. Her bodysuit was also charred here and there, but they were only minor burns, nothing to worry about. Should we start where we left off? Destiny asked as she flicked her wand to remove the heated glass. Are you sure you will be able to handle yourself? Gellert asked in a mocking tone and Destiny simply scoffed. Worry about yourself, old man. Look at you. You are barely standing due to magical exhaustion. Are you sure you won't keel over? Destiny returned with a smug grin on her face and Gellert couldn't help but grimace at her words. The look on your face answers everything, but all jokes aside. The fight isn't over yet, Destiny added as she lost the joking look on her face and turned serious. Yes, the fight isn't over until one of us keels over, Gellert added with a small smile and flicked his wand toward Destiny, releasing several blasting curses along with some cutting curses. With that leg, there is no way she will be able to dodge, Gellert mused as he glanced at Destiny's injured leg. Gellert could use magic for about half a minute at most at the current pace before his magical reserve went completely dry. Destiny simply swatted away the spells with the tip of her wand without any difficulties. Her mobility might have been severely hampered, but there was no way she would be taken down by such casual spells. Avada Kedavra. Crucio. Crucio. Gellert waved his wand through the air, casting 3 unforgivables in quick succession. Destiny had to admit, Gellert had the right idea. Her leg was pretty banged up, so there was no way she could move around to dodge the unforgivables. Destiny jabbed her hand in front of her to conjure a bunch of dragonflies. Gellert couldn't help but frown when all 3 of his curses were stopped by the dragonflies. Meanwhile, Destiny jabbed her wand toward Gellert with a twist of her wrist, conjuring hundreds of ice spikes in the air. With another wave of her hand, she banished the ice spikes toward Gellert. The said man grimaced at the sight of the incoming ice spikes and raised a magical shield to protect himself. The ice spikes collided against his shield and shattered without leaving any visible damage on the shield, but moments later, Gellert started to look constipated when he saw a couple of shield breakers heading his way, followed by multiple stunning charms and knockback jinxes. Gellert's shield was shattered like it was made of glass and Gellert was able to defend himself against some of the stunning charms before he was knocked back when one of the knockback jinxes hit him and before he could even regain his footing a stunning charm slammed on his chest, turning his world completely dark. Gellert slumped down on the sand and for a few moments, Destiny couldn't believe her eyes. She continued to stare at the men with a dumb look on her face. Did I really beat him? Destiny questioned inside her mind in complete disbelief. Destiny stepped forward, completely forgetting about her busted leg and she immediately regretted it as she barely held back her scream. After that, Destiny carefully hobbled forward toward the downed men. She was still feeling a lot of pain due to her injured leg, but she wanted to reach Gellert at any cost. So, a bit of pain was nothing. Destiny finally arrived in front of Gellert and sat down on the sand with a bit of difficulty due to her leg. Destiny turned him around and a bright smile formed on her face. He was still breathing, as expected, but she finally defeated him. Gellert was using the Elder Wand and she still defeated him. Destiny kept staring at Gellert with a bright smile on her face, but after a few moments, she finally started to chuckle, and then her chuckles turned into cackling. Destiny continued to cackle for a whole minute before she came to a stop all of a sudden when her gaze finally fell upon the wand of Destiny. For a moment, Destiny hesitated before she finally reached for the fabled wand. Destiny took the wand from Gellert's hand and she immediately felt a connection form between herself and the wand. Destiny was only 7 when she received the wand for the first time, but due to her impressive occlumency shields, she clearly remembered the feeling very clearly. So, Destiny immediately knew that this time it was much different. Destiny did not know how to explain the feeling in words. There was power just like before, but there was something else besides the power she was feeling. The connection between herself and the wand was also way more stronger than the last time. She felt like the wand had become a part of her. She did not know if that was the truth or not, but it definitely felt like that. Healers. We need healers here. Somebody screamed and that finally broke Destiny out of her musings. Destiny found the source of the voice and it was Donovan. Oh, Merlin. You look like shite. Cassiopeia blurted out as she arrived right beside Destiny along with Ambika. Arcturus, Sirius, Donovan, and Vladimir were there too while the knights were keeping their distance, which was quite understandable. Yeah, but it was fucking worth it. I finally defeated him. Destiny exclaimed cheerfully as she looked at her lieutenants. Ambika patted Destiny's head comfortingly. Yes. Yes, you did. I saw the whole fight and I am sure he would be proud of you, Ambika said comfortingly as she continued to pat Destiny on her head. Move. Please Mei Wei. A couple of voices screamed from within the crowd of gathered knights. The healers were finally here. The crowd parted making way for the healers who quickly arrived in front of Destiny and Gellert without wasting anyone's time. The healers quickly assessed the duo visually before the two of them finally pulled out their wands. What happened to him? One of the healers asked who was getting ready to inspect Gellert. I stunned him. He was also hit with 2 of my bone breakers and 1 knockback jinx, so I can't tell how much damage he received on the inside, Destiny quickly explained and the healer simply gave her a nod before he started working on Gellert. You received all this damage from lightning, right? The other healer asked Destiny who simply nodded her head in acknowledgement. The healer hummed as he started to cast some diagnostic charms on her leg. Were you hit by any other spell? The healer asked and Destiny shook her head. Good. There is no curse residue. We would simply need to mend the muscles and regrow the skin, the healer said cheerfully and Destiny waved her hand dismissively. No need then, I will simply take care of it by myself. Vladimir, get me a muggle. Destiny decided to heal herself since there was no curse residue. Vladimir quickly nodded his head and signaled one of his men to complete the task. Destiny didn't mind as she simply wanted the task completed, she didn't care who completed it. Destiny looked around and decided to stow the wand of Destiny for the time being. While she wanted to test the wand right now, there were too many eyes around her, watching all of her actions. Destiny finally turned Ambika and Cassiopeia and gave them a puppy-eyed look. It was an extremely hard fight. Can the two of you carry me back? I do need some pampering, Destiny said with a grin. Ambika and Cassiopeia gave each other a look before they started chuckling. As you order, my lady, Ambika said with a chuckle as she helped Destiny get up from the ground along with Cassiopeia. Equals . Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 5093 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 53, Loose Ends. Unknown location, Glasgow. Did you even try to negotiate with her or did you simply attack her without saying anything? Rose Granger Weasley accused Harry heatedly and Harry simply released a sigh. Instead of answering, he simply placed the tip of his wand at the side of his head and pulled out a silvery string. You can watch my memories if it makes you feel any better. Could we have tried harder? Probably. Rose, you have to understand, she didn't have any intention of returning Albus in the first place, Harry explained with a severe look on his face. Rose, we tried our best, but she didn't even contemplate her choices. James added from the side. We were also worried that she might bring Gellert Grindelwald with her and we were right to be worried, James explained. Gellert Grindelwald was there too? Amelia asked in a worried tone, only to receive nods from Harry, James, Hermione, and Lily. Yes, and I would have been dripping my organs if it wasn't for this, James answered somberly as he pulled out a piece of charred metal plate from his robes. The talisman was hanging around his neck when the organ liquefying curse hit him. The talisman took the burnt of the spell and now it was nothing more than a charred piece of metal. They were also able to decipher the letter. She arrived before the designated time, Hermione quipped with a thoughtful look on her face. They must have used the Elder Wand. After all, we all know that Gellert Grindelwald has the wand. Lily spoke as she rubbed her chin with a thoughtful look on her face. Yes, my thoughts exactly. Harry nodded his head in agreement. No matter what anybody says, the Elder Wand is the strongest wand in existence, Harry added with a scowl. There was a time when he possessed the Elder Wand, so he was quite aware of its powers. Hey! A blonde witch called out, gaining everyone's attention. I am not trying to jinx us or anything, but what would happen if she comes to possess the wand? The witch asked as she jabbed her thumb toward the picture of Destiny Grindelwald. Harry along with several other members of the Order involuntarily shuddered at the thought. In the original timeline, she never possessed the Elder Wand. Gellert Grindelwald kept the wand in his possession till he breathed his last, Harry muttered as he glanced toward Hermione for some support. Unfortunately, the timeline is already changing. Our very presence in this timeline has been detrimental to the original timeline. We foolishly thought that she would wait for Gellert to escape on his own, but in this timeline, she broke him out, Hermione explained as she decided to take some pity on Harry. He was quite bad when it came to explanations like these. I think she is also a lot stronger than the original timeline. We didn't have much time to ascertain much, but she seemed to be much faster than we anticipated, Lily mumbled with a thoughtful look on her face, making everyone in the room shudder. Sirius slammed his fist on the table with an enraged look on his face. The odds are already against us, but the odds have always been against us. Even during the Voldemort war in our world, the odds were against us, but we didn't give up. We can't give up. As long as we don't give up, we can win this. Sirius exclaimed passionately, making everyone stare at him with bewildered looks on their faces. Sirius is right. We can't give up at this point or all of our efforts go down the drain and we can't let her win, James agreed as he patted Sirius over his shoulder. So, what now? Scorpius Malfoy asked after taking a deep breath. Sirius was right, they simply couldn't give up or Albus' sacrifice would be in vain. While he hated himself for considering Albus was dead, there was nothing he could do as they had no idea where Albus was and it was clear that Destiny Grindelwald wasn't going to let him go. We go along with our plan. We use the Rosiers to make our move against her. It won't stop her but it would surely slow her down, Harry answered the question, still holding out his memory to Rose. What about Albus? You know she won't kill him. She won't kill him until she had extracted all the information from him, Rose bit out bitterly, but there was a desperate glint in her eyes. Harry simply gave her a pained look. I know that too. Last night, I had a small chat with our sponsor. She confirmed that she who must not be named tried to read his mind and she was thwarted by our sponsor herself, Harry revealed with a complicated look on his face. That wasn't everything Goddess Altair told him, but he decided to reveal everything else only to a close few. Really? Did she tell you how he really is? Can't she help him out? Rose asked excitedly. There was still some hope left. At least, that is what Rose felt at this moment. Instead of answering, Harry simply shook his head. She couldn't do anything more at that moment. She already broke the law and interfered directly. If she stayed any more then she could have been killed. Harry explained with a sigh. Can she at least tell us where he is being kept? Rose asked in a desperate tone. No, she can't. She told me that Albus is being kept under the Fidelius charm. Yes, she could give me, any of us, or all of us the secret, but if she did that then she would be breaking the law, and this time she won't be spared, Harry said while shaking his head. Rose simply slumped down on her seat with a broken look on her face. I see. Our sponsor can't help us. So, we are on our own I guess. So, what after the Rosiers? You said so yourself, they will only slow her down. What else should we do? A blonde wizard asked. Since the timeline is already changing, we could no longer predict her actions. In the original timeline, she was planning to kill Torquil Travers and frame the normals. There is a small chance that she is still planning to do the same, we must stop her at any cost. Hermione declared seriously. Yes, in the original timeline, by framing the normals she destroyed any chance of peace between them and us. The light side lost their total momentum as they didn't have any leg to stand on after she farmed the normals for killing Torquil Travers, Amelia added with a scowl. Okay, but what if she is planning something else? I know I am not the smartest among you, but we have already established the fact that the timeline is changing, so might be planning something else completely, yeah. A red-haired wizard spoke while looking around. Yes, that is the problem. We can't be sure, but since she killed Torquil Travers in the original timeline, saving him will be the best course of action for us. At least, we should confirm if she is planning to kill him or not. We cannot dismiss the events of the original timeline simply because the timeline is changing, Hermione explained with a grave look on his face, and the red-haired wizard simply nodded his head in understanding. And what do we do if she isn't planning to kill Torquil Travers? Scorpius asked, and Hermione glanced toward Harry for an answer. She could have answered the question too, but Harry was the leader of the group, so she wanted everyone to hear from him. If she isn't planning to kill Torquil Travers, then we make contact with Theseus Commander. He will be a nice addition to our group, and at the same time, we use the Daily Prophet to reveal her existence to the rest of the world. Harry revealed, and everyone seemed to agree with his plans, at least for the time being. Line break. Destiny appeared right outside the wards of Rosier Manor with a soft crack, and she wasn't alone. People kept popping right behind with loud cracks, and new people finally stopped arriving after Ambika arrived. Raise the wards. I can do it on my own, but it has been some time since you guys have done anything except for training. I want to see how much all of you have improved since you joined. Destiny spoke without looking behind. Ambika, you will be taking lead in this mission. I want you to bring the Rosiers in front of me. Keep them alive, but if they lose some limbs or blood in the process, then I won't mind. Oh, and kill the house elves, and if anyone dies on our side, then do bring their bodies with you. I don't want to leave anything behind, Destiny added as she glanced at Ambika, who nodded her head in understanding. Without wasting any more time, Ambika turned toward the group of people gathered behind her. You heard her. Remember, this is the first time all of you are out in the field, so do not take unnecessary risks and follow all of my orders to the T. If any of you disobey my orders or try to act as a big shot, then I will have you shoveling human shit for the next month. That is if you live to tell the tale. Ambika sneered at the group, and the group could only gulp in fear after hearing her words. Now, all of you take a small sip of this potion. Ambika trailed off as she pulled out a few vials from her pocket and handed them over to the people in the front. This is to help you remain calm during the mission, Ambika added. The whole group easily recognized the potion as calming draft, and they were quite thankful for it. The group quickly shared the potion among themselves, and when they were finally done, they got rid of the vials and turned back toward Ambika. Good. Ward breakers, get to work. Ambika barked as she pulled out her wand, and a small group of wizard and witches broke out of the larger group and made their way toward the ward line. All of them might have taken calming drafts, but it didn't mean that they weren't nervous. A single mistake could result in someone's death, and this was the first time they were working on a real mission. The ward breakers quickly took their position along the ward line and started their work in complete silence. A couple of them were mumbling the spells under their breaths, which was kind of understandable as they didn't want to make any mistakes, and verbal casting was better in cases like these. Destiny simply kept watching the ward breakers work with an indifferent look on her face. If she wanted, then she could have done everything on her own, but she wanted to test the new recruits. She will be sending half of her forces to Bulgaria and Greece along with Gellert. While she won't be sending the greenhorns out there, she wanted these greenhorns to gain experience on the field, as they will be staying with her in Britain, and there was no saying when she was going to need them, especially with the Order of Light out there. Destiny pulled out the Wand of Destiny from her wand holster and started at it. Unlike before, this time, the wand felt like it was part of her. This time the bond was much stronger than the last time. She could also recall all the spells ever cast through the Elder Wand since its creation, which never happened the first time. She could also recall the fighting and dueling techniques of every notable wizard and witch who held the wand after its creation. Destiny nodded her head in acknowledgement when the ward breakers finally finished setting up the wards to stop the Rosiers from escaping or calling for any help. There were no known means to stop the Patronus charm, but Destiny wasn't worried, as only a few purebloods knew how to cast the said charm, and even fewer of them probably knew how to use a Patronus charm to send a message. Now, the ward breakers could finally start to bring down the manor wards. Destiny stared at the legendary wand in her hand and released a sigh. She really wanted to test out her new wand. Well, technically it wasn't new, as she had used the wand before, but this time, the connection between herself and wand was much better than the last time. The Rosiers could have been the awesome test subject, but she needed something to give the new recruits some real experience. After all, she couldn't pit them against aurors or hit wizards. That would be a disaster waiting to happen. The wards finally started to come down, and Ambika signaled the rest of the group to step forward. All of them gulped nervously, but they still followed her order with determined looks on their faces. The calming draft working its charm, or most of them would be a nervous mess. While some people might not agree with the use of calming drafts during missions, but they couldn't deny the results. The wards around the Rosier Manor finally came down. Follow me. Ambika exclaimed as she crossed the ward line, followed by the rest of the group, who started to follow her with vigilant looks on their faces. Only Destiny and the ward breakers decided to stay outside the ward line. The ward breakers had to stay outside so that they could keep the anti-escape wards active, and Destiny simply wanted to watch everything from the outside. A/N, always saying anti-apparition jinx and anti-portkey wards are quite a mouthful, so I decided to use anti-escape wards for my own ease. Anti-escape wards are not a thing, so don't look it up on Wiki. A couple of explosions were heard as Ambika and the group finally broke into the manor. Screams were heard along with some explosions. Flashes of various spells could be seen through the windows. A few more screams were heard from inside the manor until everything finally went silent. Destiny patiently waited for everyone to return, and just like she expected, Ambika walked out of the manor with her head high, followed by other members of the attack force who were levitating the Rosiers behind them. All of them looked quite proud of their achievement. Credit where credit's due. Destiny internally mused as the group finally arrived in front of her and Ambika signaled the group to place the rosiers in front of Destiny. Destiny snapped her fingers to revive the duo who immediately looked around themselves in alarm. That is when Lord Rosier's eyes fell on Destiny and the man immediately paled like a dragon was standing right in front of him, but unlike Lord Rosier, Lady Rosier didn't know what was good for her. You bitch. You are the reason my son was kidnapped. The woman screamed before Armand could say anything. Armand would have been a lot more bold if he hadn't known of Gellert Grindelwald's escape. Yes, and I apologize for that, but you can't put the whole blame on me. After all, I am not the one who kidnapped your son and it wasn't me who sold out your son. Destiny apologized solemnly before tearing into Lady Rosier. To be honest, I want to help the two of you get back your son. Believe me, I really want to, but the thing is, I can't help either of you. The two of you are bound to cause problems for me since they have your son and you love your son. There isn't anything you won't do to protect him. Stabbing me in the back is going to be something minor. Destiny explained as she started to pace in front of the Rosiers. Why you can't kill us? Armand Rosier screamed in fear as he finally understood what the young woman in front of them was planning to do. Destiny chuckled softly. Regardless, that is what I am planning to do. You see, I can't have the two of you running around and causing a mess. Destiny grinned viciously as her reptilian eyes started to glow eerily. Both Lord and Lady Rosier started to tremble in fear, but Armand was still not willing to give up. We are one of the scared 28. We are purebloods and you will be chased to the end of the world if something happens to us. Armand screamed nervously, but he slowly regained all of his stupidity and arrogance as he continued speaking. Really? How are they going to find out that it was me who killed the two of you, HM? Destiny asked in an amused tone as she finally stopped pacing and leaned forward to stare straight into Armand's eyes. And even if they find out, do you think they will be able to catch me? Destiny asked with a chuckle and this time Armand didn't have an answer for her. Though, I am really sorry for what I am about to you if that matters. Destiny dismissively waved her hand. You will pay for this bitch. How dare you treat you? Lady Rosier started to scream hysterically which started to annoy Destiny. Avada Kedavra, Destiny muttered and the green beam struck the woman straight on her face and the woman lifelessly slumped down on the ground. You filthy mudblood. Armand Rosier screamed and lunged at Destiny who simply looked at the men to hold him down and at the same time, she also silenced the men. After that, she sneered at the man and pointed the elder wand at him. Goodbye, Lord Rosier. Avada Kedavra, the green beam struck Armand Rosier on his chest and he joined his wife on the ground. After that, Destiny looked at the gathered people around her. Take anything useful from the manor and place their bodies inside the manor, Destiny ordered and two wizards immediately levitated the corpses and made their way towards the manor followed by the rest of the group. Ambika waved her wand to cast a silencing charm around herself and Destiny so that nobody could hear their conversation. Is it really necessary to loot them? Ambika asked with a hint of disapproval in her voice and Destiny simply rolled her shoulders. It would be a waste to leave them here, especially when I am planning to burn down everything, Destiny revealed and Ambika simply released a sigh. The white-haired witch wasn't happy with Destiny for looting the Rosiers as she was never comfortable with looting from the dead, but she could understand where Destiny was coming from. So, what now? Ambika asked as she turned around to look at Destiny. I think I am going to visit the Bone family. Imogen invited me during the ball and I had to change the date as I have been quite busy since the ball, Destiny answered and Ambika simply hummed thoughtfully. Are you going to ask Imogen to join the coven? Ambika asked Destiny, who started to scratch her cheek with a thoughtful look on her face. I wouldn't mind. She is quite hot, but I haven't made a decision, though she does seem to like me quite a bit, Destiny answered after thinking for a bit. She wouldn't mind if Imogen agreed to join her coven, but at this moment she wasn't sure as she didn't have much trust in Imogen as of now. Maybe it will change in the future. Cassiopeia would have been in Imogen's place too if Destiny didn't need immediate backers in Britain. I see. So, have you decided if you are going to teach her blood magic or not? Ambika asked and this time, Destiny softly smiled after hearing Ambika's question. Yes, I have decided to teach her. She is going to hand over family magic to me. There is no reason why I wouldn't teach her blood magic and to be honest, I always wanted to teach someone blood magic, Destiny revealed with a grin, and Ambika couldn't help but give Destiny a stink eye. Oh, come on. We both know that you are completely useless when it comes to dark magic, Destiny groaned when she noticed the look Ambika was giving her. Yes, Ambika could use a few dark spells, but she didn't have any talent when it came to dark magic and that is why Ambika has been unable to learn blood magic from Destiny. Blood magic is an extremely dangerous branch of magic so Destiny also refused to teach Ambika. I know. Not everyone can be special, Ambika sighed in disappointment. While she was unhappy about the whole thing, she could still understand why Destiny refused to teach her. And there is still a chance that Imogen also turns out to be useless when it comes to blood magic. I will need to test her out before I can start teaching her, Destiny consoled Ambika with a soft smile as she finally dispelled the silencing charm around them with a snap of her fingers. After that, the two of them stood in complete silence. After more than half an hour, everyone finally returned from the manor. All of them were carrying something. Some were carrying gold and silver utensils, some were carrying expensive furniture, and some were carrying bundles of books. Destiny looked at the collection and nodded her head in satisfaction. Take all of that and hand it over to the inventory. You will be given your share after we finish the inventory. Good, now all of you return. Destiny ordered and all of them started to disapparate, leaving behind only the wardbreakers, Ambika, and Destiny. All of you can leave too, Destiny said looking at the wardbreakers. They looked at each other and started to disapparate moments later. When everyone except for Ambika was finally gone, Destiny pointed her wand at the manor. Fiend fire. Destiny snarled and a stream of flames came out of the tip of her wand. Destiny stared at the elder wand in complete surprise. Casting and controlling fiend fire has never been so easy. Previously, she always had to struggle to control the flames, but now, they were simply dancing to her tunes like never before. The wave of flames transformed into various magical beasts as it slowly started to engulf the manor. Only after a few seconds, the manor started to collapse on its own as it could no longer hold on to its weight. Well, that's that. Destiny grinned as she finally cancelled the spell and flames started to go out. This time, she didn't even have to force the flames to go out, they simply went out on their own. Using magic was so much easier right now. Isn't that Gellert's wand? Ambika asked curiously, making Destiny freeze for a second. She started to wonder if she should tell Ambika the truth or not, and after thinking for a bit she finally decided to reveal the truth to Ambika. The white-haired witch has been with her for years and she trusted her almost like Gellert, so it was about time she told her about the Deathly Hallows. Yes. It used to be, but now it is mine, Destiny revealed cryptically as she held the wand in front of her. Ambika, have you read the tale of three brothers? Destiny asked curiously. Ambika cutely inclined her head with a frown on her head. I don't believe I have, Ambika answered after thinking for a bit. Then, let's go back. It is a nice story, I promise, and by the end of it, I am sure that you would be blown away. Destiny exclaimed cheerfully. She didn't want to wait here anymore as Aurors could pop here any moment and the story was kind of long, so it was better to tell Ambika the story back at home. Okay, let go, Ambika said as she accepted Destiny's extended arm and moments later, the two of them were gone with a soft crack. Line break. Welcome, Mildy. Imogen greeted Destiny with a respectful bow as Destiny stepped out of the fireplace. Destiny removed the soot with a simple look over her shoulders and Imogen couldn't help but feel slightly jealous at the casual display of wandless magic. Imogen could never imagine doing something like that without a wand. Destiny was so young, but she could still cast magic without a wand or even a gesture. Imogen had only heard stories about such things. You must forgive me, Imogen. A lot of things came up and I had been busy with some stuff, Destiny apologized as she offered a wine bottle to Imogen. Oh, you shouldn't have, Imogen smiled politely as she accepted the bottle. Please, follow me, the others are waiting. Imogen started to lead Destiny toward their dining hall. How is your new job treating you? Destiny asked curiously as she followed Imogen. A bright smile appeared on Imogen's face as she turned around to look at Destiny. It has been great. I never imagined I will be able to pursue my dreams so openly. Imogen beamed honestly. That's good then. What about your father? Destiny asked and Imogen simply shrugged. We haven't talked much since he started working. He is quite passionate when it comes to wards. He has been quite diligently on the task you gave him, Imogen answered with a soft smile. We are here, Mildy, she added as she opened the door. Good evening, milady, Claiborne greeted Destiny followed by the rest of his family. Destiny nodded her head in acknowledgement. Jasper and Frederick were also here, which meant Claiborne, or Dorothy might have brought them here just for the dinner. So, how is school? Is it anything interesting? Destiny asked curiously. There was nothing in their coursework that could ever interest her, but she simply wanted to know what was normal for children of their age. We are being taught about creatures in defense, I find them quite interesting, but I wouldn't want to come across a war vampire. Jasper answered excitedly. I have encountered them in my travels and I also wouldn't recommend anyone to look for a were or a vampire. The weave-wolves aren't quite like vampires. Werewolves are mostly fine if you avoid meeting them on a night of a full moon, but you should always avoid vampires. Destiny advised sagely while nodding her head. Have you hunted them? Jasper asked excitedly with stars in his eyes. Jasper. Dorothy immediately chastised Jasper, whose shoulders slumped down. No worries, Dorothy. He is simply excited. I was also quite hyper at his age too. I kept looking for trouble. Destiny couldn't help but smile at Jasper. She loved watching children act like children. That was what she was fighting to protect. She never had a childhood, the filthy muggles forced her to grow up. As for you question. No, I have never hunted a werewolf or vampire, but I have killed them. Hunting is a sport where a person goes out knowingly looking for something to kill, but that wasn't the case with me. I have came across mindless werewolves, I had to kill them for my own sake, so I had to put them down. Though, vampires are a completely different case. Most of them would try to drink your blood if you come across one of them, Destiny explained with a smile. You are right, milady, but isn't it better to avoid werewolves? Claiborne asked hesitantly. You might be right on that, but werewolves only transform during full moons. As long as they know to fear your power, they won't try anything when they are in their human form, Destiny answered, and everyone nodded their heads in understanding even if reluctantly. Destiny was quite aware of the stigma against the werewolves in the pureblood society, so she could understand their reluctance. To be honest, Destiny didn't care much about werewolves. She neither felt for them nor she hated them. If some of the packs around Europe joined her cause, then the case might change, but as of now, Destiny didn't care much about them. Though, the case was completely different with vampires. She had come across a few vampires during her travels and all of them had tried to drink her blood. So, she wasn't a fan of vampires. What about you, Frederick? Destiny asked, and unlike Jasper, Frederick was much calm and collected. I like charms. Right now, we are learning silent casting and it is quite difficult. I would be really grateful if you gave me some tips, Frederick requested politely. When it comes to spell casting, intent is extremely important. You must have strong intent and strong visualization. The image of the result must be clear in your head or the spell wouldn't work. That is how I learned silent casting, Destiny answered with a soft smile on her face. Milady, if you don't mind me asking. Claiborne trailed off hesitantly and Destiny simply gestured him to continue. Have you read the paper? Claiborne asked carefully. Destiny quickly realized what Claiborne was asking about. Ah. That was me. Something came up and I needed him out of prison, so I decided to get him out, Destiny answered dismissively, making Claiborne, Dorothy, Imogen, and Frederick gulp in fear. How is everyone reacting to the news? Destiny asked. She had been quite busy since she broke out Gellert and Sirius was also with them, so she had no idea how everyone was reacting. Most of the people are afraid, while some are simply reacting like nothing happened. Those who are afraid are worried that the war finally might spill into our shores, and the ones who are acting like nothing happened are the ones who think Gellert Grindelwald is afraid to attack Britain due to Dumbledore. Claiborne answered with a hint of worry in his voice. I see. Destiny hummed with an amused look on her face. Equals 50 Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. =========================================================================================================================https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 54, The Start of Second Volley, I. The rest of the dinner passed quite normally as everyone simply talked about mundane stuff. The food wasn't anything luxurious, but it was still more than enough. The Bone family has tried their best, so Destiny was fine with it. So, you want me to teach you the blood magic of your family, right? Destiny asked curiously as she twirled the glass of fire whiskey in her hand. Yes, Imogen answered with a nod of her head. She didn't even hesitate for a second. Destiny glanced toward the rest of the members of the Bone family and none of them seemed to be bothered by the notion. I see. So, what's the catch? I mean, there is no way a pureblood family will share their family magic with an outsider. Isn't that right, Claiborne? Destiny asked, looking quite amused as she glanced toward Claiborne. The man has been ignoring the conversation until now, but it was pretty clear that he couldn't ignore it anymore. Claiborne released a tired sigh as he looked straight into Destiny's eyes. You are right. There is no way a pureblood family would share their family magic with an outsider, but desperate times call for desperate measures, Claiborne shrugged. Milady, you have to understand our circumstances. Even though we have created our own family, we are no longer purebloods. With the House of Black sponsoring us, our situation isn't that bad, but it is not that good. There is no one in our family except for Imogen who can learn our family magic, but there is no one to teach her, Claiborne explained with a tired look on his face. We have already given up on our family name, we don't want to give up on our family legacy, especially when you have created such a nice opportunity for our family, Claiborne revealed gratefully, and Destiny simply inclined her head in acknowledgement. I see. Destiny muttered. Destiny finally turned toward Imogen and stared into her eyes. Very well, we will be starting from tomorrow, Destiny said with a smile, and Imogen couldn't help but smile brightly. Rax. Claiborne called out and the said house elf appeared beside Claiborne with a soft pop. Bring the books I have kept on the right side of my study desk, Claiborne ordered and Rax disappeared with a pop after bowing his head in understanding. After a couple of seconds, Rax popped up with a stack of books levitated beside him. Milady, these are the books, Imogen said as she pointed Rax toward Destiny. Rax gently placed the books beside Destiny before leaving with a pop. So, Claiborne, I heard you have been spending too much time with the unspeakables. Have you made any significant progress? Destiny asked curiously as she started to check out the books. Claiborne coughed in his hands sheepishly as Dorothy gave him an unimpressed glare. Milady, we have already created a ward, but it can only last for 3 seconds at most before breaking. We need to work a lot before we can finally stabilize the ward, Claiborne revealed and Destiny simply hummed with a contemplative look on her face. Good. Keep working on it, Destiny said as she slowly got up from her seat. Everyone else also followed her example and stood up from their seats. If that's all, then I will be leaving. There are still so many things that needs to be done, Destiny said and all the members of the Bone family nodded their heads in understanding. Before leaving, Destiny called Bibli and asked her to take the books back to her study. Be there at 10, Destiny called out to Imogen as she stepped into the flue and disappeared into green flames. Line break. After returning to Cassiopeia's house, the first thing Destiny decided to do was to take a shower. Coincidentally, Cassiopeia was also planning to take a bath, so it wasn't a surprise that the two of them decided to explore each other in the shower instead of simply enjoying a shower or a bath. So, when the two of them finally came out of the shower, Cassiopeia was practically glowing even though her knees were slightly trembling and Destiny had a proud and satisfied grin marring her face. Will you be joining me or do you have something to do? Cassiopeia asked as she made her way toward the bed. Destiny shook her head as she summoned a night robe from the wardrobe. Sorry, Cassie, I still have some stuff to do and I am also planning to visit Ambika. It has been some time since I have spent a night with her, Destiny answered as she wrapped the night robe around her body, but she didn't bother to tie the knot. Cassiopeia's mood slightly soured as soon as she heard that Destiny was planning to spend the night with Ambika, but she had long agreed with the coven plan, so she could only blame herself. After all, Destiny had been quite upfront from the beginning. I see. Cassiopeia muttered as she climbed into her bed. Meanwhile, Destiny arrived in front of the study table and plopped down on the seat after grabbing the topmost book from the stack. Destiny, there was something I wanted to talk about. After a few minutes of silence, all of a sudden Cassiopeia spoke up. Destiny hummed as she turned around to look at Cassiopeia. What is it? Destiny asked softly. As you already know, I wasn't planning to hire tutors for my masteries, but I have been invited to Switzerland by Enchanter Valide. Apparently, Uncle Arcturus sent him a letter after he heard that I was planning to become an enchanter, and surprisingly, he agreed to teach me if my papers could impress him, Cassiopeia revealed excitedly, but at the same time, she was slightly nervous too. Destiny could easily feel it. That's great. I have heard about him. He is probably the best enchanter in Europe, Destiny muttered thoughtfully. You wouldn't mind if I decided to go, right? Cassiopeia asked worriedly and Destiny finally understood why Cassiopeia was looking so worried. Cassie, I will never stop you from achieving your dreams. I would be a hypocrite if I did. In fact, I am really happy for you and you might be leaving, but you wouldn't be gone forever. Destiny pointed out with a grin as she placed the book on the table after placing a bookmark. Thanks. I have been really worried, thinking that you wouldn't agree. Cassiopeia looked quite relieved. This calls for a celebration, Destiny hummed with a sly grin as she slowly stood up and shrugged off her night robe. Cassiopeia's breath hitched as she continued to stare at Destiny in all her glory. Destiny slowly climbed onto the bed and with a yank, she removed the covers, exposing Cassiopeia's naked body. Cassiopeia broke out of her musings when Destiny finally removed the covers. Wait. I am really tired. Cassiopeia protested trying to stop Destiny, but the crimson-haired beauty simply gave her a smirk before binding her with a wave of her hand. Don't worry, Cassie. I will take good care of you and I am sure, you won't be complaining after a few minutes, Destiny said with a grin before she turned around and summoned her wand from the table. Destiny flicked the elder wand in the air and an astral tiger leaped out of the tip of her wand. Destiny couldn't help but stare at the wand in her hand in complete shock. Destiny was pretty sure that she never said the incantation. It was simply impossible to cast the Patronus charm silently, but here she was. It must be due to the wand, Destiny deduced as there was no other explanation. While Destiny really wanted to try out her new wand, she had to suppress her urge to test it out right now. Right now, she had a hot woman waiting for her on the bed. World conquest could wait for a bit. Go tell Ambika that I won't be joining her tonight, something came up, Destiny said aloud as she didn't get to add the message while casting the spell. The astral tiger disappeared into the wall and after that, Destiny finally turned toward Cassiopeia, who was staring back at Destiny in complete lust. Destiny licked her lips hungrily as she parted Cassiopeia's legs to reveal her trimmed crotch. Thanks for the meal. Destiny exclaimed cheerfully as she buried her head into Cassiopeia's crotch without wasting any time. Cassiopeia groaned in pleasure as Destiny's tongue slipped into her wet snatch. Line break. Milady, I think we might have a problem, Quentin said, looking quite grave. Destiny simply stared at the man and gestured him to continue. Right now, Destiny was seated at the dining table along with Gellert, Cassiopeia, and the rest of her lieutenants. Gellert had a sling wrapped around his left arm as the healers had to regrow his shoulder bones with skill grow. There aren't enough believers of God in the Foreign Office, Quentin revealed after shifting uncomfortably on his feet. Destiny raised her brows curiously. Really? I thought most of the Muggles believed in God, Destiny muttered disbelievingly. Yes, that is the case in most places, but there are some Muggles who don't believe in God. They believe there is nothing superior to them in this world, Gellert explained helpfully and Destiny simply hummed thoughtfully. Yes, milady. Apparently, the Muggle higher-ups decided not to hire any believers of God to avoid any incidents, Quentin added hurriedly. Is that so? Did you interrogate anyone? Destiny asked, and after getting a nod from Quentin, Destiny simply inclined her head with a thoughtful look on her face. You said there aren't enough believers of God in the Foreign Office, how many are there? Destiny asked after a few seconds of silence. There are only 4 and 2 of them are simple janitors. Quentin trailed off before releasing a tired sigh. Destiny placed her hand on her cheek for support as she closed her eyes so that she could think. Destiny started to wonder if the Order of the Light knew about her plot to kill Torquil Travers and frame the Muggles or not. There is a good chance that they already knew about her plans and she had no idea when they arrived in the past. So, they could have years to prepare. That is why Destiny decided to change her plans. Previously, she had no plans to ask Gellert to start taking over Europe, but after encountering the Order of Light, she realized that it would be best if she changed her plans. There was no way of knowing if she did this in the original timeline or not, but this is the best she could come up with on the go. If the Order of Light already knew about her plans regarding Torquil Travers, then they would show up within the week and try to interfere. Destiny didn't know if they would succeed or not, but it didn't mean that she was going to back out. It would also make the Order of Light think that she is going to follow the events of the old timeline. They will realize that something else is going on when the news of Belgium's and Greece's fall breaks out, but she couldn't keep fooling them forever. When she finally opened her eyes, it has been already a minute. What about the rest of the family members? Destiny asked curiously. Even if the people working at the Foreign Office aren't believers of God, they are bound to have someone in their house who probably believes in God. Yes, almost everyone working at the Foreign Office has someone in their family who believes in God, Quentin answered thoughtfully as he quickly understood what Destiny was trying to suggest. Then we use them. A person can always learn to believe in God, especially when they have someone in the house who already believes in God, Destiny pointed out in an amused tone. Quentin rubbed his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. Milady, if we do use your plan, then there is no way we would be able to finish our task in 2 weeks. Fucking hell, we won't be able to finish the task even in a month. Quentin exclaimed, making Destiny shrug dismissively. Doesn't matter. Take as much time as you need. I do want to kill Torquil Travers, but at the same time, I want everything to be perfect, Destiny hummed as she gestured Quentin to take a seat. As you already know, the Order of Light came from the future, so there is a high chance they are already aware of my plans regarding Travers. Quentin, I need you to be careful, Destiny warned, and Quentin nodded his head in understanding. Milady, if they are already aware of your plans, then wouldn't it be better if we give up the plan altogether? Donovan asked, looking somewhat uncomfortable. It depends. I want to keep them occupied if they do know about my plans regarding Travers. I don't want them thinking that I might try something else until it is too late, Destiny explained, and while Donovan felt like some context was missing, he was still able to understand what Destiny was trying to say. I see. Donovan muttered as he nodded his head in understanding. Good. Now, does any one of you have anything else to report? Destiny asked as she glanced toward the rest of her lieutenants. Then, let's start our breakfast, Destiny said when she noticed that none of her lieutenants were going to say anything. Line break. Time skip, 1 week. Imogen, you need to calm down. Getting frustrated isn't going to help you. In fact, it would be counterproductive, Destiny explained calmly. It has been already a week since Destiny started teaching Imogen blood magic, and to be honest, Imogen sucked at blood magic, but she was comparing herself with Imogen, which was kind of unfair to Imogen. After all, not even Gellert could compare to her when it came to blood magic or elemental magic. It is easy for you to say. Everything comes naturally to you. Imogen growled in anger, but as soon as she finished speaking, she started to regret her decision when Destiny's eyes narrowed at her. You won't be taking that tone with me, Destiny said coldly, making Imogen wince. Destiny had been quite patient with her, and Imogen felt bad for snapping at Destiny, who wasn't at fault here. Despite your beliefs, I am not good at everything. I am completely useless when it comes to healing. I am also useless when it comes to magical creatures, herbology, divination, and anything related to crafting, Destiny pointed out as she paced in front of Imogen. Nobody could be perfect, and to be honest, I believe it is better to be imperfect rather than perfect, Destiny chided, and when she noticed the confused look on Imogen's face, Destiny decided to elaborate. If someone is perfect, then they do not have any room for improvement. They could no longer improve themselves as they are already perfect, but if someone is imperfect, then they can always improve, they could keep reaching new heights, Destiny explained passionately, and Imogen could only stare at Destiny in complete awe. Imogen had long realized that while she was older than Destiny, she wasn't anywhere close to the crimson-haired witch's wisdom. There are some things you could never learn without experiencing them firsthand. Imogen might be older, but unlike Destiny, she never got to experience the world. She never got to travel outside Britain. She didn't even get to meet anyone from a different culture so that she could learn different things. Imogen realized how awfully sheltered she was compared to someone like Destiny. So, nobody is asking you to be perfect. While you don't have my talent in blood magic, it could be said the same for me in regard to black magic. While I am not completely useless when it comes to black magic, I do not have your prodigious talent. Not everyone is made equal when it comes to magic. Destiny pointed with a soft smile. As I said, getting frustrated won't help you. You need to calm down and think rationally. You need to visualize the spell in your head, you need to have a clear intent, and for that, you need to have a calm mind. Intent is the most important element needed to cast a spell, and the second is visualization. If you can't visualize a spell, then you can never have the desired effects, Destiny explained sharply, and Imogen looked like she was lost in a trance, but she was paying rapt attention to everything Destiny was saying. How good is your occlumency? All of a sudden, Destiny stopped pacing and turned toward Imogen in a sharp motion. Imogen was taken aback by the sudden question. And not that good, she stuttered out, and Destiny simply hummed as her eyes bored into Imogen's. Imogen winced in pain as Destiny's legilimency probe ripped through her shields, and as soon as Destiny broke through Imogen's occlumency shields, she retreated from Imogen's mind. While your occlumency could have been better, it is more than enough for the time being, Destiny said dismissively while Imogen couldn't help but rub her forehead to alleviate her pain. But you broke through my shields like they weren't even there, Imogen muttered petulantly. True, but most people don't even know occlumency, and legilimens are even rarer. Destiny pointed out in an amused tone. Anyway, your occlumency shield is strong enough for what I am planning. Your occlumency is more than strong enough to visualize, and it is also enough for you to keep visualizing your spell until it has been cast completely, Destiny explained, and Imogen nodded her head with a grimace. Good. Start casting then. Destiny barked, and Imogen immediately started trying to cast the spell without wasting any more time. Destiny decided to watch Imogen from the side as she needed to stay here in case something untoward happened. After all, blood magic is extremely dangerous. A couple of hours passed in the blink of an eye, and it was almost time for Imogen to leave. That's it for today, Imogen. You have progressed a lot, and honestly, I am quite impressed, Destiny complimented Imogen with an impressed look on her face. You still need to practice the spell. You might have learned to cast the spell, but you are yet to use the spell in some real-life situation, Destiny added thoughtfully. I would need some subjects. I can't test something like this in front of other unspeakables, Imogen pointed out in a low tone. Destiny was about to open her mouth to give Imogen an answer, but she stopped when she noticed an astral raven approaching her. The astral raven stopped in front of her. When you are done with your student, meet me at our usual place, Gellert's voice was heard from the raven, and the raven started to dissipate as soon as the message was delivered. Fine, I will get you some test subjects tomorrow, or should I send them to your manor? Destiny asked, looking completely unfazed by the message. Imogen had met Gellert only once, and she was terrified of the men for whatever reason. Destiny was stronger than Gellert, so Imogen should have been terrified of Destiny too, but she was only terrified of Gellert. Keep them here, Imogen stuttered out after she finally regained her bearings. I will be leaving then, Imogen blurted out hurriedly as she walked away from Destiny. The crimson-haired witch simply inclined her head with a confused look on her face. She had no idea why Imogen was so afraid of Gellert. The man didn't even flare his magic when he met her, so there should be no reason for her to be afraid of him. Destiny shook her head after releasing a sigh. Moments later, she disapparated with a soft pop. Destiny arrived at the edge of ward line only to find that Gellert was already waiting for her. Did something happen? Destiny asked as she made her way toward Gellert, who staring at the ocean. It was highly unusual for Gellert to call her in such a manner. How is the wand treating you? Gellert asked without turning around. Destiny pulled out the Elder Wand and stared at it. Great. It has been great. Throughout the week, Destiny had been testing the wand and she wasn't disappointed. The wand has started reacting according to her wishes. She no longer needed to cast a spell, she only needed to think about casting the spell and that would be it. Destiny did not know how to explain the feeling. The wand was working according to her intent, that was the best she was able to come up with. She also no longer needed to speak out any incantation. Yes, with the Elder Wand, she could even silently cast the Unforgivables just like the Patronus charm. She also knew every single spell ever cast with the Elder Wand and she could cast them too. She also knew how most of the notable wielders of the Elder Wand fought and she could use them whenever she felt necessary. Destiny was yet to discover what Lady Death meant by a bit of her authority, but whatever it was going to be something really overpowered. Not that Destiny was complaining. She remembered that Lady Death mentioned something about the power of rot. Destiny had tried to use it, but it was yet to bear her any fruits. Well, Destiny was fine with the slow progress. Sometimes, it was better to take things slowly. Do you want the details? Destiny asked and Gellert started to chuckle as he shook his head. No, I don't want to feel jealous if I am being honest. Gellert finally turned around to look at Destiny. I informed Vinda about the death of her parents. She was quite pleased. Don't be surprised if she ends up thanking you, Gellert revealed in an amused tone. She is welcome. Destiny muttered as she finally arrived beside Gellert. Gellert took a deep breath. I have sent the word. Everyone will be gathering in Bulgaria 3 days from now, Gellert revealed in a neutral tone. Good. I will gather my own forces. I want to be there with you when Bulgaria and Greece falls, Destiny said firmly, leaving no room for arguments. Gellert, I also need you to keep a tight leash on your forces. I don't want the people to grow discontent. Any sort of rebellion will lose its momentum if the public is completely fine under your rule, Destiny explained and Gellert nodded his head in understanding. That is exactly what I was thinking. I was not planning to abuse the people in the first place, but you do know that some of the countries will resist us, right? Gellert asked as he glanced at Destiny from the corner of his eyes. Yes, I am aware of that and we will deal with them when the time comes. If we need to make an example out of them then we will, but for now, they aren't important, Destiny waved her hand dismissively. What about Turkey? Turkey shares its border with both Greece and Bulgaria, Gellert questioned curiously. We won't be attacking them directly for the time being. Turkey is a huge country and while their magical society is quite big, they won't be making a move. The Turkish minister is a coward and a bootlicker. He will stick his head in the sand until it is too late and we will take advantage of that, Destiny explained and Gellert perked up after hearing her words. As soon as our hold over Bulgaria and Greece becomes stable, we will start infiltrating Turkey with our men. The Turkish minister will fold under the pressure, Destiny said while nodding her head. I do not think it would be that simple. Even if the Turkish minister agrees to surrender, I don't think that everyone will agree with his decision. It might lead to a civil war, Gellert pointed out and Destiny simply huffed. It won't come to that. There is something about Turkey a very few people know about. The Turkish magical community is not that powerful, neither magically nor financially. Most of the powerful Wixen leave that country as soon as they can due to the lack of opportunities. Secondly, they aren't very rich as they lack political connections. Turkey is surrounded by Syria, Iraq, Persia, Armenia, and Georgia on the other side. Syria, Armenia, and Georgia don't have a magical community, and Iraq and Persia have their own problems. So, Turkey has to import everything through Bulgaria and Greece as importing resources through the Black Sea would increase the costs and they don't have that extra money. They will have to keep depending on Bulgaria and Greece for continued sustenance. Do you understand? Destiny asked with a grin. Gellert could only stare at Destiny in complete surprise. I never went to Turkey so I didn't know, but Persia and Iraq could extend a helping hand to Turkey, can't they? I mean Turkey would be ripe for taking if what you are saying is right, Gellert wondered aloud and Destiny nodded her head with a hum. Yes, you are right, but they won't. As I said, they have their own problems. Both of the countries are going through their own cold civil war, so they won't have time to pay attention to Turkey and if they do, they won't be able to do anything about it, Destiny explained, and Gellert couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at Destiny. Are you sure, a civil war? Both of them. Why didn't I hear anything about this? Gellert asked with a frown and Destiny couldn't help but give him a bland look. A cold civil war. They aren't fighting openly, but they are fighting. Apparently, both magical Persia and magical Iran are trying to resist a revolution. The citizens of both countries are tired of the fact that the women in their societies have close to no rights while the government is trying to resist the change and maintain their original standing, Destiny explained in an amused tone and Gellert didn't know what to say. I haven't decided anything yet, but I do want to support the rebels. If I give them my support, then the number of my forces will surge and as a woman, I support their cause, Destiny added with a grin, and Gellert couldn't help but smile at that. That would be helpful in the long run and it would also remove the variables from the board. If we support them now, then they will be somewhat sympathetic to our cause, Gellert hummed thoughtfully. Yes, but I am somewhat reluctant to make my move as I don't know if I did this in the original timeline or not. I was not planning to involve with anything outside Britain before the Order of Light was revealed, but... Destiny was about to continue till she stopped when Gellert started to pat her head. You are being foolish, Destiny. What if they know? You can't keep thinking like this. If they do interfere, then you will simply need to crush them with your might. You have to remember, not everyone will roll over and allow us to take over the magical world. We have to take it ourselves. Gellert declared, and Destiny cursed herself for being so stupid. Gellert was right. She was being stupid. You are right. What if they know what I am going to do? I will simply outsmart them or crush them with pure might. I will be also casting the Fidelius charm to hide my identity, so it would stop them making a move, Destiny mumbled to herself, and Gellert smiled proudly after hearing her words. That's right. So, when are you gouging to cast the spell? Gellert asked. Tomorrow. I have already invited everyone who needs to know my identity as soon as possible, Destiny revealed, and Gellert nodded his head in understanding. Good. There was something else I wanted to talk about, Gellert said with a hint of worry in his voice, and Destiny immediately raised her brows in question. I am planning to hunt a chimera to perform the ritual you performed, Gellert revealed, and Destiny's eyes grew wide in surprise. Moments later, she beamed at Gellert with a bright smile on her face. That's great. When do you want to do it? Destiny asked excitedly. After I finish gathering my forces in Bulgaria, Gellert answered after thinking for a bit. I would have gone for a dragon, but I don't think I can slay a dragon on my own without using the killing curse or some of the curse which might destroy or contaminate the magic in its body, Gellert explained with a frown, and Destiny simply slapped his shoulder with a huff. Killing a dragon isn't that hard, you know. Destiny pointed out, and Gellert gave her a dirty look. That's easy for you to say. I am not good at transfiguration or elemental magic like you. My speciality lies in curses, Gellert scowled at Destiny, who rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. I could see the problem. Destiny conceded. What about a nundu? She asked after a few moments. Gellert gave Destiny a blank stare. Unlike you, I do not have a death wish. A nundu is not unkillable, but once again I do not think I can kill one without destroying or contaminating its magic, Gellert growled, and Destiny simply shrugged with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Well, I guess. Whatever makes you sleep at night. Though, I think it is your age. You are out of your depth, old man. Destiny exclaimed mischievously, and moments later, she had to bat away several stinging hexes courtesy of an irate Gellert. I will have you know, I am still in my prime. It seems that I need to teach you a lesson, Gellert growled, but he couldn't hide the amusement in his voice. Gellert continued to attack Destiny with stinging hexes, who continued to bat them away while cackling in glee. 'Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 5084 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 55, The Start of Second Volley, 2. Unknown location, Glasgow. Harry. I finally found out why the Rosiers aren't answering our letters. Clifford Bones blurted out hurriedly as he rushed into Harry's study, without bothering to knock. Harry looked at the men questioningly. He has been feeling somewhat uneasy about the whole plan of using Rosiers to create problems for Destiny Grindelwald. Apparently, he was right. What happened? Harry asked dryly. He could already make a guess. Someone burned down their family manor with fiend fire. The Aurors are suspecting that they were either killed or kidnapped. Clifford revealed wryly as he took a seat. They are dead. She won't gain anything by kidnapping them, Harry said firmly. She could have kidnapped them for their gold. Clifford suggested thoughtfully. While Clifford also believed that the Rosiers were probably dead, there was still a chance that Destiny Grindelwald kidnapped them to stop them from messing up with her plans, or she wanted to use their gold. Harry rubbed his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. I cannot dismiss the idea. The Rosiers aren't the richest, but they are still quite wealthy. While the Blacks are supporting her, she would never say no to some extra gold. Harry muttered while rubbing his chin. So, what are we going to do? Clifford asked after a few seconds of silence. First of all, let's call the others. I can't decide anything on my own, Harry released a sigh, and Clifford nodded his head in understanding. Clifford was a hardliner like Harry. Just like Harry, he believed that sometimes you need to make hard choices. That is the reason why he tried so hard to oppress his brother and his family. We could always reveal her existence through the Daily Prophet, Clifford suggested eagerly, and Harry simply shrugged. I don't know. I don't think that will work. She is far from stupid, so there is a chance that she had already prepared for such a scenario. Harry stood up from his seat while scratching his head. Let's call the others so that we could discuss our next move, Harry added, and while Clifford wasn't happy, he could only agree with Harry. Line break. Are you sure you will be fine? Gellert asked in a skeptical tone as he stared at Destiny, who was playing around with a potion vial. Yes, Gellert, thank you for your concern, but it is kind of unnecessary at this point, Destiny snarked back in a clipped tone, and Gellert simply raised his hands in the air in a placating manner. Hey, I am simply worried about you, Gellert added while giving Destiny a meaningful look. I know. Destiny mumbled in a low tone. That is why I have covered all of my bases. While I am quite sure that I have enough magic to cast the spell without any problems, I still decided to increase my capacity, just in case, Destiny added as she held up the potion vial in her hand. The potion in Destiny's hand is called Magic Booster, and it did exactly what the name suggested. The potion would increase a person's magical reserve by 10%. It wasn't much, but a 10% boost for someone like Destiny could make a huge difference. Alas, the potion did come with its own negatives. The potion was very addictive, and continuously using the potion could severely damage a person's magical core. Milady, if you don't mind me asking, then what are you planning to do? You never mentioned any details in your letter, Unspeakable Number 21 asked curiously. The others gathered around Destiny, and Gellert nodded their heads in understanding. All the team leaders of Unspeakables were present, as they were the ones who have sworn their loyalty to Destiny, along with all the members of the Black family, the Bone family, all of her lieutenants, and finally, Gawain Bulstrode. Destiny looked around the gathered crowd and nodded her head in understanding. I am sure that some of you must have heard about the Fidelius charm. I am going to use the Fidelius charm to hide my identity, Destiny revealed, and murmurs broke out among the crowd. But my lady, is that even possible? I mean, we have studied the Fidelius charm and it can only be used to hide a property, Unspeakable Number 39 sputtered. That should have been the case, but I was able to get my hands on a modified version of the Fidelius charm. I have already tested the spell and it works, so there is no need to worry. Destiny assured the Unspeakable. All of you present here have sworn your loyalty to me in some manner. I do not know how the spell is going to react to your oaths, so I will be releasing all of you before casting the spell. That is why I called all of you here, and I would also need to reveal the secret to all of you after I am done. Destiny revealed as she looked around at the crowd to see their reactions. Another round of murmurs broke out among the crowd, and Destiny decided to wait until everyone calmed down. It took the crowd nearly a minute to finally calm down. All of her lieutenants and Cassiopeia already knew about Destiny's plan, so they weren't surprised by Destiny's words. When the crowd finally calmed down, Destiny started to release them from their oaths one by one. Destiny released Gellert from his oath before anyone could arrive, as she didn't want to reveal the fact that Gellert was following her orders to anyone for the time being. It was simply better to make everyone think that she and Gellert were working separately. It took Destiny somewhere around 10 minutes to release everyone from their oaths. When she was finally done, she moved away from the group and chugged down the potion. Destiny immediately felt the potion taking effect. With a stern look on her face, Destiny whipped out the Elder Wand and pointed the wand at her chest. An immense amount of magic surged forward, and the whole group except for Gellert lost their footing due to the immense magical pressure. Destiny started to channel huge amounts of magic through the wand, and she wasn't surprised to see that the Elder Wand could handle so much magic without any issue. She nodded her head in satisfaction, and then she started to wave her wand through the air as she also started to chant. Her knees started to tremble as she finally started to feel exhausted. Her face got covered with sweat as she continued to release huge amounts of magic at a steady rate. Destiny started to breathe heavily, and when she finally finished the chant, a massive amount of magic surged through her wand and struck her right on her chest. She stumbled back and dropped to her knees. She succeeded. The spell was cast, and now she needed to deal with the aftermath before she could rest. Destiny turned toward the group, and a ghost of a smile appeared on her face when she noticed that some among the crowd were already in the process of pointing their wands in their direction. Thankfully, Gellert seemed to be simply staring at her with an intrigued look on his face. Gellert was way more faster than any of them, so it was a good thing that he didn't decide to attack her, or he could have taken down her already. I am Destiny Grindelwald. Destiny screamed hurriedly as she slumped down on the ground. While she was still conscious, she didn't have the energy to wait and see everyone's reaction. Everyone blinked in confusion after hearing Destiny's words, and soon a look of realization finally dawned on their faces. The ones who were about to attack Destiny immediately lowered their wands, and it was Gellert who rushed toward Destiny before anyone else could. Ambika and Cassiopeia were only a second later than Gellert to rush toward Destiny. 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 Gellert called out worriedly as he kneeled down beside Destiny. Do you really need to be so loud? Destiny groaned as she rolled over on her back. Ambika kneeled down beside Destiny, and then she carefully picked up Destiny's head and placed it over her lap. I can get used to this, Destiny mumbled with a grin as she made herself comfortable on Ambika's lap. Cough I am glad that you are enjoying yourself, but the others are still here, Gellert pointed at the crowd. A blush crept up on Ambika's cheeks, and Cassiopeia couldn't stop a giggle from escaping her lips. Ambika threw Cassiopeia a dirty look but refrained from making any comments. Anyway, are you okay, Destiny? Ambika asked, concern evident in her voice. I am really exhausted, but besides that, I am fine. Destiny said while looking at Gellert, Ambika, and Cassiopeia, who was kneeling beside Ambika. Destiny turned her head to look at the crowd. No, she couldn't rest, yet. She needed to reaffirm their oaths. Help me up. Destiny said as she slowly sat up. She was enjoying herself in Ambika's lap, but she had other important things to do. She could always ask Ambika for a lap pillow at a later time. While Destiny wasn't worried about the fact that someone might try to reveal her existence to the rest of the world. After all, it was simply impossible for them to reveal her identity to anyone. The magic at play simply won't allow them, but Destiny simply didn't want any one of them acting against her from the shadows. After all, there was no saying when someone's mind might change. Ambika and Cassiopeia helped Destiny get up on her feet and Gellert simply stood beside them with a proud look on his face. I would have been in serious trouble if I hadn't taken that potion, Destiny revealed with a toothy grin. I am just happy that you are all right, Ambika muttered in a relieved tone. Cassiopeia and Gellert also agreed with the sentiment. Yeah. Me too. Destiny mused internally as she realized how close she came to dying. Her magical core might have been massive, but she still ended up using all of her magic in one go. At least, her plan worked, and with this, she was able to deal a massive blow to the Order of Light. Line break. Minister's Office, Ministry of Magic. Travers, please give me some good news, Hector Foley, Magical Britain's Minister of Magic said in a pleading tone. The man knew that there was going to be a shitstorm as soon as the news got out. He had asked Torquil Travers to stop the Daily Prophet from snooping around, but they couldn't hold them back for too long. Then I am afraid that I would have to disappoint you. It has already been a week since the attack happened and any magical traces are long gone if there were any magical traces in the first place. Torquil revealed with a sigh as he plopped down on a seat, looking very tired. What do you mean, Torquil? Were they killed by muggles? Hector asked in a bewildered tone. No, whoever it was, they torched the place with Fiend Fry removing all magical traces, Torquil answered dryly. Fiend Fry? Who could have done that? Hector muttered with a pale face. With Grindelwald's escape, the public will be vying for answers. Answers he didn't have. We have no fucking clue, but one of my senior aura thinks that whoever is responsible for burning down the Rosier Mansion is also responsible for burning down the Gaunt Shack, Torquil revealed in an exasperated tone. To be honest, he wanted to believe the men, but there was no concrete proof. Gaunt Shack. You are telling me someone burned down the Gaunt Shack with Fiend Fry? Hector asked incredulously and Torquil simply decided to nod his head. What about Marvolo? Wasn't he released from Azkaban? Hector asked with a confused look on his face. We believe Marvolo is dead and the case was closed as it was decided that Marvolo probably decided to cast Fiend Fry and ended up losing control. After all, nobody would say that Marvolo was a paragon of sanity, Torquil revealed with a shrug. Hector could understand where Torquil was coming from. If he was in Torquil's shoes, then he would have decided the same too, but the Rosiers weren't Gaunts. Too many people in high places were going to ask questions and not only that, but he would also need to deal with the public. Who is the senior aura you are talking about? Hector asked after thinking for a bit. Theseus Commander, Torquil breathed out with a sigh and Hector started to rub his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. What is his theory? I mean, why does he think that the person who burned down the Gaunt Shack is the same person who burned down the Rosier Manor? Hector questioned. Whoever burned down the Gaunt Shack had immense control over Fiend Fire. According to his inspection, the flames were never allowed to spread far from the shack when we already know that Fiend Fire is extremely notorious to control and easily spreads out, which didn't happen at the Gaunt Shack, Torquil explained. The case is the same with Rosiers too. The flames never strayed away from the manor. The flames were only concentrated around the manor. He believes that there aren't many people who could control Fiend Fry to such an extent and I do agree with him, but there is no solid proof and it would be like a wild goose chase since we don't have a single clue. Torquil trailed off with a frustrated growl. This is concerning. Have you checked in with the goblins? Hector asked after a full minute of silence. No, they refuse to say anything. They want me to contact them through official channels, Torquil scowled. Hector couldn't stop himself from rubbing his face. Greedy little buggers, Hector growled in anger. So, we don't even know if the Rosiers are alive or not? Hector asked, only to receive a nod from Torquil. Fuck. Hector screamed in anger as he slammed his fist on the table. After taking several deep breaths, he was finally able to calm himself. Did you ask for help from the Grey Cloaks? They might be able to notice some clue the Aurors missed, Hector suggested hopefully. I was going to ask them. After leaving your office, there is where I was planning to go, Torquil revealed and Hector simply nodded his head. Good. Good. Is there anything else you need to report? Hector asked while rubbing his forehead. No, but if we do find something then you will be the first to know, Torquil said as he stood up from his seat and started to leave. Yes, do that. Hector exclaimed in a pleading tone as Torquil walked out of the room. Hector leaned back in his chair. He really needed a headache potion right now. Line break. Harry Potter was in quite a bit conundrum. He could no longer speak or write Destiny Grindelwald's name. It happened all of a sudden when they were having a meeting about what to do next since the elder Rosiers were no longer among the living. Except for the dimension hoppers, such as himself, nobody could remember who Destiny Grindelwald was. It's like all of them were obliterated at the same time, which was kind of impossible since it happened right in front of them. One moment, they knew exactly who Destiny Grindelwald was and the next moment, they completely forgot what they were talking about, and that is when Harry and the other dimension hoppers realized that while they still remembered Destiny's name, they could no longer speak or write her name in the presence of anyone other than his fellow dimension hoppers. Hermione tried to get around the issue by writing down her name in another room, but as soon as she entered the meeting room, the name disappeared. Harry did not know what type of sorcery was this, but whatever Destiny had done, she ended up dealing a major blow to the Order of Light. Even the pictures they had of Destiny were only blank pieces of paper right now, and they did have some documents where Destiny's name was mentioned, but all the places where her name was mentioned were blank now. To be honest, he had no idea how Destiny achieved something like this. I think I know how she did it. All of a sudden Lily Potter exclaimed. After the incident, Harry called off the meeting as they couldn't talk about Destiny in their presence. Thankfully, even if the non-dimension hoppers no longer remembered Destiny, they were still willing to stand against Crimson Knights and Grindelwald. Everyone present inside the room turned toward Lily expectantly, so Lily decided to continue speaking. I think she used the Fidley's charm to hide her identity, Lily revealed, making Harry frown and several others frown. I am familiar with the Fidley's charm, and I am sure that it can only be used to hide a property, Hermione retorted with a scowl. She had thought of the Fidley's charm too, but she quickly scrapped the idea as the Fidley's charm only worked on properties. I am familiar with the Fidley's charm too, but I think she was somehow able to modify the spell. I know I do not have any proof to support my theory, but the similarities between the Fidley's and whatever spell she used cannot be denied, Lily explained, and Harry has to admit, she did have a point. But how did she modify such a high-level spell? Amelia wondered aloud. And if she really did use the Fidley's charm or its modified version, then why do we remember her name? After all, nobody gave us the secret, Amelia pointed out skeptically. Does it really matters? She either modified the spell herself or she made someone else modify the spell for her. It's us who were shafted at the end. Sirius grouched unhappily. Before anyone could say anything, Hermione spoke up. No, Sirius, we do need to know what she did so that we could try to reverse whatever she did, and even if we can't reverse it, we still need to know what she did, Hermione argued back, and James along with a couple of other members nodded their heads. I agree with Hermione, we need to know what she did. We might need to use it to hide ourselves, just in case, the only blonde-haired witch in the room muttered thoughtfully. Come on, Daphne. Really? The only blonde-haired wizard in the room asked the blonde-haired witch in an amused tone. Yes, Neville. I am not saying that we need to hide, but we do not know when the spell might come in handy. Not only that, she will come after us for our future knowledge. If we can't stop her, we at least need to make it hard for her to find us, Daphne Longbottom née Greengrass, wife of Neville Longbottom, pointed out with a prim look on her face. I may not like the fact that you are thinking that we already lost, but I do agree with you. Bloody hell, I can't believe I am saying this, but it is better to have a contingency rather than needing one and not having one when needed, one of the red-haired wizards grumbled. That brings us back to Amelia's point. If she used the Fidley's charm, then how can we still remember and speak of her name? What the two of them are trying to say is, how can we still remember her when nobody revealed the secret to us? A dark-skinned witch asked after rolling her eyes at the twin speak of the redhead duo. It might have something to do with our very existence. We weren't born in the dimension, so the magic she used may not affect us in the same manner it affected the others, or Altair might have protected us. These are only my guesses, Lily revealed thoughtfully before rolling her shoulders with a shrug. I think you might be right. For the first time since the discussion started, Hermione agreed with Lily. If Lily's theory was right, then it made perfect sense. Harry, do you think you can contact Altair? Hermione asked as she turned toward Harry. I will try. Harry said while nodding his head. Not only Harry, but all of them could reach out to Altair, but Altair most of the time it was Harry who reached out to her as their leader. So, what now? We can't sit around and admit defeat, right? Sirius asked as he looked around. No, Padfoot, we won't. We still need to stop her from killing Torquil Travers if she is even planning to kill him in the first place. The timeline is already so skewed that I can't even imagine what is going to happen. James rubbed his forehead before turning toward Harry. Scorpius, Rose, Neville, Daphne, the four of you are going to keep an eye on the Foreign Office. If you do find Crimson Knights loitering around, Then don't try to be a hero and take them by yourselves. Inform us as soon as possible, Harry said while at the four of them. What do you take me for? I am not a stupid Gryffindor, Daphne scoffed as she flicked her hair over her shoulder in a haughty manner. I never mentioned you specifically, Harry retorted blandly, but Daphne simply sniffed and raised her chin upwards defiantly. He decided it was better not to argue with the blonde Ice Queen. That's all for now, dismissed. With that, Harry finally ended the meeting. Line break. Time skip, 2 days. Rose Weasley followed a dark-skinned man down the alley. Fortunately, the man never noticed her as the man was following someone else. Rose looked at her surroundings and couldn't help but grimace. The normals were loitering around the streets. Rose did not hate the normals. If she did, then she wouldn't be fighting to protect them, but right now their presence was the only thing stopping her from knocking out the men she was following. It has been 2 days since they started to watch the Foreign Office and it didn't take them long to find the Crimson Knights. The Knights were obviously planning to kill Torquil Travers. Apparently, some things are never going to change, no matter how much the timeline changes. A monster is still going to be a monster. Rose continued to ponder as she kept following her mark. The person her mark was following finally arrived in front of a house and her mark decided to keep watching the person he was following. Rose was completely gobsmacked when she saw her mark pull out his wand and cast a Notice Me Not charm along with a muggle-repelling charm out in the open. Did he not care about the statute? Rose worriedly looked around to see if anyone noticed or not, and her shoulders finally slumped down in relief when she realized that nobody noticed him or his weird actions. Then all of a sudden, an idea clicked inside her mind. Rose decided to take a leaf from her mark's book. She bit her lower lip worriedly as she slowly pulled out her wand and pointed it at the man's back. Rose looked around for a second time to see if anyone noticed her or not, only to see that the normals were busy minding their own business. With a determined look on her face, she finally cast a stunning charm at the man's back. The spell struck the man on his back and he slumped down on the street. Rose immediately rushed toward the man, after tucking away her wand in her sleeve. She wasn't worried over the fact that a normal might have noticed the man keeling over on his own. The Notice Me Not charm and the muggle-repelling charm were still active, so there was no way a normal was going to notice. Rose finally arrived beside the man and pulled out a toothbrush from one of her pockets. Rose kneeled down and placed her hand over his back. Liberty. Rose activated the portkey with the key phrase and moments later, she along with her mark were whisked away by the portkey. Rose arrived at their secret meeting place along with her mark. Did you have any problem? Scorpius asked worriedly as he rushed at Rose, but Neville stopped him by grabbing his arm. Scorpius turned around and was about to ask Neville what he was doing, but Neville was no longer looking at him. Code. Neville asked as he palmed his wand with his free hand. From the other side of the room, Daphne also pointed her wand at Rose. Rose simply rolled her eyes. Delta 34-37" Rose answered in an exasperated tone before releasing a huff. Neville smiled after hearing her answer and released Scorpius. This was a tactic used by Voldemort and the Death Eaters in their world. Not everyone is capable of casting the Fidelius charm and not many knew about the Fidelius charm in the first place. So, most of the people were only hiding in safe houses protected by strong wards. The Death Eaters started to disguise themselves as people who need help, and when nobody was around, they would simply disable the wards from the inside. Some Death Eaters like Antonin Dolohov were even known to murder everyone inside the safe houses by themselves. A security code wasn't infallible, but it was still better than nothing. So, did you have any problems? Daphne repeated Scorpius' question as she tucked away her own wand. Right now, Scorpius was busy making sure Rose was alright and Rose couldn't help but glare at him. No, you wouldn't believe what he was doing. He was casting magic out in the open without bothering to check if anyone was watching him or not, Rose grumbled as she slapped away Scorpius' hand. She decided to keep her own similar actions a secret. She did not know how the others were going to react and no harm was done, so it was probably alright. Will you stop that? Rose hissed angrily when Scorpius wouldn't stop trying to baby her. Really? Neville asked as he inclined his head. Nobody saw him, right? He inquired with a thoughtful look on his face. This would be the worst time for the statute could break. Instead of fighting amongst themselves, the normals would come together and attack the magical world and there would no one who would be willing to stand against the Grindelwalds. I don't think so. The normals were minding their own business, Rose explained with a shrug. That is good. Scorpius, be a dear and make him sit, Daphne requested as she pulled out a vial of veritaserum from her robes. Scorpius simply nodded his head before conjuring a couple of ropes to bind the men. When Scorpius was finally done, Rose used magic to keep the man's mouth open and Daphne poured 3 drops inside the man's mouth with the stopper. Wake him up, Daphne said as she tucked away the potion vial, and Rose simply cast the Renervate spell to wake him up. As soon as the man opened his eyes, he immediately started to look around in clear panic. Daphne pulled out her wand and pointed it at the men with a cold look on her face. Imperio, Daphne cast the Imperius curse in an indifferent tone. Just like their leader, Daphne didn't have any problems using dark magic to get the job done, and interrogation is her specialty. Back in her world, she made a lot of people sing like canaries. "What is your name?" Daphne asked, looking completely relaxed. Her Imperius curse was simply impeccable, and the man was already under the influence of Veritaserum. There is no way he was going to resist her. "Marco too," the man answered monotonously. Daphne summoned a chair from the other side of the room with a flick of her wand. Daphne sat down on the chair, and then she stared at the man with an unimpressed look on her face. This man was at best a simple grunt, but he could still give her some information. "Tell me, Marco, who do you work for?" Daphne asked. "I work for Quentin Moore," the man revealed, and Daphne's eyes grew slightly in surprise. "Quentin Moore is one of Destiny's lieutenants. Looks like they got lucky." Daphne quickly schooled her features. "What is he planning to do?" Daphne asked with a hint of excitement in her voice, but she received no answer from the man. "Is he fighting your Imperius curse?" Neville asked Daphne in a surprised tone. "No, I think some sort of oath is stopping him from answering the question," Daphne answered with a frown. "What are you doing for him?" Daphne asked, and this time, Marco started to speak without any issue. "I have been following some of the Foreign Office employees," Marco answered with a blank look on his face. "Why are you following them?" All of a sudden Scorpius asked heatedly, and Daphne couldn't help but throw him a dirty look. She hated the boy. The boy was simply way too impulsive and short-sighted. She couldn't fathom how these creampuffs even defeated Voldemort in their own world. "I do not know," the man still answered the question with a blank look. "Then what can you tell us?" Scorpius screamed at the men with a look of anger in his eyes. Once again, they received no answer. Daphne was already expecting that. She gave Neville a look, who shook his head. This is the reason why she hated Scorpius. Way too impulsive. It wouldn't work like that. He has sworn Merlin knows how many secrecy oaths. If you aren't specific, then he isn't going to tell you, and if you ask him something which he specifically swore to keep a secret, then once again, you will receive no answer. There is a reason why I am the interrogator, not you. Rose, be a dear and take him away, Daphne chastised Scorpius condescendingly. Sure, Daphne. I don't want him making a fool of himself any more than he has already done. Rose said with an amused grin as she started to drag Scorpius out of the room, who was sputtering in protest. Well then, Marco. Now that the nuisance is gone, let's start again. Daphne said while cracking her fingers as she started to interrogate Marco too earnestly. Equals 50 Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 5133 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 56, The Order Strikes Back. I was wondering. Can you breathe flames? Gellert asked curiously as he turned around to look at Destiny, who was walking behind him. Destiny simply quirked her head sideways and took a deep breath. Moments later, she opened her mouth and a stream of extremely hot flames poured out of her mouth. After a few seconds, the flames finally stopped, and Destiny closed her mouth with a snap. Smoke came out of her nostrils and a displeased look appeared on her face. Breathing flames always ruin the taste in my mouth, Destiny grumbled in displeasure. Does it hurt? I mean, human throats aren't meant to breathe flames, Gellert asked as he handed her a water bottle from his backpack. Destiny grabbed the bottle and gave him a grateful nod. No, not exactly. I don't even feel discomfort in the slightest, Destiny said as she took a large swig from the bottle. That is why I said you should have chosen a nundu, Destiny reminded as she gave him a pointed look. I didn't want to kill someone by simply talking with them, Gellert deadpanned and grabbed the bottle from Destiny. I am also not confident enough to think that I can take on a nundu by myself. I am good, but even I am not that good, Gellert added with a scowl. At least you are aware of your shortcomings, old man, Destiny retorted innocently while looking around only to receive a scathing glare from Gellert. How long it is going to take us to find a chimera? Gellert asked with a groan as he flicked his wand to clear the path. Don't know. According to the locals, this is where the chimeras have been sighted. That is probably why we are the only ones here, Destiny wondered thoughtfully as she flicked the elder wand to cast an anti-insect on herself and Gellert. The forest is getting denser, Destiny mumbled under her breath as she looked around. That is what I am worried about. Chimeras aren't the only ones we need to be worried about. There are so many things that could go wrong. Gellert exclaimed with a grimace. Oh. Is the old man scared? Destiny asked in an amused tone only to receive an irritated huff from Gellert. Don't be such a baby, Gellert. A little hike won't kill you. Where is your thrill for adventures? Destiny asked while giving Gellert an exasperated look. Gellert couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Having you beside me is enough for me. That is adventurous enough for me, Gellert blurted out, looking tired and annoyed at the same time. Destiny comically placed her hands over her chest and gave him a hurt look. That hurts, Gellert. I thought you loved me, she said as she clutched her hands and gave Gellert a pained look, and once again, Gellert simply rolled his eyes at her. Gellert still loved her. He loved her like a daughter, but he was never going to say that aloud or Destiny was going to tease him relentlessly. The two of them continued to make their way through the dense forest of Foloi Oak in Greece. Chimeras are generally found in Greece, so here they were, and Gellert was also planning to meet his men in Bulgaria, which was one of the neighboring countries of Greece. Then all of a sudden, Destiny stopped their banter and her face turned completely serious. Gellert also noticed the look and started to look around. I don't know what it is, but it is pretty big. It is watching us. There, Destiny said as she pointed up the hill. Gellert also looked up and found two glowing eyes staring back at them. That's a chimera. Gellert muttered in a serious tone, and Destiny couldn't help but give him an incredulous look. I have been studying about chimeras since last week. I didn't want to be taken by surprise, Gellert added when he noticed the incredulous look on Destiny's face. Motherfucker. He was studying about chimeras for a week and I didn't study shit before I went dragon hunting, Destiny cursed inside her mind. Well, good luck. Happy hunting. Destiny said with a grin as she started to float in the air, and that was enough to startle the chimera as it lunged on Gellert before he could even give her an answer. Don't worry, I will save you if you are about to be ripped into shreds, Destiny pointed out in an amused tone as she rose up in the air. Meanwhile, Gellert completely ignored Destiny as he had more important things to deal with on his plate. Gellert had to cast a magical shield to protect himself. The chimera collided against the magical barrier and roared in anger. Moments later, the chimera attacked the magical barrier with his tail, but Gellert was already weaving through spells. He was already aware of the fact that he couldn't use the killing curse or most of the dark spells which would kill the beast in an instant, as they would destroy the magic residing in the creature. Vines made of earth rose from the ground and started to wrap around the chimera. The chimera roared in anger and started to struggle. The vines immediately started to crack and Gellert twisted his hand to increase the power. Chimeras are known to be extremely vicious, bloodthirsty creatures, and that is why they are classified as XXXXX creatures by the intonation magical community. Chimeras are creatures with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a dragon's tail. Gellert already had a good plan in his mind to slay a chimera without much of a hassle. For his plan to work, Gellert needed to immobilize the creature for a few moments. The creature swiped its claw at Gellert and the magical barrier protecting him until now shattered like glass. The creature was way more stronger than Gellert was anticipating. Alas. He already had a plan in his mind. Before the creature could take a second swipe at him, Gellert erected another magical barrier between himself and the creature. The creature swiped its claw at the annoying barrier, but the barrier held strong even though a crack appeared on the barrier. Once again Gellert cast the transfiguring spell to create vines from the earth, and this time, he used a lot more power than he used the last time. This time the vines were strong enough to immobilize the chimera for at least a couple of seconds, and that was enough for Gellert to act. Gellert pointed his wand at the chimera and conjured a thick plastic bag inside the chimera's mouth. The chimera sucked in a breath in surprise and the plastic bag got stuck inside its throat. The chimera started to choke. This is what Gellert had planned from the beginning. The chimera lost all of its will to attack Gellert and continued to choke and cough. Even though the chimera lost its will to attack, Gellert decided not to lower the shield for the time being. He wasn't going to take any chances as long as the chimera was still in the world of living. Meanwhile, Destiny, who was floating up in the air, simply goggled at Gellert with a gobsmacked look on her face. She never imagined that Gellert would be able to kill a chimera so easily, and she had to admit, it was an ingenious plan. She could have used this plan against the dragon, but she simply didn't know enough about a Hungarian horntail to employ this plan. Now, Destiny was feeling kind of stupid for not studying Hungarian horntails before she went hunting. It would have made her task much easier. After a few moments, she simply shrugged. The fight was a nice experience, so she decided not to complain anymore, but the next time maybe she should do some research before jumping the gun. Line break. Hello, Altair. It has been 2 days since I was trying to reach you, Harry said with a hint of anger in his voice, and the divine woman simply gave him a cold him. It will do you well to remember that I have other things to do, instead of babying all of you all the time, the white-skinned woman snarked, and Harry almost flinched back when he felt a huge amount of pressure engulf him. While Harry was angry at the woman, he was quite aware of the fact that he couldn't do anything to her, but that didn't mean that he wasn't going to question the woman. After all, it was them who were risking their lives, trying to stop a mad tyrant. I have my own duties, which cannot be left aside, and I am already in a heap of trouble. If I leave my tasks unfinished then they will get someone else to replace me, Altair said calmly as she conjured a couple of chairs and a table for herself and her guest. Who are they? Harry asked Riley as he sat down. Altair waved her hand and 2 teacups along with a bunch of snacks appeared on the table. Higher gods. Usually, they don't interfere, but after the war, the rules have been quite strict. We are free to summon heroes into a world, but we aren't allowed to interfere directly. I had to break the rule or that monster would have ripped Albus' mind into shreds and now I am under close watch, Altair explained and Harry couldn't help but frown. Can you tell me where are they keeping Albus? Harry asked as he picked up the teacup on his side. No. As I said, I could no longer interfere directly. None of us can. Altair shook her head with a frustrated look on her face. You are talking with me. Isn't it some sort of direct interference? Harry asked incredulously. Yes, you are right, but you are one of my agents so it is fine. I was busy so a friend of mine stopped the Fidelius charm from taking effect on all of you since you are from different realities, but that's it. With the spell in effect, you won't be reveal her name to anybody, Altair explained tiredly. So, this is it. We lost. Harry asked headedly only to receive another cold look from Altair. If you are giving up, then yes. You lost, but before you give up, there is something else I need to tell you, Altair said with a look of distaste on her face. She hated manipulating people, but sometimes, it was necessary. She has already rolled the die, so she couldn't have her agents backing out. She has made contact with one of the higher beings. You have no idea how much power she will gain if she accepts the offer. She will be able to travel to all of your worlds and rip them apart, Altair explained in a grave tone and Harry couldn't help but gasp in horror. Right now, I do not know who made contact with her, but whoever it was, they are simply way too high on the hierarchy. I should have been killed, but they want some amusement. That is why I was spared, Altair bit out bitterly. For the next few minutes, neither of them said anything. Harry, do whatever you need, but save Albus. He is barely holding on, but he will break. I am still protecting his mind, so Destiny won't be able to take the information from his mind, but if he ends up giving up all the information willingly, then I won't be able to stop him, Altair broke the silence with the tears welling up in her eyes. I know that too. It would be a disaster if she discovers how to create the talismans, Harry muttered while gritting his teeth. He wouldn't have left the boy in Destiny's tender care, but he simply didn't know where Destiny was keeping him. Back in their world, they tried to break the Fidelius charm, but they didn't find a solution even after trying for years. Yes. And there is something else I needed to tell you. She has acquired the Elder Wand, Altair said and Harry lost all color on his face. Harry no longer knew what to say. Destiny Grindelwald was already so much stronger than them, now how the hell were they going to defeat the woman? They needed an edge. They needed something to turn the odds in their favor. You said you were going to help us. We need help, Harry said, looking completely serious and Altair couldn't help but smile after hearing his words. Good. As I said, I cannot interfere directly, but I can point you in the right direction. Altair said and a piece of paper appeared in her hand. This is the location. I need you to remember the location as I can't allow you to take this, Altair added as she handed the paper to Harry. Altair was asking to visit the Himalayas. What the hell was he even supposed to find there? What are we supposed to find there? Harry asked curiously as he returned the paper to Altair and instead of accepting the paper simply dissolved into thin air. A tribe used to live there, but they slowly died off due to inbreeding. While I would never want any of you to practice incest. Altair said in an amused tone, making Harry grimace. They did have some amazing rituals. They decided that it was better to die off instead of revealing their rituals to another tribe. That is the main reason why they practiced inbreeding, Altair explained and Harry couldn't help but grimace even more. Can we avoid rituals? I don't want to commit to rituals. They always come with a price, Harry said while looking quite uncomfortable. Yes, there is always a price when it comes to rituals, but you don't have any other choice. Well, you will understand as soon as you see what I am talking about. Either way, I couldn't care less if you perform the rituals or not. You asked for help and I provided you, Altair said and Harry was left completely gobsmacked by her nonchalant attitude. He believed gods cared, especially Altair, but apparently, he was wrong. That's it? Harry asked while glaring at Altair. He was barely restraining his anger. He didn't know what he might end up doing if he lost his control. Yes. That's it. I will be off, Altair said and before Harry could react, his surroundings started to dissolve and his world went black. Line break. Harry. Harry. Harry finally opened his eyes as he felt someone shaking him while calling his name. Soon, Hermione's bushy mane of hair appeared in his vision and he already knew who was trying to wake him up. A soft smile appeared on his face as he captured her lips with his. Hermione kissed him back, but reluctantly she had to push him back as she couldn't allow the situation to escalate even though she wanted to. Harry, this has to wait. Something came up, Hermione said softly, and Harry groaned softly as he removed the covers. What happened? Harry asked, and Hermione also climbed down from the bed. Only now did Harry notice that Hermione was already dressed. Neville's group captured one of Quentin Moore's men, Hermione revealed, and alarms went off inside Harry's head. This wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. Quentin Moore was one of Destiny's most zealous followers and men meant business. The fact that the man was extremely good at his job didn't help. Good, let me get dressed. Did Daphne interrogate him? Harry asked as he rushed toward the wardrobe. Yes, they have been interrogating him since yesterday. He is still alive, but we can't get anything more from him, Hermione said with a shrug. Harry turned around to give her a look. Right. I might find a use for him in the future, Harry said as he rolled his shoulders dismissively. After a few moments of silence, Harry spoke up again. I talked with Altair, Harry revealed, and Hermione couldn't help but grimace. So, she finally decided to answer our calls. What did she have to say for herself? Hermione almost growled in anger. She did have a lot of things to say, and yes, she confirmed that she used a variant of Fidley's charm to hide her identity. Since we don't belong to this world, one of the gods intervened and the spell didn't affect us much, Harry ended his explanation with a grimace. Even though they remembered her name, there was nothing they could do as they couldn't even utter the name in front of anyone except for their fellow dimension hoppers. I see. So, she really modified the spell, Hermione muttered with a look of horror on her face. That wasn't all, she has acquired the Elder Wand too, Harry exclaimed sarcastically. And Hermione lost all color from her face. Fuck. It was extremely rare for Hermione to curse out loud, but whenever she did curse, it meant huge trouble for their whole group. This will only make our task even harder, Hermione shook her head, looking extremely angry and frustrated. Yeah, I know exactly how you are feeling, Harry said while nodding his head. He was finally dressed and ready to leave. Is Altair going to help us? Hermione asked with a hint of concern in her voice, and Harry couldn't help but release a snort at her question. Yes, but apparently, she can't help us directly, or else she will be killed, Harry deadpanned, and Hermione couldn't help but raise her brows at him in question, so Harry decided to continue. She had to intervene directly to protect Albus' mind, and even now she is protecting his mind, Harry explained with a roll of his eyes. Then did she tell us where Albus is being kept? Hermione asked in an excited tone. While she was glad that Altair was protecting Albus' mind, as it would have been a massive blow to their group if secrets were revealed, they needed to save Albus as soon as possible. After all, Altair might be protecting his mind at this moment, but there is nothing stopping Albus from revealing their secrets willingly. No, Albus is being kept under Fidley's charm, and yes, she does know where he is being kept, but if she revealed the secret then she would be interfering directly, Harry grumbled in annoyance. Let's go, Harry said while making his way toward the door. Really, Harry? You know what will happen if our secrets are revealed, right? Hermione snapped in anger. Yes, I do know what will happen. Harry snapped back at her. What do you want me to do, Hermione? Harry asked angrily. I am not a genius like you. I can't even begin to understand how she modified the Fidley's charm. Harry grouched in anger. Hermione also reeled back at his anger. It was quite rare for Harry to snap at her in such a manner, so Hermione realized that she probably crossed the line, or Harry was probably just as angry and frustrated like her. I am quite aware of the stakes too, but there isn't anything I can do right now. Altair practically told me that we are on our own, even though her words were different, Harry said as he released a tired sigh. Then why are we even fighting, Harry? I mean, we had our own war. I thought that was enough, but here we are, in a different dimension, on our own. The goddess who brought us here already abandoned us. Hermione trailed off with a pained look on her face. I know, Hermione. I know. Do you really think I wanted to fight anymore? Harry asked, but Hermione didn't bother to answer as she understood that it was a rhetorical question. But I can't give up. Conflict is everything I have ever known, and I simply can't watch from the sidelines as someone lights up the world in flames, Harry said while looking extremely old and tired. Hermione couldn't help but curse Voldemort and the Death Eaters for destroying Harry's childhood inside her mind. It's all right, Harry, I understand. I was there with you, Hermione said as she made her way toward Harry and pulled him into her arms comfortingly. I know, and I am grateful for that. I would have never won if it wasn't for you and Ron, Harry said, and Hermione couldn't stop a grimace from surfacing on her face. It has been so long since they lost Ron, but it still brought them so much pain every time his name came up. Altair also told me that if she won in this world, then there is a chance that she will be able to travel to our world in the future, Harry revealed grimly. Hermione paled after she heard his words and her eyes grew wide in shock. How? Hermione blurted out with a horrified look on her face. Didn't I tell you that she made contact with a higher being? Harry questioned as he raised his brows. Hermione gave him a pointed look and Harry finally realized his mistake, so he started to rub the back of his head while chuckling nervously. "Oh. I kind of forgot," Harry said sheepishly. Hermione placed her hand on her hips and huffed loudly. "I can't believe you, Harry. You should have started the discussion with that," Hermione scowled. Sorry. There is something else Altair told me. While she couldn't help us directly, she could point us in the right direction. We clearly need more power, so pointed me toward the Himalayas. A tribe used to live there and apparently, they have some amazing rituals," Harry revealed, looking quite unhappy. "I don't mind going through rituals if they can help us." "I mean, I have read about rituals, not every one of them is harmful to your sanity," Hermione mumbled thoughtfully. "Really? You want to perform rituals?" Harry asked incredulously while giving Hermione a bewildered look. Hermione simply nodded her head in agreement. "Yes, we should. You saw yourself that she was way more stronger than she was supposed to be, and now she has acquired the Elder Wand. Do you think we will be able to defeat her?" Hermione asked heatedly, and Harry's shoulders slumped down. "I simply don't want to depend on borrowed power," Harry mumbled with a grimace, and Hermione huffed in amusement. "Honestly, Harry, it is acquired power, not borrowed power. We will use every single advantage we can get. After all, this time you don't have a prophecy hanging over your head, so your luck may run out," Hermione pointed out with her eyes dancing in mirth. Harry grimaced but nodded his head in understanding as he realized that Hermione was right. "Fine," Harry grumbled. "So, do you think I should tell the others?" Harry asked, and Hermione started to tap her chin thoughtfully. "Yes, I think you should tell them everything. I would have preferred if you didn't tell them about the Elder Wand, but the Elder Wand is quite distinctive and all of our fellow Dimension Hoppers have seen the wand in action from up close," Hermione finished thoughtfully, and once again, Harry couldn't help but agree with her. "Okay," Harry said while nodding his head. "By the way, I think we have wasted a lot of time, we should leave," Harry pointed out, and Hermione nodded her head in agreement. After that, without wasting any more time, the two of them started to make their way to the meeting room. Their other fellow Dimension Hoppers were already inside the room, chatting with each other. All of them noticed Harry's and Hermione's arrival, so all of them stopped talking and took their seats. Harry immediately turned toward Daphne so that he could get the meeting started. "So, Daphne, what did you find?" Harry asked in a grave tone. He already knew that it was probably something serious as Quentin Moore was involved in the whole mess. "We captured one of Quentin Moore's men, and Quentin Moore is the one she assigned on this mission, which means she seriously wants to kill Torquil Travers," Daphne revealed, and everyone sitting at the table could only grimace at her words, finally realizing how serious the situation was. "We have located their base of operations, and I have also discovered that they are planning to kill Torquil Travers and all of his associates and frame religious muggles," Daphne added, looking completely indifferent. Even though Daphne wasn't on the opposite side, she would have to admit, it was a brilliant plan. In one fell swoop, Destiny would have destroyed any sort of ministerial opposition in Britain. Unfortunately for Destiny, her plan was going to fail as her plan was discovered by them before it was too late. For the next few minutes, nobody said anything, including Harry, as he was lost in his thoughts. "So, what now?" It was Sirius Black who broke the silence. "We take them by surprise," Harry said while nodding his head, looking extremely determined. "Until now, we have been consolidating our power, but after her latest stunt, we are on our own. This is the perfect opportunity. We need to finally strike back, and if we can kill Quentin Moore, then it will be a huge blow to her operations," Harry added with a growl, and a lot of members cheered in agreement. "So, how are we going to do this?" James asked curiously. While he completely agreed with Harry, it was about time they hit back. He wanted to know how they were going to do it. After all, they couldn't go in wands blazing. Sorry for ruining the mood, but what are we going to do about the normals?" Before Harry could answer James, it was Scorpius who spoke up, and he was right. His question really ruined the mood. "Normals?" Hermione asked curiously as she raised her brows in question. "Yes, they have made their base in an apartment building, and they have put all the residents under the Imperius curse. Quentin is ruthless enough to use them as meat shields when we attack," Neville pointed out thoughtfully, and murmurs broke out. "This isn't right. So, what are we going to do?" Two red-headed twins spoke in sequence. Harry rubbed his chin thoughtfully and turned toward Hermione. "Hermione, you remember the time we raided Jugson Manor?" Harry asked, and a small smile formed on his face. Realization dawned on Hermione's face as she finally remembered the incident. The others simply gave the two of them confused looks. Of course. Hermione gushed out excitedly. "Guys, we can use the gaseous form of the draft of living death to put everyone to sleep," Hermione exclaimed excitedly. "Gaseous draft of living death? Is that a thing?" Amelia Black asked as she inclined her head in confusion. "No, not really. The Dumbledore." Hermione cringed a bit as she realized almost everyone except for her and Harry weren't fans of Dumbledore. The one from our world created an alchemic version of the draft of living death. The alchemical version can be boiled into gaseous form, unlike the normal version which loses its properties when heated, Hermione explained slowly so that everyone could understand what she was trying to say. Even though we don't know alchemy, we do know how to recreate the potion. Harry picked up the explanation as he realized that Hermione lost a lot of excitement when she noticed that everyone became unhappy when Dumbledore came up. Harry would never understand why they didn't like Albus. The man was really annoying and irritating, but he was only trying to help. Maybe Albus Dumbledore in their world was truly evil or manipulative, Harry couldn't say for sure. After all, people could have different lives and different backgrounds in different realities, he was quite aware of that. That is probably why he was the only Harry in this group. In his world, the prophecy might have affected him, but in some other realities, it might refer to someone else. Okay. Lily said while nodding her head. If everyone falls asleep, then we don't have anything to worry about, and even if only the normals fall asleep, we will be able to attack without worrying about the normals, Lily mumbled under her breath. It was a good plan. It was the only plan they had, but it was still a good plan. How long they are going to stay down and how long does it take for the potion to take effect? Daphne asked curiously as she leaned forward on the table. She never liked Albus Dumbledore, but nobody could deny the man's genius. If they go down, then they stay down for quite long. We don't know exactly how long they will stay down, but know for sure that they will stay down for at least a day, and it takes somewhere around 1 minute 56 seconds to 2 minutes 31 seconds to take action from our experience. It might take a bit long for everyone to fall asleep, but according to Professor Dumbledore, everyone should fall asleep within 5 minutes and we haven't tested the potion on normals, Hermione explained while rubbing her chin thoughtfully. Does it have any odor? Amelia asked, looking quite interested. If they had this potion back in their world then it would have saved them a lot of hassle during the war. Yes, it does. So, they will probably notice, but it won't matter as long as they take a single whiff, Harry said, and everyone nodded their head in understanding. It will take nearly 5 hours to prepare the potion, Harry added after a small pause, making everyone smile. So, we attack tonight? James questioned, already knowing the answer. Yes, we attack tonight, but there is something else we need to discuss before we can start preparing for the attack. With that, Harry started to recount his meeting with Altair to his fellow dimension hoppers. Equals 'Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 50 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 57, The Order Strikes Back, 2. So, how are you feeling? Destiny asked Gellert as she looked up from the book she was reading. I feel great. I do not know how to explain it, but I feel a lot more stronger, faster, and durable at the same time, Gellert explained as he clutched his hand to feel the power and magic coursing through his body. Good. That is exactly how I was feeling. I wouldn't be surprised if gained some sort of magical resistance too, Destiny hummed thoughtfully. Yes, chimeras may not be strong like a Nundu or a dragon, but they do have magical resistance, Gellert said as he finally started to get dressed. Though I was quite impressed with the way you killed it, Destiny praised him with a grin. Thought you would like it. Though now I am feeling somewhat bad for not choosing a dragon, I also wanted to breathe fire, Gellert muttered with a longing look on his face. Well. Then you should have gone for a dragon. Destiny snapped mockingly and Gellert simply rolled his eyes at her in exasperation. Since we are done here, should we return? Gellert asked curiously as he cracked his neck. My men are already cleaning up your old base in Belgium, Destiny pointed out and Gellert nodded his head in understanding. Without saying anything else, Gellert extended his hand toward Destiny. Destiny simply rolled her eyes. She could have operated on her own, but she still accepted the offered hand, and moments later, the two of them were gone with a soft crack. Destiny and Gellert arrived at Gellert's old base in Belgium. Even though the Belgian Aurors were after him, they never found his base of operations, so this base was still operational. Gellert noticed a lone woman playing on a swing and frowned. Was it really wise to bring her here? Gellert asked with a hint of worry in his voice. No, probably not, but I think it is about time she has her revenge, Destiny shrugged as he made her way toward the woman. While she may not be completely sane, but I do feel for her and she is a friend, Destiny added after a small pause. Gellert gave her a look from the corner of his eyes and nodded his head in understanding. Yes, you are right. She is also one of my few friends, Gellert mumbled solemnly and the woman finally noticed the two approaching her. The heartbroken look on her face disappeared and a huge smile bloomed on her face. Gellert. Destiny. You are finally here. I was wondering when the two of you are going to be finally back. The woman exclaimed cheerfully as rushed at Gellert and pulled him into a tight hug. We weren't gone for that long, Anna, Gellert pointed out in an amused tone, but he still hugged back the woman. Annabelle finally released Gellert and then she moved on to hug Destiny in a similar manner. Yes. Yes. The two of you weren't gone for long, but nobody wants to play with Anna. I was so bored. Annabelle whined after she finally released Destiny. I see. Do you want me to push you? Destiny asked as she glanced toward the swing and Annabelle immediately started to nod her head, looking extremely excited. Annabelle rushed toward the swing and plopped down on it. Destiny operated behind Annabella and started to push her. The woman started to squeal in joy and Destiny couldn't help but smile at the scene. Even Gellert started to smile at the scene. The woman has endured so much pain. She lost her only child and then she was abandoned by her own husband, and finally, she was abandoned by her own family. The loss of her child hit her the most, but that didn't mean that the rest didn't hurt her. Anna, I think it's about time you have your revenge, Destiny said as she continued to push Annabelle. The woman's head whipped back with a gleeful and excited look on her face as she jumped off from the swing. Annabelle turned around and looked at Destiny expectantly. Really? Annabelle asked in a hopeful tone as she glanced toward Gellert who simply shrugged, so Annabelle turned back toward Destiny, looking at her expectantly. Yes, really. So, when do you want to leave? Destiny asked with a soft smile on her face and instead of answering, Annabelle jumped into Destiny's arms as she started to cry in joy. Thank you, thank you. Annabelle continued to thank Destiny under her breath and Destiny simply started to pat her back, trying to comfort the woman. After a couple of minutes, Annabelle finally stopped crying and separated herself from Destiny. Tonight, he and his whore will die tonight, Annabelle said while gritting her teeth with madness filled in her eyes. What about their children? Gellert asked curiously. He wasn't worried about her killing them as Annabelle adorned children, but he couldn't say for sure as she might see those children as an insult to her own son. I will obliviate them and I will raise them, Annabelle answered with a giggle and Destiny quickly shook her head. No. You can't do that, Anna. They are children, their minds are extremely fragile. If you try to obliviate so many memories of their childhood then their mind will break, do you want that? Destiny asked softly and Annabelle gasped after hearing Destiny's words. Annabelle covered her mouth in horror as she frantically shook her head. No. No. Anna doesn't want that. So, what should I do? Annabelle asked herself in a horrified tone as she started to pace with a mad glint in her eyes. I know. I know. I will let the whore live so that she could take care of her children, Annabelle mumbled to herself as a twisted smile formed on her face. Well. That is a good plan I suppose, Destiny wondered thoughtfully even though she knew that it was a really bad plan. Gellert couldn't help but look at Destiny in complete bewilderment after hearing her words. Annabelle cheered in joy as her plan was approved, while Destiny started to consider her options. It would be extremely foolish to let any one of them live. It would be a recipe for disaster, but at the same time, she could understand why Annabelle decided to spare the children along with their mother. Annabelle loved children and she will happily accept death even if one of her precious children killed her, but Destiny couldn't have that. So, Destiny decided to bind the mother and the children as Annabelle's slaves. Annabelle won't be happy and she will keep whining, but she will live. Meanwhile, Gellert decided to open his mouth to say something but ultimately decided against it. Destiny was going to accompany Annabelle and Destiny wasn't stupid enough to leave any loose ends. He was quite confident that she will be able to take care of it. Okay, the two of you take care and be careful. I am leaving, I need to see if everything is ready for the meeting or not. Gellert started to walk away from the duo waving his hand at them. Okay. I will return as quickly as possible, Destiny called out as Gellert finally entered the house. After a few moments, she turned back toward Annabelle. So, is there anything you want to do for the time being? Destiny asked with a mischievous grin on her face. Tell me about this Cassiopeia Black. I heard that you are pursuing a relationship with her and Ambika is completely fine with it, Annabelle gushed out excitedly as she plopped down on the swing. Ah. It is true, but it is not simple like that. I met Cassiopeia right after arriving in Britain. With that, Destiny started to recount the whole incident to Annabelle, whose eyes started to twinkle in excitement. Line break. Harry, the potion is prepared, Hermione said as she marched into Harry's study followed by Lily and Daphne. The two of them had been helping Hermione with the potion and the two of them were also quite interested in the said potion. Harry looked up from the book he was reading. Good. I will send the message to the others. We leave as soon as possible, Harry said as he closed the book with a snap and placed it on the table. He pulled out his wand to send a Patronus message, but all of a sudden he came to a halt as an idea popped into his mind. What can you tell me about sacrificial magic? Harry asked with a bit of uneasiness in his voice. He had 3 of the smartest witches in the group, standing right in front of him. Harry has been looking into some obscure forms of magic, and according to the legends, you can achieve anything through sacrificial magic. Harry realized that the 3 witches standing in front of him are the only ones who could give him an insightful answer. Sacrificial magic, what brought this up? Hermione asked curiously. She knew how much Harry hated dark magic even though he was a hypocrite. After all, he hated dark magic, but he didn't mind using the unforgivables. I was wondering if we could use sacrificial magic to break the Fidelius charm. Harry revealed his plan, and the 3 witches finally sat down with contemplative looks on their faces. Theoretically, it should be possible, but we don't know much about the Fidelius charm, nor do we know much about sacrificial magic. So, can't say for sure, but theoretically, it should be possible, Lily muttered thoughtfully as she started to bite her thumb. I think it will work, but I think we will need to sacrifice a specific amount of whatever we are sacrificing to break the Fidelius charm. I mean, we cannot use anything less than necessary or our spell will fail, but we won't have any problems if we do end up overpowering our spell. Daphne wondered aloud with a contemplative look on her face as she started to fiddle with her fingers. Wait. What sort of sacrifices we are talking about here in the first place? Harry asked in a bewildered tone. The boy didn't mention anything specific, so he wanted to know what they could sacrifice to achieve the best results. Harry, there are a lot of things we can sacrifice. We can sacrifice gold, knowledge, magic, and animals, but if we want the best results then we will need to use. Hermione explained slowly, but she was unable to finish the explanation and simply trailed off uncomfortably. Humans. If we want the best results, then we will need to sacrifice humans. Daphne decided to pick up the explanation where Hermione left off. Unlike Hermione, Daphne was squeamish when it came to dark and questionable forms of magic. Harry couldn't help but gape at Daphne, and then he turned toward Lily and Hermione to get confirmation, only to receive nods from the 2 of them. Even among humans, sacrificing a virgin will give you the best results, Daphne added with a straight face, but she wasn't able to hide the amusement in her voice. She was quite aware of the fact that she was making Harry extremely uncomfortable, but he was the one who brought up the topic of sacrificial magic. He should have known better. Really? She is kidding, right? People still sacrifice virgins. Harry asked Hermione in a horrified tone, and Hermione simply huffed as she rolled her eyes at him. Sometime, Harry could be such a baby. Really, Harry? Is that really hard to believe? This is a big world and we already know that there are so many horrible people living among us. It shouldn't come as a surprise that they do sacrifice virgins, Hermione explained, looking really uncomfortable even though she was annoyed at Harry for being such a baby. We had a whole tome dedicated to sacrifices in the department. The first time I read the book, I was completely horrified, but yes, there are still some people out there who would happily sacrifice the virgins even for some measly gains, Lily explained with a shrug, and I do agree with Daphne. If we need to match the power of our spell with the amount of the magic she used if we want to break the Fidelius charm, Lily added with a smile as she glanced at Daphne from the corner of her eyes. That is if it was her who cast the spell in the first place, but there are only a handful of people who can successfully cast the spell, so I guess it was her, Daphne explained after a bit of thinking. Okay. I think I have heard enough. I am not saying that I am dismissing the idea, but at the same time, I am really reluctant about using sacrificial magic, especially now that I know what it entails, Harry said, looking somewhat conflicted after a few seconds of silence. So, what do the 3 of you think? Harry asked as curiously as he wanted to know how the others are going to react if he decided to use sacrificial magic to locate Albus. I don't think that others are going to like this. Someone as naive as Scorpius will create a huge fuss, Hermione pointed out, and the others nodded in agreement. And he isn't the only one who will react badly. Hermione added with an unsure look on her face. I know. Let's leave it here, I have heard what I wanted to know. We shelf this topic for the time being and we will only bring this up again if we don't find another way, Harry said, looking intently at the 3 witches. The 3 of them nodded their heads in agreement. Good. Now, let's call the others, we still have a lot of work to do, Harry said as he cast the Patronus charm, calling everyone to the meeting room. The witches also followed his example and sent out their own Patronus to call everyone. There were still a lot of things they needed to discuss before initiating the attack, and Harry wanted to avoid any mistakes as this was going to be their opening move. Line break. Sir, Marco 2 has failed to report, Nikolai Wojcik, who was responsible for collecting reports from individuals, said with his eyes fixed on the register. Quentin steepled his fingers with a displeased look on his face. He turned toward Badivik Zelensky, who was responsible for the management of his group as it was impossible for Quentin to keep an eye over his whole group on his own. Didn't he return last night? Quentin asked the men only to receive a head shake from Badivik. No. He was asked to keep an eye on one of the employees, so I didn't tell you anything, Badivik answered with a shrug, and Quentin pursed his lips in displeasure. He could understand what Badivik was saying and it wasn't Badivik's mistake, so he wasn't displeased with Badivik or Nikolai, instead, he was displeased by the whole situation. I see. Has he done this before? I mean not reporting. This time Quentin's question was directed at Nicoli. No, sir. This is the first time he has done this and this is why I decided to point it out. Nicoli pointed it out. Quentin rapped his fingers at the table, looking a bit annoyed. Tell Francesca to keep an eye on the surroundings, but remind her to only keep an eye. Quentin ordered Nicoli, who left the room after saluting Quentin. Since he didn't have anything else to discuss, he dismissed Bedivic too. After Bedivic left, Quentin leaned back in his chair and released a huge sigh. Lady Grindelwald has warned him about a possible attack, but he didn't know if Marco II was captured for sure or not, and even if he was captured, it was highly unlikely that someone was able to extract information from the men. Though Quentin couldn't help but wonder if he should take the risk of dismissing the whole situation. After thinking for a few minutes, Quentin realized that he couldn't dismiss the whole situation. It would be better to be prepared even if nothing happened. He would rather not get caught with his pants down. In his line of work, getting caught means death. Line break. So, you are Vinda Rosier. I have heard a lot about you from Gellert, Destiny said as she extended her hand toward the last surviving female member of the Rosier family. The woman turned to look at Destiny and her eyes narrowed. Vinda had no idea who this crimson-haired woman was, but something about the woman felt off to her. After all, Gellert never told her about any crimson-haired woman he was familiar with, and the way the woman was talking about Gellert, it was clear that the woman knew Gellert quite closely. Who are you? Vinda asked as she schooled her features and a smile formed on her face. Destiny returned the smile, but she didn't miss the fact that Vinda was on guard. Ah. Forgive manners, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Destiny Grindelwald and it is nice to meet you, Destiny said as he raised her hand to reveal her heiress ring to Vinda and the black-haired, which felt like something went off in her mind after hearing the name. Vinda felt something constrict her mind, but she couldn't place her finger on it, but she didn't dwell on it for much longer as she was way more busy gaping at Destiny like a fish out of water. Vinda kept staring at Destiny in complete surprise. Gellert never told her that he has a daughter, and from what she knew, Gellert wasn't interested in witches. How? Vinda sputtered as she continued to gape at Destiny. Oh, the two of you have met, Gellert announced his arrival as he approached the duo with a glass of wine in his hand. Yes, I introduced myself and I think I may have left her speechless, Destiny said while looking extremely amused. You may be right, Gellert rubbed his chin with a fake worried look on his face. Vinda, are you all right there, my dear? Gellert shook Vinda, finally breaking her out of her stumped state. Gellert, you never told me you have a daughter, Vinda blurted out with an incredulous look on her face. Both Gellert and Destiny started to chuckle after hearing her words. I am not his daughter. I am someone he decided to adopt in his family, Destiny revealed as she finally stopped chuckling. Destiny never bothered to hide her origins and she wasn't going to start now. It's a long story and I won't bother with you the whole story, but the basic gist is, he took pity on me and decided to save me, Destiny revealed with a shrug, and Vinda subconsciously turned Gellert to get his confirmation. Gellert simply shrugged as he nodded his head in confirmation. He didn't like how Destiny summarized the whole incident, but at the same time, he couldn't refute her words as she was right. He only saved her at first because he took pity on her and there is no reason to reveal the dynamics of their relationship to Vinda even though Vinda was one of his generals. I see. Vinda muttered as she nodded her head in understanding. She was still trying to wrap her head around the fact that there was another Grindelwald running around the world. Though Vinda really wanted to know why the crimson-haired woman decided to reveal herself now, and that is when something clicked inside her mind. You are the one who broke him out, Vinda stated while nodding her head. There was nobody in their forces with enough power to break Gellert out of the Makusa headquarters, but there was something else Vinda realized. If it was Destiny who broke Gellert out of the prison, it would mean that Destiny is an extremely strong witch. Yes, I'm the one who broke him out, and that was the second time I broke into the Makusa headquarters. The first time I broke in was a week after Gellert was captured, but for whatever reason, Gellert decided to remain in prison or I would have broken him out long ago, Destiny revealed as she threw a dirty look at Gellert, who simply ignored it. Vinda felt a chill run down her spine. Vinda was quite confident about her skills, but she wasn't stupid enough to think that she could have broken into the Makusa headquarters undetected and left unscathed. So, Vinda couldn't help but start to wonder if the power has something to do with their family name, but she quickly remembered that the Grindelwald family was on the decline and they were never worth anything even in their heyday. Thank you for saving him, I guess, Vinda awkwardly thanked Destiny as she didn't know what else to do right now. Destiny nodded her head in acknowledgement and decided to see if the woman loved her parents or not. While Destiny wanted to form a bond with the woman as Vinda was quite favored by Gellert, she also wanted to see how the woman is going to react to the news of the death of her parents. After all, Destiny wanted to refrain from forming a bond with the woman, just in case, Vinda decided to start loving her parents out of the blue. Then Destiny would have put Vinda down to avoid future problems. By the way, I killed your parents, Destiny revealed without beating around the bush. She simply decided to rip it off like a bandage. Vinda was left completely gobsmacked for a few seconds, but a smile finally formed on her face. Vinda started to grin malevolently as she stared at Destiny. That is probably the best news I have heard today. Vinda beamed at Destiny and Gellert started to snicker in amusement. Told you, she never liked them, Gellert quipped and Destiny simply nodded her head in understanding, but she decided to test Vinda a second time. Your brother has been kidnapped too, but I don't have any hand in it. Though I don't expect him to survive for long, Destiny revealed while intently watching Vinda, wanting to see how the black-haired witch was going to react. The smile on Vinda's face brightened up even more after hearing the news. This is probably one of the best days in my life. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Keep them coming, Vinda said while grinning maliciously, her eyes brimming with joy. Unfortunately, that's it, Destiny decided to rest her case as she didn't have anything else to reveal. Destiny also decided that Vinda will live. Though now, I will have to take a husband so that I can carry on the family. I may not have liked my parents or my foolish brother, but I don't want our family to end, Vinda said thoughtfully after a few seconds of silence. Well, I will never stop you if that is what you want. Gellert said as he finally finished the wine in the glass. I don't think Destiny will mind helping you out if you decided to return to Britain, Gellert added as he glanced at Destiny from the corner of his eyes, only to receive a nod from Destiny as she agreed with his offer. I will take you up on that if I ever decided to return to Britain, but I am not planning to get married anytime soon, Vinda muttered as she scrunched her face with a look of distaste on her face. Ah. I almost forgot. I am leaving with Annabelle and don't start the meeting before I return, Destiny hummed as she finally remembered why she originally came here. Okay. By the way, why don't you take Vinda with you? I think it will be a good bonding experience for the two of you, Gellert said with a smile while looking at Vinda. Sure, she can come with me, Destiny shrugged as she turned toward Vinda, who stood up and nodded her head. Vinda also wanted to get to know Destiny. The crimson-haired woman has done a lot for her. Destiny not only broke Gellert out of his prison, but she also killed her parents. Those deeds were more than enough to gain the black-haired witch's favor. The two witches quickly left the room with Vinda trailing behind Destiny. What are we going? Vinda asked curiously. We are going to help a fellow witch enact her vengeance. Unfortunately, we are going to be only spectators. I hope you are up for it, Destiny answered while looking somewhat amused and excited at the whole situation. I don't mind, Vinda nodded her head in understanding as she continued to follow Destiny down the halls. Line break. This is the blueprint of their base. I am not sure how accurate this is, since it is possible that our friend doesn't know everything about the building, Daphne said as she sprawled a paper with some rough sketches on the table. The rest of the Order members were surrounding the table, intently staring at the blueprint of the building. Even though this isn't accurate, this is the best we have, Neville added while scratching the back of his head. He was quite aware of the fact that bad info could lead to a disastrous mission, but sometimes, it was necessary to take risks. I understand, but this is what we have to work with, guys. Sometimes risks are necessary and this is still a lot better than going in completely blind, Harry said while looking at everyone gathered around him. Almost all the members nodded their heads as they completely agreed with Harry's words. So, how are we doing this? Sirius asked as he looked at Harry before turning toward James. George, Fred, have you acquired what we asked you to? Harry asked, only to receive mischievous grins from the twin devils of Gryffindor, George Weasley, and Frederick, usually known as Fred Weasley. The two flicked their wands and summoned two boxes from the other side of the room. The two of them grabbed the boxes and emptied the contents on the tables. Gas masks? Amelia Black asked, looking somewhat confused. We could have bubblehead charms, Amelia added as she grabbed one of the gas masks. Yes, bubblehead charms would have worked, but they are easy to get destroyed. Whereas gas masks aren't that delicate and we will be able to fight without worrying, in case something didn't work out according to our plan, Angelina Weasley née Johnson, wife of George Weasley explained while staring at Amelia. Now, we only need to enchant these against summoning, Alicia Weasley née Spinnet, wife of Fred Weasley added as she grabbed one of the masks from the table. How long it will take you guys to enchant them? Hermione questioned with a hint of interest in her voice. An hour at most, if the four of us work together. The twins finished their sentences for each other as they pointed to their better halves. Harry nodded his head in understanding. Good. The four of you can start as soon as we are done here, Harry said, and then he turned toward James. We will divide in two groups, you will be in charge of one group while I will be leading the other, Harry said, and James nodded his head in understanding. Before saying anything else, Harry placed his finger on the chimneys on the blueprint. This is what we will use to fill the whole building with the potion we created, and James the First leaving you in charge of that, Harry explained, and once again James nodded his head in understanding. Good, after pouring the potion, you will wait for 3 minutes before sending us the signal, and as soon as we receive the signal, we will break into the building, Harry revealed the whole plan. All the members had to admit, it was a good plan. How will I send you the signal? James asked, and Harry nodded his head as he signaled Hermione. I am glad that you asked. This is what we will be using to stay in contact with each other, Harry said, and Hermione poured a stack of galleons on the table. A lot of members immediately recognized the familiar coins as they have used the same in their own worlds. D.A. coins. The twins exclaimed cheerfully as they grabbed the coins. From all of your looks, some of you already know what these are, but for those who don't know, I will leave Hermione to explain how these things work, Harry said. Now, Daphne, is there something you can tell us about the wards? Harry asked as he turned toward Daphne, who was checking out the gas masks. According to our friend, they are only using some basic ward to prevent muggles from stumbling into their base as they don't want to draw attention, but there is a very good chance that he isn't aware of the wards placed around the building, Daphne answered after thinking for a bit. We can't attack them without checking out the wards, Lily pointed out, and Harry hummed in agreement. Then I want you to inspect the wards. Don't need to get close, I simply want to prod the wards a bit to see what is what. Take anyone you want with you, Harry said while nodding his head. Good, then I will be taking Amelia and Hermione with me. After me, they are the best when it comes to wards and their input will be important, Lily answered while scratching her chin with a thoughtful look on her face. Okay, and be careful. Good luck. Let's move out, guys. It's about time we strike back. Harry barked with a grin marring his face and everyone else cheered in agreement. Equals. Up to 4 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 50-46 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/zduqagkrkm.